Chapter 516. Jack, the young leader of the Spear Regiment, was a filial son. To avenge his father, he ran out of Dragon Queen's control range in half a day with the perseverance of running a marathon. He saw the mercenaries from Mat Eris. Despite his exhaustion, he borrowed a horse and continued to run for 200 kilometers. Finally, he saw two-headed Benny before sunset. After listening to his military report, Benny immediately decided to give the Dragon Queen retribution. Jack was relieved. After receiving Benny's reply, he fainted with a smile on his face. He was so tired that he collapsed. Personally, Jack admired and even worshipped the Dragon Queen. But she killed his father. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Personally, Danny admired and was even touched by Jack's father-son relationship. But she killed his father. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Jack ran desperately to Mat Eris to seek reinforcements to avenge his father. Danny coldly used Jack as a chess piece to lure the enemy's reinforcements into the ambush. She could almost imagine Jack's ending. Well, Jack became a spy for the Dragon Queen and was bitten into two by Benny's pterosaur and eaten alive. Benny thought that the ambush last time was all because Jack betrayed the allies. This time he was fully prepared and firmly believed that he would not repeat the same mistake. The Black Dragon was in old guise. The Green Dragon and White Dragon followed General Wildfire to bombard New Guise. There was no force in Slave Bay that could deal with them. In order to hide their whereabouts, they did not take the right path. This sneak attack would definitely catch the enemy off guard. 40 demon-like shadow pterosaurs with black scales and black wings followed a mottled green swamp dragon and set off at night. They first flew north into the mountains, then east through the Dothraki Sea. Finally, they hid in the vast sea of grass in the north of Meereen, waiting for news from Old Guise. After confirming that the Black Dragon was in Old Guise, the White Dragon and Green Dragon followed General Wildfire to bombard New Guise. They immediately soared under the blue sky and white clouds, heading straight for Meereen. On the distant land, a sparkling river gradually appeared. At the end it was connected to a deep blue sea. That was the Scar River, which was also the Black River that Dragon Queen had ordered. The matchbox-like city of Meereen was on the other side of the river. Suddenly, Benny's expression changed. 500 meters ahead, at a position higher than him and the others, there was a nearly 30-meter-long dragon cruising in the air. Where did this dragon come from? Through the binoculars, Benny could see the obvious beak and mouth, and he was relieved. It was a pterosaur. Moreover, the green scales on the pterosaur's excrement reminded him that this was once a pterosaur in his team. That day, 20 pterosaurs followed him to attack the Black Dragon, 5 surrounded the Green Dragon, and 5 pursued the White Dragon. This pterosaur with mottled green scales was one of the pterosaurs that were chasing after the White Dragon. Benny even remembered its owner, the city lord of Tolos, Piero Valoris. Benny was surprised to see the pterosaur in Meereen, but he did not panic. He even heaved a sigh of relief. He had received news from Zingis that during the Battle of the Bay of Sorrows, Dragon Queen had appeared with 6 pterosaurs. And these days, the only pterosaur that participated in the bombing of Zingis was General Wildfire. They had been wondering, where did the other 5 dragons go? Now Benny was relieved. It turned out that Dragon Queen had placed the other pterosaurs in Slaver's Bay to act as patrols. Damn it, there's actually a Dragon Knight. Not only can Danny Rise remove the restriction set by Her Majesty Jenny, she even seems to have learned the seal of contract. Her talent is so terrifying, to be able to grasp the secret technique of Great Magus Valeglia just by imitating? Seeing that there was a white knight in white armor and a white cloak on the back of the pterosaur, Benny was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear, and his murderous intent burned even more. The pterosaur in front had also noticed the overwhelming number of pterosaurs behind it. The white knight on the dragon's saddle hurriedly pulled the reins, turned around and fled in the direction of Meereen City. Even though Dragon Queen did not need a rein or a dragon saddle to ride a dragon, in fact, pterosaur knights, dragon riders of the Targaryen family, and even the Dragon King of Valeglia needed a full set of saddles to control a pterosaur or megalosaurus. Megalosaurus and pterosaurs might be able to understand the words of a dragon knight, but in the sky, flying at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, even if you shouted yourself hoarse, the megalosaurus would not be able to hear you. Don't let him escape. That's a swamp dragon, it's not as fast as your shadow dragons. Wakanda, take your team and chase after him. Killing a white knight is equivalent to killing a seventh of that woman's life, ha ha ha. Benny waved his hand and 5 black-scaled pterosaurs immediately separated from the team and sped away. Yes, there was more than one type of pterosaur in Sasro's rainforest. During the dragon battle in Tolos, Benny's side was full of swamp dragons. Swamp dragons could be as long as 50 meters. They were strong, but they were slow, with an average speed of around 150 kilometers per hour. This time, Benny controlled a group of shadow dragons. The shadow dragons were only 20 to 30 meters long, but their speed was close to 250 kilometers per hour. They were also very fierce, had extremely strong night vision, and were very good at hunting in the dark. In general, swamp dragons were big, strong, and good at heavy bombardments. Shadow dragons were good at night attacks, biting and fighting in the air. Beside his ears, the wind howled angrily. On his face, wisps of cold mist brushed past. In his eyes, a bloodthirsty smile flashed. The tip of his nose seemed to smell the scent of blood. In his mouth, Wakanda shouted loudly, "Kill, kill, kill. Balerion, charge forward and tear it apart." Yes, Balerion was the name of the shadow dragon he was riding. There were 40 dragons in the team, and at least 5 knights had named their dragons this name. The swamp dragons were indeed not as fast as the shadow dragons. Due to the delay in turning around, it only took a minute or two for the pterosaur team to get close to the white knight. Woo woo, the white knight blew the small horn hanging on his waist. It was hurried, high-pitched, and overflowed with urgency and fear. Ah! Wakanda was even more excited. He raised his hand and made a tactical gesture. The other 4 dragons in the team surrounded the white knight from 4 directions, one from the left and one from the right. He's dead. Benny looked at the green dung pterosaur that was 2 kilometers away, trying to increase its altitude to avoid the attack. He sentenced the white knight to death in his heart. The shadow dragon was not that big, but its movements were agile and its reaction was fast. Its combat ability under high-speed ascension was far superior to the stiff and rigid swamp dragons. If the white knight was smart enough, he should reduce his speed and altitude, get into position, and face the shadow dragon head-on. Perhaps, in the first wave of attack, the white knight might be taken away by the shadow dragon just like an eagle taking away the chick behind a hen. However, the green dung pterosaur might cause a lot of damage to the shadow dragon in the following hand-to-hand combat. Not everyone can become a dragon knight just because they ride a dragon. Benny retracted his mocking gaze and turned his attention below. With the reminder of the horn, 4 black dots flew out from the table-sized marine city below. 4 pterosaurs. However, the 4 dragons did not rush towards the group of pterosaurs in the sky. Instead, they split into 4 and went to meet the white knight from 4 directions. You want to save the white knight? Benny was not surprised by the appearance of the 4 dragons. After all, he already knew that the dragon queen had captured 6 pterosaurs. One was an old guy's and the other 5 were here. It was normal. With the dragon queen's intelligence, it was impossible that she was not prepared for the surprise attack of the allied forces. The appearance of 5 pterosaurs here was in line with the expectations. Benny was also not surprised that the 4 dragons did not rush up. Any knight in his right mind would not take the initiative to fight 35 with 4. It was just that the other party's choice made him feel awkward. At this time, the group of pterosaurs was 1,500 meters in the sky, 4 kilometers away from Murine. In their claws were a string of kerosene bombs similar to the one used by the Dragon Queen. Originally, they would first throw half of the kerosene bombs in Murine City, and the other half at the militia station in the labor camp outside the city. The fire in Murine would attract the attention of the guards, unsullied, so that they would not have the energy and time to care about the changes in the labor camp. Then, Benny and the others could try to take down the labor camp and liberate the 100,000 adult males and guys. Maybe they could not overthrow the rule of the Dragon Queen, but they could definitely corrupt Murine and create favorable conditions for the coming war. But now, we have to stop the 4 pterosaurs. Otherwise, when they meet up, it will be 5 against 5. Wakanda's team may be wiped out. In one-on-one hand-to-hand combat, the huge swamp dragon had the upper hand. Therefore, when Benny went to the rainforest for the first time to subdue the pterosaurs, the swamp dragon was his first choice. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision: divide into 4 groups of 20 shadow dragons, throw down the incendiary bombs, and kill the opponent's pterosaurs first. As for burning the city, after killing the opponent's air force, he could choose the target to bomb leisurely. Perhaps he could try the olive forest or wheat field. The 20 dragons were divided into 4 groups and separated from the square formation. The pterosaur team was suddenly half empty. Hiss! A sorrowful cry came from the sky. Benny tilted his head and looked up. He saw the poop green pterosaur swing its tail and send a shadow dragon flying, but its left wing was pierced by another shadow dragon's claw. Like a pair of scissors piercing into a leather jacket, it pulled hard. Rip-crack. The flesh wings broke and even the wing bones seemed to be broken. The poop green pterosaur wailed and flapped its wings hard, but like a hen with broken wings, it fell from the sky uncontrollably. Coincidentally, it was heading toward the pterosaur group at the bottom left. Its neck was bent and its back was facing down. One wing was flapping hard, and the other was unfolded awkwardly. It was like a swan that had its neck pierced by an arrow. Hee, everyone get out of the way. Don't get hit. Benny smiled and waved his hand. The pterosaurs around him immediately dispersed. This white knight is also unlucky. He was lucky enough to escape the sharp jaws of the shadow dragon, but he's going to be crushed into a pile of meat by his own dragon. It was the pterosaur that fell down. The knight's legs on the dragon's saddle were fixed, and his body hung upside down, waving his arms wildly. It looked hilarious. Suddenly, a drop of dragon blood floated down from the sky. It splashed out from the poop green pterosaur's torn wings and landed on Wakanda's face. The high temperature stung him, making him grimace. It's so hot. He cursed, then touched his face and saw the blood on his hand. Wakanda was stunned for a moment. Then, his pupils contracted to the size of pinholes, and he shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Benny, be careful. Dragon blood is boiling hot. What? Benny was confused. That's not a pterosaur, it's a megalosaurus. Only megalosaurus's blood is boiling hot. In his consciousness, Jenny was jolted awake. In that instant, her sense of danger fluctuated intensely like a tsunami. Quick, dodge. This is a trap. The target is you. Jenny shouted crazily. She even started to control the pterosaur under Benny to dodge to the side. But out of the 41 dragons that came over, only Benny was riding a swamp dragon that was inconvenient. At that moment, the poop green pterosaur also changed its movements. Its originally bent neck suddenly straightened, and its twisted and weak wings flapped hard. This two-headed demon die. The demonic dragon roar, the second stage of the true dragon roar and divine power burn, the strongest soul-suppressing strike was activated. Chapter 517. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb was detonated in Benny's mind. His clear sea of consciousness instantly turned chaotic. This enhanced version of Blacksmith's hammer even made Jenny's divinity in the depths of her soul tremble in a trance. In this trance, the poop green pterosaur was as agile as a monkey. It flipped over and dived towards Benny. The two were originally very close, only 300 to 400 meters. With Blackie's speed and the speed of its dive from above, when Benny stabilized his mind with Jenny's help, the beak was only 30 meters away from him. No. Divine dragon? That's a black dragon. He evolved again and became a real divine dragon. What is Danny Rise doing? She's not even a demigod. Why did she let the dragon spirit Megalosaurus become a divine dragon first? Jenny's spiritual power let out a series of incredulous and incomprehensible shouts. If she asked Danny face to face, Danny might be confused. What's wrong with letting the Megalosaurus become a demigod first? No, spiritual waves could transmit a lot of information in an instant. But to Benny, he could only open his eyes wide and shout one word in horror. Boom, boom, boom. The beak was twisted, deformed, and fell off in the dragon flames, revealing a blunt mouth with black and red scales. Blackie's mouth. The poop green pterosaur was actually Blackie in disguise. The dark red scales were dyed poop green by paint. It wore the beak of a pterosaur. Even its wings were sewn with a pterosaur's wings. In Tauros, Danny obtained more than 20 pterosaur corpses. The dragon's skin and wings were removed. After the corpses were burned, the remaining dragon bones and beak-shaped dragon mouths were also found in the ashes. There were many pterosaurs that were bigger than Blackie. Putting their beak-shaped dragon mouths on Blackie's mouth was as simple as putting a horse's bit on a horse. Then, from the 6 pterosaurs, she chose one that was similar in size to Blackie. She painted its poop green scales black and added a thin layer of dark red. In the case of preconceived notions, as long as it lay on the ground and slept, anyone would think that it was Dahe. The substitute, Dahe, was left in the old guise, which made the spies feel at ease. The real Big Black transformed into a pterosaur and hid in ambush to steal from the Dragon Queen's house. Compared to the other party's 70 pterosaurs, Zingi's was not important to Danny. Anyway, she only wanted to destroy Zingi's, not take it as a treasure. Danny really thought that Matt Eris had 70 dragons. After torturing the captured Dragon Knights, they said that there were 100 Dragon Knight trainees in the first batch. Without 100 dragons, what was the point of having 100 Dragon Knights? Of the 100 dragon knights, 30 had been dealt with last time. Now there were 70 dragon knights and 71 dragons left. 71 dragons. How could the Dragon Queen not be scheming? Oh, this beautiful misunderstanding had to continue. This time there were 40 messages and Matt Eris still had 30 messages left. Alright, I digress. The white knight on Dahe's back was also fake. The Dragon Queen made a white knight suit. At this time, Dahe was the blacksmith of the 7 gods. The dragon flame changed from the platinum of the Great Guardian to the current glazed red. It was almost the brightest red in the world. The dragon flame seemed to have solidified into a liquid. Looking at it from different angles, it even reflected the sunlight. It was like Dahe had spat out a spiral crystal. It was a crystal spear. This was the blacksmith's fire, the divine fire that gave the forging attribute. Benny's eyes emitted a bright light. His blue pupils flashed with countless overlapping blue and purple pupils. It was as if there were 10,000 people, 10,000 3D virtual images of 10,000 eyeballs stacked together. At this moment, Benny was not fighting alone. He had inherited the glorious tradition of Valeglia. Beleriand, Miracis, Vargas, and other existences were possessed by his soul at this moment. Separate. Benny spat out a word. In Valeglia's witchcraft language, countless male and female voices overlapped. Not only did Danny understand, but she also knew that he was using the same witchcraft as her fire control spell. She felt that the dragon flame was withstanding a strange force that was forcefully distorting its shape and direction. It was like a giant kneading a lump of dough. Perhaps the giant was rough and couldn't knead the dough into the shape he wanted, but he could make it change its shape greatly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when the crystal-like glazed red dragon flame was 3 feet in front of Benny, it was like a river meeting a reef. It couldn't help but split into 2 sides. Benny's current demeanor was 90% noble and 1% arrogant. Danny's pupils contracted, and her expression became extremely serious. The energy level of that power was very high. It immediately made her think of the Song of Wind. Perhaps, Benny used the power of the law. This guess made her even more shocked. Could this Song of Fire really be in Beleriand's hands? But to master the Song of Law, one would be a true god. He was obviously not a true god. The problem was that only the god of fire who chanted the Song of Fire could take away the control of the god of blacksmiths over the dragon flame. At this moment, Blackie wasn't fighting alone. He had inherited the glorious tradition of the Targaryen family. Whitey and Danny's souls were possessing him at this moment. It was very contradictory. Danny was bewildered. It was a long story, but in fact, Blackie was diving at Benny at high speed. The distance of 30 meters was really only a moment. Danny had originally planned to burn Benny to death, but Blackie had swept past the old green dragon. But now she changed her mind. Blackie lowered his head and rushed into a cloud of glazed red dragon flame that had been scattered by Benny, and directly hit Benny, who was on the dragon's back, with Iron Head technique. Bang roar! Blackie was a blacksmith. Like a hammer, it smashed into a lump of bloody mud and hit the old pterosaur's back. The old green swamp dragon lost its speed and howled in pain, but Blackie's movements were swift. In just an instant, like a child fighting, he twisted his body and rode on the old dragon's back. His sharp claws hooked the old dragon's wings and his mouth bit the old dragon's neck. The 2 dragons, like Jack from I Can Fly, hugged the tendrils from behind and accelerated their descent to the ground. At the same time, Benny, who had been smashed into bloody mud, turned into dragon worms as expected. They were as thick as chopsticks and as long as an arm. They were stained with sticky pink blood and were as dense as a large pot of noodles. The noodles wriggled like tentacles, wrapping around Blackie's neck and quickly spreading towards Dragon Queen, who was on his back. Apart from the ghastly dragon worms, the scene at this moment had a hint of the dance of the Divine Eye Lake. P.S. However, Blackie was a demigod blacksmith. Its might and strength far exceeded Caraxius's. The old swamp dragon was only a pterosaur, which was inferior to the Megalosaurus Vagor. Therefore, Blackie could crush the old swamp dragon and even suppress the swamp dragon's soul with the might of the dragon god. It could only take a beating like a puppet while its body was stiff and unable to resist. Well, Danny arranged it this way on purpose. Because Benny was in the center of the group of pterosaurs, there were still 15 shadow dragons eyeing him covetously. Blackie quickly descended with the swamp dragon and avoided the siege of the shadow dragons. You're at your wit's end. Danny snorted coldly. The soul attack in the second-level dragon spirit state exploded again. Like a bolt of lightning, it made the dragon worms swarming towards her tremble in unison. Yes, boom. In the dragon spirit state, their minds were connected. The moment she launched the soul attack, Blackie spewed out dragon flames. It was still the blacksmith's glazed red crystal flames. The dragon flames spewed out from Blackie's mouth, but it didn't burn the old dragon's neck in front of it. The dragon flames actually rolled back and put an extremely bright red scarf around Blackie's neck. Crackle. Pop. Pop. The dragon worms that fell into the dragon flames were like worms that had been thrown into a pot of oil. They swelled, their skin exploded, and red and white liquid splashed everywhere. But while they were splashing, they started burning like kerosene. It had to be known that back in Orlos, Blackie and Little White's dragon flames couldn't hurt the dragon worms at all. They could only stop them from forming into a human form. No. Every dragon worm let out a hair-raising wail before turning into ashes. Men, women, old and young, their wails were all different, but each of them was soul-piercing. Evil creature, die. Danny sent out another soul attack. This time, it was only Little White's first-level dragon spirit. Because it was about to fall, Blackie had to control its flight at all times. It couldn't fall into stiffness. When its soul instantly entered and exited Danny's mind, its body would be temporarily stiff. You can't kill me. Benny is just one of my millions of bodies. I'll still return. Roar. Danny wouldn't argue with it. After the soul attack, she immediately began to endow it with a spirit. She let the flames shatter the soul and pretend to become an ownerless spirit. Whoosh. The nine-colored spirit fell into Danny's sea of consciousness like a waterfall. She thought that her soul was saturated and couldn't absorb the spirit. However, the nine-colored vortex shook violently. Like a giant koan swallowing water, an even more illusory and larger colorful vortex formed by spirit appeared above the nine-colored vortex. This was the nine-colored vortex crazily absorbing the spirit. It came from Beleriand, and it had the divinity of Song of Fire. Danny's nine-colored vortex became clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a landscape painting suddenly becoming a real natural scenery. It was the kind that had just been washed by Jianghu and bathed in the brilliant morning glow for the first time. Danny felt numb from the soles of her feet to the ends of her hair. It was so comfortable that she almost moaned. She had a feeling that her thirst for a long time had finally been satisfied. Not only did the quality of her wizard power sublimate, but it also had a trace of Song of Fire attributes. Even the total volume had more than doubled. It was at least equivalent to 10 years of Danny's hard work. But Beleriand was in trouble. Ah, my divinity, my soul is disappearing? How is this possible? What did you do? What sorcery? Could it be that this is the talent above the dragon spirit roar, leaving behind the last trace of consciousness? Beleriand's spirit in Benny's sea of consciousness didn't manage to escape in time. It turned into spirit and became a great tonic for the Dragon Queen. It was really very nutritious. Only a trace of the divided soul left in Benny's body was close to the undying person they met in Queers. No wonder the great wizard was so disdainful when he talked about the undying person. No wonder Blackie, who had become a demigod, found it so difficult to kill a divided soul like Beleriand. But Blackie was only a few months old, and it had already dealt with the undying person. Ah! Danny stood with her hands on her hips and laughed wildly on Blackie's back. So, Beleriand wasn't my calamity, but my opportunity to achieve Tao. Beleriand also said that Benny was just one of the 10 million divided souls. But just him alone was enough to increase her power by 10 years. If she swallowed 10 million of them together, an ancestor in the chi refinement stage of 100,000 years? Hiss, Blackie roared, reminding its mother that there was something more important. Bite it to death or let it fall. Chapter 518. Dahe was still riding on the old swamp dragon's back. Its sharp claws clamped onto the old swamp dragon's wing bones and flapped its wings hard. She didn't know what Benny had done, but the old pterosaur would rather fall into a pile of meat than flap its wings to fly. But Dahe couldn't lift it. The two dragons stacked on top of each other slid down to the ground uncontrollably like a passenger plane that had lost its momentum. At this moment, they were only 400 meters away from the lush green cornfield below. There was no time for Danny to show off. Well, her magic power had skyrocketed, so she decided to show off again. Danny's footsteps were light like a wind elf. She jumped from Dahe's neck to the old swamp dragon's back. Then she ran along its neck like a qigong in Wuxia. She lowered her body and pressed her hand between the pterosaur's eyebrows. True Dragon Roar was activated. Her second soul merged with Little White and rushed into the old swamp dragon's spirit sea. She skillfully found the seal of contract left by Beleriand and shattered it. Something was wrong. But she didn't have time to think carefully. She immediately extracted a trace of Dahe's spirit power and combined it with her green prophet's second soul. They formed a new seal and imprinted it in the old pterosaur's mind. It was now hers. Dahe loosened its claws and left the old swamp dragon's back. Hiss! The old dragon roared and began to flap its meaty wings vigorously. It glided 50 meters above the ground and whizzed past the cornfield. The cornstalks and the wide green leaves swayed with a rustling sound. Danny squatted on the old swamp dragon's neck, creating waves in the green sea below. She could even smell the sweetness of the corn. Damn it! Balerion is so cruel. Closing her eyes to analyze Balerion's broken runes, Danny was shocked and angry. He actually modified the seal of contract. Unlike her, he didn't make the runes carry the indestructible attribute of the green prophet's soul. Instead, he set up a time bomb. No matter if it was a wound on the soul or the body, after losing the ability to fly, the pterosaur gave up struggling and directly died on the ground. Just like the old pterosaur just now, it couldn't break free from Dahe's shackles, so it would rather die than live an ignoble life, which gave Danny a chance to capture it. To put it bluntly, after Danny's no guns, no cannons, the enemy will make them for us in Tauros, Balerion added a self-destruct program to the pterosaur fighter. Hiss! Dahe roared. Boom. Dragon flames lit up the sky, and the pterosaur's wails resounded through a radius of 5 kilometers. Then there was the sound of limbs colliding, sharp teeth tearing, and Dahe's roars. Danny looked up and saw that the other party's group of winged dragons had already caught up. Or rather, it was the beginning of the mutation. The Shadow Winged Dragon Knights were stunned for a moment, but after all, they had participated in a few months of trainee training. These elite warriors quickly reacted, and according to the tactics taught by the instructor, they began to besiege Blackie. Above her head, 800 meters above the cornfield, a dozen shadow dragons surrounded her from all directions like a pack of wolves surrounding a tiger. Dahe was really as ferocious as a tiger. If the shadow dragon was replaced by a strong swamp dragon, Dahe would use guerrilla warfare and kite with speed, but the shadow dragon's size, strength, and claws were not as good as his. Facing the group of dragons that surrounded him, he directly accelerated and faced the 3 dragons that rushed up from below. First, he spat out a mouthful of dragon flames and burned the dragon on the opposite side into a dripping turkey. Then he used his tail to break the neck of the pterosaur that was biting his wing from the side. Like a sharp axe, he really cut off the neck. The knights wailed, dragon scales flew, and blood splattered across the sky. At this moment, the other pterosaur bit Dahe's left wing. Its sharp teeth were like daggers, and 3 arm-length wounds were drawn on the bulging fleshy wings. Hot dragon blood splattered, and the hot pterosaur opened its mouth, crack. Dahe was extremely valiant. Its left wing was bitten, but it did not care. It even did not make a sound. It turned its head and bit the other party's neck. It was like biting a ham sausage. Slash. Dragon blood spurted out from the broken neck like a fountain, dyeing Dahe's head and half of its body red. Then it spread its wings and rushed out of the encirclement. Yes, in the blink of an eye, the 3 pterosaurs that came from below were killed by Dahe. Even though there were several wounds on its wings, its movements were still swift and its flight was still stable. From below, Dahe circled in a semicircle. With a pterosaur dragon head in its mouth, it faced the group of pterosaurs again. Boom. In front of more than a dozen pterosaurs that flew over, it calmly spat out a ball of glazed red dragon flames and burned the head of the pterosaur beside its mouth. Crack crack. It was like eating a crunchy biscuit chewing in big mouthfuls. A few pterosaur knights felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but pull on the reins, and the pterosaurs under them slowed down. Dahe did not roar again. It just narrowed its eyes, exerted force on its wings and increased its speed. It was like a light cavalry bypassing a phalanx of spears, leaving only a rain of arrows and the enemy's wails. Dahe drew a beautiful arc in front of the group of pterosaurs that pounced on it, leaving behind a 30-meter-long pillar of dragon flames. A few kilometers away, the citizens of Myrene saw that the whole sky was dyed red. It was a bright red like the blood of the sky. Another pterosaur, along with the rider on its back, melted into meat juice and fell to the ground. Slash. A bloody hole the size of a cup was pecked on Dahe's neck. Boiling hot demigod dragon blood spurted out, almost burning the pterosaur blood on its scales. The dragon flames delayed its movements. The group of pterosaurs was not without a horse. Another pterosaur swooped down diagonally from above, pouncing on Dahe's back. Its beak-like sharp beak pierced through the megalosaurus dragon scales. Oh! Dahe cried out in pain. It retracted its wings and shot toward the ground like a missile. The pterosaur's movements were unstable. Before it could expand its attack, it was flung away from Dahei's neck. "Idiot, I'll teach you how to be reckless." Mother Long rode the old pterosaur to meet it. The moment the pterosaur flew over Dahei's back, she jumped. It was easier and lighter than Brother Crow jumping out of the car window. "Let's go. Let Mom avenge you." Danny leaned on Dahei's back, using the leather buckle on the dragon's saddle to secure her calves. Hiss! The old swamp dragon was the first to meet the group of pterosaurs. Bang! It first knocked a pterosaur away, then bit the wing of another pterosaur with its mouth. It was very fierce. No, not fierce but fearless. Its behavior angered the shadow pterosaurs. Like vultures pecking at a rotten corpse, the pterosaurs with black scales and black wings almost covered the mottled green old pterosaur. But Danny would not let her brother die on purpose. In the next moment, Dahei arrived. Boom! In the blue sky, a circle of milky white air waves exploded. Red rain fell all over the sky. The corn stalks on the ground swayed wildly, the green leaves were dyed light red. It was as if a basin of blood had been poured between heaven and earth. Everywhere was red. Red fire mist. 7 or 8 pterosaurs fell like ignited turkeys, whining. The rest were like hit baseballs, flying in all directions. From the moment Danny sat on the dragon's saddle on Dahei's back, Dahei began to prepare a big move. A dragon fireball condensed and expanded in his mouth. When the swamp dragon was beaten up and Dahei flew to the black pterosaurs in the sky, the fireball had expanded to the size of a water tank. Danny's grand wizard meditation technique had just been upgraded, and her magic power had doubled. Dahei was now a blacksmith. The power of the dragon fireball after they combined was imaginable. Not to mention the lighter shadow pterosaur, even the old swamp dragon that fired at me, with a body of nearly 50 meters fell diagonally downward like a ball soaked in blood. Well, it had been informed in advance by the dragon queen, so it curled its body into a ball. The shadow pterosaur's sharp teeth and claws scratched hundreds of wounds on the ball. Its dragon scales were broken, its red flesh was exposed and blood flowed. It was very miserable. However, it did not glorify itself. After leaving the range of the fire cloud from the explosion of the dragon fireball, it spread its wings and wobbled toward Mireen. At this time, the black pterosaurs that had been divided into small groups to hunt down the 4 swamp dragons guarding their homes noticed the change and flew back. Danny did not think of 1v5. The 4 pterosaurs that took off from Mireen were mainly to disperse the enemy's forces. They did not fight with the enemy at all. They just flew as far as possible. Pull the monsters. 4 dragons pulled away 20 shadow dragons. That was why she and Dahei had the opportunity to assassinate Jianghu, and avoid the tragedy of being surrounded by Jianghu's guards after the deed was done. In the face of the 20 pterosaurs that gathered and rushed toward them, as well as the 8 or 9 dragons that survived the explosion of the dragon fireball, Dahei rushed to find the scattered surviving pterosaurs before the dragons formed a circle and attacked them one by one. With Mother Long's assistance, the dragon fire was no longer a straight pillar of fire. Instead, it changed to the left and right, forward and backward, up and down. Dahei swept past the pterosaur that was 10 meters away from the left. It did not even need to slow down to turn its head to the left. A bowl-sized dragon fireball automatically whizzed over. The pterosaur knight exclaimed and pulled the reins, wanting to steer the dragon to avoid the bright red fireball. But suddenly, boom! The bowl-sized fireball exploded into 7 or 8 small fireballs the size of a child's fist. One of them landed on the pterosaur knight's face, igniting him into a heart-wrenching torch. The rest also landed on the pterosaur's head, wings, back and other parts. The pterosaur plunged down like a plane that lost its momentum. Bang! A huge pit was created in the sweet vegetable field. The soil, leaves, blood, and minced meat were like a fountain, flying more than 10 meters high. Even if the pterosaurs merged into one and made Dahei lose the opportunity to attack them one by one, Danny could still kite them. A strange scene appeared in the sky. A megalosaurus that was mottled with red, black, and feces green flew in front, followed by a group of black pterosaurs. The distance between the two sides seemed to be getting closer and closer. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Unknowingly, they had passed through the green cornfields on the north shore of Heilongjiang, the green and red sweet vegetable fields, and entered the rippling bay west of Mireen. After going more than 10 kilometers into the bay, the pterosaurs were getting closer and closer to Dahei, and their flying altitude was getting lower and lower. Something's not right, what is she doing? Wakanda's heart was full of doubts, and his sense of crisis was getting stronger. At this time he was in the lead and was almost at the black dragon's tail. Something's not right, leave here immediately. Just as he raised the crossbow at his waist and was about to shoot at the back of the white knight, a numb feeling in his scalp made his body tremble, and he subconsciously pulled the reins to change direction. Whoosh, the white knight lowered her head, and a bright red fireball flew over her back, smashing right into the face of the defenseless Wakanda. He howled as he melted, and the wings of the pterosaur he was riding on caught fire, and it fell uncontrollably into the sea. At this low altitude, it was impossible to kill himself by hitting his head on the ground. Danny had lured them here to deal with this suicide command that Balerion had set in the pterosaurs' minds. She wanted to capture this group of pterosaurs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wakanda and his dragon were just the beginning. The rain of fireballs that covered the sky became an eternal nightmare in the hearts of the surviving dragon knights. The scene was very similar to the arcade game Thunder that Danny played when she was young. The fighter picked up a shotgun and shot out shells that took up half the screen, destroying the weak soldiers in the first level. Chapter 519. The aerial battle in Meereen had ended in less than an hour, and Danny had captured a giant swamp dragon and 8 shadow dragons. There were also a number of dragon knights. Of course, she did not just shoot down 8 shadow dragons, but of the 14 dragons that fell into the sea, only 6 survived. Some were too injured and drowned in the sea, some were burned in the head, neck and other vital parts by the dragon fireball and died directly. Blackie and the pterosaurs were moving at high speed, and Danny had so many targets to attack. It was too difficult to aim at every dragon and avoid the vital parts. When the pterosaurs completely lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions, the Dragon Queen used the method of jumping on the plane to directly capture 2 more. Jumping off the plane was troublesome and too dangerous. After leaving the bay, Danny did not dare to do it again. If she made a mistake in the sea, she could still fall into the sea, but if she made a mistake in the air above the farmland, she could only turn into spring mud for the crops. Although the pterosaur knights had lost the faith communication system of Commander Benny and Balerion, they were not stupid enough to fight Danny to the death. After confirming that they could not kill the Dragon Queen, they were very alert and immediately scattered to escape. In the process of Danny's pursuit, she captured 2 dragons, killed 1, and the remaining 10 or so successfully escaped. After all, the shadow pterosaur also had a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. As long as they were out of Danny's sight for 5 minutes, beyond a range of 10 kilometers, no matter how sharp Blackie's eyes were, it would not be able to find them. After the war, smoke was everywhere outside Meereen. Unable to break into the sky above Meereen, and having to immediately participate in the aerial battle, the pterosaur knights could only leave the hundreds of kilograms of kerosene bombs in the farmland. Even the fighter jets would throw away the auxiliary fuel tanks before combat. As a result, dozens of fields such as the corn forest, the sweet vegetable field and the sweet potato seedlings, were all set on fire. This loss was not even enough to cover 10 acres of land, so the Dragon Queen did not feel any heartache at all. Blackie's wings rolled up the dust in the air and landed lightly on the yellow road beside the cornfield. Caw! Before Danny slid down from the dragon's back, a raven ignored the pressure of the megalosaurus and landed on a crooked willow tree by the roadside. "Caw, Your Majesty, good day." "That's good." Danny relaxed. This was Morona's animal companion, and it was reporting Kai Yuan's situation to her. She had been worried that Mart Eris would create a diversion. For example, he could arrange for 40 pterosaurs to ambush Meereen, while the other 30 would ambush Astapor or Kai Yuan. I couldn't blame her for thinking too much. Honestly, I already knew that there would be 100 Dragon Knight trainees in the first batch. It would be far too careless of me not to prepare for 70 Dragon Knight trainees. Dragon Queen was still worried about the 30 winged dragons she had imagined. White Mask Morona, Goat Gisela and Wild Boar Polo. After the 3 transfigure heads were revived by Dragon Queen's spirit bestowment, their strength had indeed increased. Naturally, they looked for new animal companions again. This time, Danny didn't let them use up all their contract slots. Instead, each of them found a raven as their partner. The Great Wall Commander-in-Chief Mormont was not the only crow that could talk in this world. The slave owners of Slaver's Bay were extremely extravagant. What kind of rare birds did they not have? Finding 3 ravens that could only talk was too easy. One raven was in Meereen to pass on Kai Yuan's information to Dragon Queen while monitoring the nearby airspace. The other raven was raised by Tyrion and stayed in Old Gith. After that, it was a little magical. Gisela directly sent her raven to Matari's raven's nest. This idea was actually Tyrion's idea. Dragon Queen was worried about the remaining 70 pterosaurs. She asked the only pterosaur knight at the time to go to Mat Eris to scout the enemy's situation. It would be best if he could monitor the movements of the 70 pterosaurs at all times to ensure that they couldn't suddenly attack Slaver's Bay. There was no doubt that this mission was very dangerous. There was the possibility of honorable sacrifice. How could it not be honorable to sacrifice for the liberation of the slaves? General Wildfire refused to be honorable. His desire to live was very strong. First, he used John Clinton to fill in the old dragon knows the way trap. This time, he used Gisela's raven to fill in the flying reconnaissance trap. He actually managed to avoid 2 of Dragon Queen's traps. Now that he had seen the speed of the Shadow Dragon, he was completely sure that if he really rode to Mat Eris to find the remaining 70 pterosaurs, there was a 90% chance that he would die honorably. Dany didn't know that pterosaurs were divided into swamp dragons and shadow dragons. She only thought that Tyrion's Tessa and the other 70 pterosaurs were about the same speed. As long as he was careful and didn't get surrounded, he should be able to escape even if he was discovered. Dragon Queen didn't really want to kill General Wildfire. It was just that she believed in one principle: everyone had their own value. If he took her things, he should fulfill his value for her. For example, Count Broken Shackles. For example, the little demon. She took him in, gave him a high position, gave him a noble identity, gave him good food, luxurious clothes, and gave him money to hold hands with the Red Saintess. Then he had to help her make wildfire. Tyrion was indeed a wildfire expert. He could only fulfill this value for the queen. Now she gave him pterosaurs, accepted his loyalty, and made him Tessa's master. Then he should have the awareness of a dragon knight, bravely and fearlessly charge at the enemy. He should take on the responsibility of a dragon knight, to die for the Dragon Queen. Alright, Dany didn't deny it. Just like when she faced Jon Snow, she couldn't help but dig holes for him. After knowing the identity of the little demon's illegitimate son, she couldn't help but give him the same treatment. When she could dig holes, she would never fill them. However, the little demon was far smarter than Jon. Not only was he not reckless, he was also very steady. He told the Dragon Queen, Mat Eris must have built a crow's nest to be able to receive letters from New Zith and Tolos. A crow's nest often had dozens or hundreds of crows. When the ravens went out to deliver letters, they would often kidnap 1 or 2 wild ravens' mates back to the nest. They would even lay a nest of eggs halfway and bring a dozen or so young ravens home the next year. The scholar who was in charge of the crow's nest had seen too many similar things. He definitely wouldn't suspect that the extra ravens were spies. Dany wasn't a scholar, nor did she go to the City of Knowledge to study raven studies. She didn't know if Tyrion was bluffing. Later, after asking old Ymont, she confirmed that Tyrion came up with a genius spy plan. Making the shape-shifting ravens pretend to be tamed by the enemy's scholar, and then loyally deliver letters for the enemy. Don't you think that's awesome? Later, just as Tyrion predicted, Gisela's raven successfully found a girlfriend and a small nest in the crow's nest in the mayor's mansion in Mat Eris. He had a house and a girlfriend. Not only could the spy ravens monitor the airspace around Mat Eris, but they could also openly eavesdrop and read the enemy's letters without arousing any suspicion. The crow's nest was the place where letters were sent and received. If a letter was opened or read in the crow's nest, the raven spy could read and listen. Of course, if Jenny or a mage with strong mental power happened to go to the crow's nest, and Gisela was also in the state of raven spirit, then the story of Melisandre killing the 6 Forms people would be repeated. However, Gisela didn't have to worry about repeating the same mistake as the 6 Forms people. Even if her soul was severely damaged, Dany would help her heal. Fortunately, the raven spy not only happened to see the letter from his old friend, Grazadin, but also witnessed 41 pterosaurs taking off. After the Battle of Toros, Mat Eris no longer hid the pterosaurs. In order to boost the morale of the soldiers after the fall of Toros, Benny even arranged the dragon riders in the center of the camp outside the city. Your Majesty found it? At noon, under the scorching sun, Grey Worm was sweating profusely as he pushed the straw aside and walked to the yellow road. Behind him, there was a row of 17 or 18 unsullied with flushed faces and hot bodies. Under the shade of the crooked willow tree, Dany, who was sitting on the roots to enjoy the cool air, stood up and looked up to see the horn in Grey Worm's hand. She was delighted and whispered to the raven, "Continue to keep an eye on the north. When you're free, go to the Dothraki Sea and pay special attention to the news of Khal Jacko." "Caw, yes, Your Majesty, caw." The raven cawed for a while, flapped its wings and left the treetops, flying towards the sea of grass in the north. Your Majesty, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Grey Worm walked to Danny's side and held a shiny black curved dragon horn with both hands. It was a bit like a goat horn, but it exuded a noble and dignified aura that even ordinary people could feel. There were circles of grooves on the surface, and in the grooves, fine runes were inlaid with steel and gold wires. The total length was only 30 centimeters, and when it stood upright on the table, it was only 20 centimeters tall. It was smaller than Danny had imagined. Small but delicate. Danny stroked the words on the horn and read with a playful expression, I am the Dragon Slayer, the ruler of the Dragon King, punishing the sinful dragons and killing the rebellious dragons. Mortals have no right to make me make a sound. Fire and blood, blood and fire, I was born for Beleriand. Very domineering. Today let's see if I, a mortal, can make you sound. At her level, if she was still worried about the recoil from the horn, then she wouldn't even think about the wonderful thing of Jenny falling and Danny eating her fill. 2 years ago, when the 3 dragons were only half a year old, they had destroyed the dragon binder with her. Speaking of the dragon binder, now that she thought about it, it was a pity. Back then she could only destroy the runes but not the old dragon's soul. She could not absorb it through the spiritual bestowment, but now, perhaps it was time to talk to you, Luin. I heard that he was about to get married with Cersei. Should I go and receive the gift? Blackie put on the blacksmith vest and Danny entered the Song of Wind state, operating the 9-colored vortex at full power. Level 2 Dragon Spirit, Blackie the blacksmith and Whitey the unemployed wanderer entered her consciousness. In her strongest state, Danny waved her hand and said to Grey Worm, all of you stay away from me. At least 200 meters away. After Grey Worm left with the group of Unsullied, Danny raised her horn and opened her mouth. She frowned, suddenly remembering that this horn had been instigated by the 2-headed monster Benny countless times. It was a little disgusting. She used the fire manipulation spell to gather a ball of elemental flames and roasted the horn inside and out. After disinfecting it, she approached the scorching hot horn in a relaxed mood. Woo! At first, the sound of the horn was low and muffled like a broken flute. But slowly, as a large amount of magic power was sucked away, the runes on the horn spread from the mouth to the top. Circles of light lit up, emitting a white-gold blazing light. Under the noon sun, the sky was already blazing white, but Grey Worm in the distance felt that the Dragon Queen was hugging a small sun emitting endless white light. It was actually a little dazzling. However, other than being dazzling, there was no soul-shaking feeling. Although the sound was loud, it did not have any killing power. Who are you? You can actually revive me completely? The voice that sounded like the sky was exploding rang in Danny's ears. Chapter 520. Who are you? The old voice sounded as if it was a woman who had lived for 10,000 years but had yet to die. After blowing the horn and lighting up all the runes, Danny's consciousness gradually left the Weeping Willow Road at noon in the real world and ascended to a strange dark red space. Empty, cold, scorching, heavy, oppressive, vast. On the floor that was about the same size as the People's Square in front of the Forbidden City in Beijing, a 15-meter-long red dragon curled up and crawled on the ground. At that moment she was looking at Danny with a strange gaze. It was a very human-like gaze. More importantly, she could communicate with Danny. She seemed to be more intelligent than Blackie. Who are you? Danny asked. You can blow the horn. Don't you know who I am? The red dragon sighed with the voice of an old woman. This was a female dragon. Her voice had the vicissitudes of an old woman who had seen through the world. I know you're the dragon soul in the Dragon Slayer horn. I know you're the owner of the dragon horn that made this horn, but I don't know your identity in Valeglia. More accurately, I'm curious about your relationship with Beleriand, Danny said. I'm Beleriand, the red dragon said. Many megalosaurus are called Beleriand. My ancestor also had a black dragon called Black Death God Beleriand. Danny floated to the opposite side of the red dragon and carefully observed her form. She was not much different from a normal megalosaurus, but she was especially old and had a deep sense of age. Her body size did not match her age. Other than that, Danny could vaguely sense a demigod aura from her. It was very faint, like pouring a cup of Coke into a bathtub. She could vaguely smell it, but it was difficult to taste it. I know what you mean, but I'm Beleriand, the first Beleriand. The ancestor god of Valeglia, Beleriand, used my name, the red dragon said calmly. If you're called Beleriand, what was Beleriand's original name? Danny asked curiously. He's called Sheep Egg. What? The solemn expression on Danny's face cracked. The red dragon said indifferently, he is called Sheep Egg, his second brother is called Sheep Horn, and his third brother is called Sheep Eye. The herdsmen of Valeglia who herded sheep for a living loved to name their children after the body parts of sheep. The sheep's egg was the sheep's whip, which represented glory and holiness in the tribe. Among the people of the Sheep Egg tribe, only the children of the tribe leader are qualified to be called Sheep Egg, just like how many powerful megalosaurus were later named Beleriand. Dani's body swayed. She felt as if her faith had been shattered. It turned out that the awesome Beleriand was also Her Highness Chow Biluo after turning off the beauty mask. But on second thought, it seemed that the name Sheep Egg was very reasonable. Taizu of the Qing dynasty even called it wild boar skin. Later on, when he became the founder of the country, Nurhasai immediately changed from wild boar skin to holy child of light. His son also changed from the ordinary and unsophisticated Huang Taiji to the elegant and domineering Huang Taiji. Anyway, the Manchu language was created after the founding of the country, so whatever their descendants said was reasonable. What's your relationship with Sheep Egg? Dani asked again. The relationship between you and your dragon is the same as the relationship between him and me. The red dragon's tone was no longer calm. It was very complicated. There was sadness, nostalgia, longing, and also some resentment. You are his dragon, a dragon with a dragon spirit? Why is your body so small? I can sense that the soul projection here is similar to the physical form. You are only 15 meters tall. Even if Dani had already guessed it when she heard the red dragon say it, she was still surprised. Under normal circumstances, the bigger the megalosaurus, the stronger they were. Could it be that as a creation of the first generation of blood magic, the red dragon's body was flawed? I said, my relationship with him is the same as yours and yours. You only have a dragon spirit relationship with the two of them? They are still your children, right? The red dragon's gaze had a kind of indifference as if it had seen through everything. There was also a kind of intimacy that made Dani very uncomfortable. Yes, she could feel that the red dragon was very friendly to her, so friendly that it was close. Could it be that my dragon mother attribute attracted it, and it wants me to be its mother? Dani thought absurdly. That's right, they are all my children. I hatched them from the stone egg. 5 dragons, the ones with my dragon spirit now are the eldest and the second. Big black, little white, come out and meet the guests. Whoosh. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, shot out from between Dani's eyebrows. In just an instant they expanded into 2 megalosaurus. Big black was 30 meters long, and little white was more than 20 meters long. Compared to the skinny red dragon, both of them were greatly enlightened. Not only were they big, but the power and divine power they exuded. Big Black could not control every strand of power as precisely as Dani could. After separating from Dani's soul, it wantonly exuded the power of a demigod blacksmith, causing the entire black and red space to shake a few times. The red dragon's bright red eyes lit up and then dimmed. She said calmly, "You are indeed a demigod. I am also a demigod, but my body is not even as big as a 3-year-old dragon whelp. When I was 2 years old, the news of the megalosaurus reappearing in the world was known by the mages. It was hard not to know about the surge of magic power. That time Sheep Egg was in a life and death crisis. Dozens of mages from the eastern barbarian land wanted to snatch his dragon, which was me. I was trapped in a barbed wire net and could not break free. He was about to be killed. In extreme anxiety, I entered with him for the first time. It was a very strange state. My magic power foundation and soul were fused with him. You may not understand, I understand. I call it overclocking fusion, or super godly state. I never thought that Sheep Egg and I would have such a similar experience. I was also in danger. There were evil mages who wanted to snatch my dragon. It was Big Black who fused with me on his own accord," said Dani in surprise. She always thought that it was an original idea to let Big Black and Little White copy the 9-colored vortex in her mind. Big Black's magic power foundation fusion with her was also unique. She never thought that Sheep Egg could do it 6,000 years ago. Megalosaurus has always been feared and coveted by others. It is not surprising that you have a similar experience. The red dragon nodded slightly, then looked at Big Black with a puzzled expression. It asked, "Does your super godly state not have any side effects?" "The side effects are huge," said Dani with lingering fear. "The reason why my body is so small is because of that fusion. But your black dragon is full of vigor. It does not seem like you have experienced the decline of your vitality and spirit," said the red dragon in surprise. "So that's why." Dani was enlightened. No wonder the dragon slayer was the most powerful of the 3 dragon horns, but the dragon horn was much smaller than that of the dragon binder. I have a special healing spell. She did not intend to reveal her secret. Sigh, you are very lucky. The red dragon saw through her thoughts and did not ask for more details. Hiss, yes, I am very lucky. Big Black approached Danny. Its voice rumbled like thunder, creating a huge echo in the space. Hiss, Little White also made a sound. Danny smiled gently at the two of them, then turned to the red dragon and asked, since you are a demigod, why were you sealed in the dragon horn and became the dragon horn? Although she did not know if demigods could live forever, it should not be a problem for them to live for thousands of years. For example, immortals, rat chefs, black goats. The red dragon sighed sadly and asked in return, how much divine power do you feel in me? Almost none. Your soul gives me a feeling of emptiness, as if you have the soul of a demigod but no magic power. The divine power aura is so thin that I can barely feel it, said Danny in confusion. Because I gave all my power to Sheep Egg. Oh, asked Danny in surprise. The red dragon looked deeply at Danny and said, just never remove the godlike state. This answer was too unexpected. Danny could not help but exclaim softly. If you don't remove the godlike state, won't the megalosaurus die? The red dragon nodded slightly and sighed. In the godlike state, my magic power, my soul, and my divine power were all poured into Sheep Egg's spiritual sea without leaving a drop behind, perfectly fusing with him. And my physical body lost its soul, divine power, and magic power, and naturally slowly entered death. In fact, only 3 days passed and my body began to rot. So, I died and the soul I left in his spiritual sea became a dead soul. My magic power, divine power, and even my understanding of fire all belonged to him. However, although I died because I was in the dragon spirit state with him, the dead soul did not enter the world of death. Instead, it was in a strange state. Well, it's like what you see now. Sheep Egg kept my soul in the dragon horn and made it into the dragon's horn. Danny's face became extremely ugly, like an ordinary mother hearing another mother kill her own child. She said coldly, what is Sheep Egg thinking? It's just magic power, how could he kill his own dragon so cruelly? You're his child. Yes, I'm his child. He used blood magic to create me. I have his blood in my body and he has my blood in his body. Our blood is truly intertwined. However, don't misunderstand. My relationship with him is no worse than yours with your dragon. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for him, even my life. Danny was stunned. She looked at the red dragon in front of her, whose eyes were calm and tone was too calm. Then she turned her head and looked at Dahe, who happened to be looking over with his eyes wide open. She was silent. The red dragon's gaze swept back and forth between Danny and her 2 megalosaurus. After a while, it said meaningfully, this world is very special. Mortals can't break through the last barrier through cultivation. 500 years after reaching the peak of demigod, Sheep Egg almost couldn't go any further. He was very unwilling. His dream has always been to master the Song of Fire and become the god of fire. Since he was so eager to become a god, I had no reason not to help him. I'm also at the peak of demigod and have some understanding of the Song of Fire. Our meditation foundation comes from the same source, and the demigod magic core has no stagnation and is perfectly integrated. As we guessed before, after Sheep Egg got everything from me, his strength went one step further. He surpassed demigod and is half a step into the threshold of true god. His strength is enough to break Lalo's restraints on the Song of Fire and begin to compose his own Song of Fire. Is it worth it? It's just the Song of Fire. Danny smiled bitterly. Moreover, Sheep Egg was still a demigod, which meant that he had hit a bottleneck again. I think it's worth it. The red dragon didn't force it or hesitate at all. Sigh. Danny could only sigh. Chapter 521. The space was silent for a while. Danny stared at the red dragon with a complicated expression and asked, how much more can you tell me about Sheep Egg's secret? Obviously, the red dragon, who had no regrets about sacrificing himself for Sheep Egg, would never betray Sheep Egg. The red dragon seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, she said emotionally, I knew you were his enemy, so I didn't want to say anything. But when I saw you and the 2 little dragons, I couldn't help but think of us. Let's talk about one last thing. The red dragon sighed and continued, Sheep Egg and his brothers gave birth to the 13 Fire Peaks. Sheep Egg's cousin gave birth to the Veleglia Dragon King clan. In other words, you and Sheep Egg have the same ancestor. Back then, after Sheep Egg became a demigod, He used blood magic to change the bloodline of all his clan members to the true dragon blood. So, the Veleglia Dragon King was born close to the Megalosaurus, and his blood naturally contained great power. Therefore all of your achievements today are all thanks to Yang Dan. Danny understood the red dragon's meaning. But she would not respond to the other party's hint. The conflict between her and Sheep Egg was irreconcilable. Sheep Egg wanted to swallow her, but she was not the red dragon. She would not give up easily and even planned to swallow Sheep Egg instead. Sorry, even if he's my father, I'll still kill him. Danny shook her head with a determined expression. Then let's fight. The red dragon soared into the sky. It was no longer weak and amiable. Its eyes were like lightning and its aura was strong. Chains of magic runes appeared out of nowhere and surrounded its body. The dark red space was like a nightclub with its lights turned on. The sky and earth were so hot that they were blazing red. Like a steel furnace, like a magma lake deep in the earth's core, it was filled with heat and blinding red and white light. This was the true form of the demigod Megalosaurus soul space. Even the rune chains started to flicker with sparks. In an instant, the rune chains grew rapidly like real chains, spreading and entangling Danny and the two dragons. Unlike the dragon slayers who fought with their souls, the dragon slayers could make use of the runic matrix in the horn flexibly. The attacking rune chains had the effect of sealing and trapping the enemy. Since the other party was so straightforward, Danny didn't dawdle either. The heat had no effect on her. In the face of the oncoming chain, she did not block it head-on. Instead, she summoned her second dragon spirit. Little White and Big Black turned into streams of light and merged with her soul. Soul strike. The visible milky white sound waves spread out from Danny's body. When the rune chains came into contact with the sound waves, they were like glass being hit by a hammer. Crush. The rune chains shattered into tadpole-sized magic characters. However, the runes seemed to be able to grow indefinitely. Blah. Ka. As the runes in front of her shattered, more and more runes appeared behind her. Gradually, a sphere of golden red runes formed 5 meters around Danny. Between the red dragon and Danny, the rune chains became denser and denser. The entire space was like a surging sea of rune chains. Without a doubt, the Dragon Slayer's fighting skills were much better than the Dragon Slayers. She knew that her soul without god power could suppress other Megalosaurus and dozens of pterosaurs, but she stood no chance against the demigod Big Black. Therefore, the red dragon tried everything to use the horn's own power to wear down Danny and the two dragons' soul power. From the outside, the blinding runes on the horn in the Dragon Queen's hand were disappearing as quickly as they appeared. This attack is ingenious, but I've already gotten used to it. Now you should use your trump card, or you won't have another chance. Danny opened her arms and pushed her palms forward. Her powerful soul power forcibly separated the sea of chains between her and the red dragon. At the same time, the second soul started to enter the wind-song state. The Grand Wizard's 9-colored vortex also spun rapidly, injecting a huge amount of magic power. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Dragon Queen's silver hair fluttered in the wind. In this magma world that only had fire and blood, a tornado gradually rose. With the blessing of the blacksmith, divine title and the input of the power of faith, the dragon flame magic power turned into blacksmith dragon flame. Boom 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 boom, extremely bright red flames joined the tornado and dyed the wall of storm a crystal-like bright red. The wind helped the flames, making the flames stronger. Dragon Queen was in the center of the tornado. The flaming storm pierced through the sky and ground, crushing the magma flames and rune chains that surged over and then sucking them into the tornado. Burn, annihilate and turn them into soul and single runes. Yes, this was the red dragon's soul space. The flames and rune chains that surged over were filled with her soul power. The red dragon's soul had a weak, fire-song divinity. Like the sheep egg soul in Benny's Sea of Consciousness, it could increase the quality and magic power of Danny's 9-colored vortex. Within a day she began to upgrade for the second time. Regardless of whether it was the sheep egg Beleriand or the red dragon Beleriand, they both became great supplements for Danny. Danny seemed to be fated to meet Beleriand Qingxiang. Why is your soul so strange? Not only can it resist the demigod dragon flame blessed by fire song, but it's also extraordinarily tough and almost undamaged? The great wizard's meditation technique wouldn't have such an effect. The red dragon only thought that her soul was lost normally in the battle of souls. She didn't realize that Danny was absorbing her soul. That was why she lost her composure the first time, because of Danny's second soul's indestructible characteristic. It was just as unbelievable as when Danny found out that the three-eyed crow's soul was indestructible back in the apple orchard in the northern region. Yes, theoretically speaking, there should be some damage in a battle of souls. Even if Danny had the upper hand, her vitality should be greatly depleted and she should be panting. It was impossible for her to be so calm. It seemed like her soul was still strengthening. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Instead of worrying about my soul's characteristics, why don't you worry about yourself? Your soul is weakening, Danny said strangely. Indeed, the red dragon's originally solid body was gradually becoming illusory. It was as if she had turned from a solid body into an illusion. The horn didn't have a master, so the red dragon could only use her own power to deal with Danny. However, she had given her magical power and divine power to the sheep egg, so she only had soul power left. In other words, she had to rely on her soul power to maintain such a huge battle. However, the red dragon's tone was very indifferent. I'm not even afraid of death, so what if my soul is destroyed? It seems like you won't surrender. Danny sighed and suddenly expanded the range of the fire tornado. Rumble ka la la la, large amounts of rune chains collapsed and were crushed and burned into single runes, which were collected by the Dragon Queen. Soon, the runes disappeared, and the space that was as hot as a steel furnace returned to its previous dark red and cold state. The solid red dragon turned into a translucent crystal state, and at least half of her soul power was lost. Danny floated in front of the red dragon, and the fire tornado around her disappeared. She stared at the other party's crystal red vertical pupils with a complicated expression and asked, "You're already dead and you've tried your best to resist. Why don't you surrender to me? I won't force you to tell me Sheep Egg's secret, so why don't you reveal some of Valeglia's secret techniques?" "No, if you learn the secret techniques you'll only hurt Sheep Egg. This betrayal of Sheep Egg is 10,000 times worse than death." The red dragon's voice was weak, but her tone was firm. "Then there's no other way." Danny was prepared to destroy the flower. An old female dragon was also an old flower. However, just as she was about to summon another fire tornado, a sudden change occurred. In the real world, the light from the horn in her hand had completely disappeared, and the runes carved on the horn cracked one by one. In the end, the horn made from the dragon horn turned into fine sand and drifted with the wind. In the spiritual space, a ray of light shot from the void and shone on this dark red and cold space. Ka. Cracks appeared on the dark red soul wall that projected white light. In an instant, the cracks on the wall were like a spider web. The red dragon sighed and said, "Danny Leezy, you're too careless." Danny could feel that she was quickly distancing herself from the red dragon. They were no longer in the same spiritual space. The red dragon flapped her wings freely and soared above the 9 heavens. Her figure gradually became blurry and her voice faintly sounded, "I used the horn's runic array to deal with you, but you destroyed it all. Have you forgotten that it was those runes that bound me to the horn? Destroying the runic array is equivalent to freeing me. You have to know that I'm Sheep Egg's soul mate and our souls are one. After talking with you for so long, I also noticed that you have many secrets. I'm sorry, I really like you and your dragon, but for Sheep Egg, goodbye." The red dragon's figure became more and more blurry. She seemed to want to cross time and space and immediately return to a certain place. "You're already in such a state and you can still communicate with it?" Danny was surprised. The red dragon was shocked. The other party was not flustered and exasperated, but instead was calm and composed. "It's time for me to go." The red dragon flapped her wings and disappeared. She entered a starry night world. She was like a shooting star. She followed a suction force and streaked across the sky, falling into... "Hee, where can you go?" Danny said with a smile. "What?" The shooting star was attracted by an invisible force. The red dragon's face was distorted. She looked at Danny, who was standing on the white dragon's back with her hands behind her back, and shouted in fear and confusion, "How can this be? How is this possible? This is a dragon spirit. You can break my dragon spirit? Even a true god can't do that." "Hiss, you're the second one." Little White had a pitiful look in her eyes. She sent a spiritual wave to the old senior. "The second one?" The red dragon was confused. She was indeed the second one. The last unlucky person was Valamir. Danny had a green prophet meditation technique that was even more perfect than the three-eyed crow, but she could not sneak into other people's souls silently like he could. However, she also had a part of the green prophet's special ability, soul fusion. After she absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from Valamir's soul, She could follow the weirwood and cross the mountains, rivers, and forests to track the shapeshifters who were about to take over the wild wolves. She had also absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from the red dragon's soul. Naturally, she could follow the wind and track the red dragon who was about to use his dragon spirit. In an instant her field of vision increased. She went past the yellow road, past the crooked willow tree, past the cornfield, past the forest, and above the sea she caught up with the red dragon. "Hiss, you have nowhere to run. Surrender." Blackie said. "Well, Dahe and Little White, one in the front and one in the back, wrapped the red dragon in the middle. Kill me." The red dragon closed her eyes and sighed. "Okay." Danny did not hesitate. She first used a soul attack to knock the red dragon dizzy. Then she used a tornado of wind and fire to trap the red dragon. Chapter 522. "Awu," the red dragon wailed. Like pork in a meat grinder, her scales were scraped off layer by layer. Her flesh and skin turned into specks of light and disappeared. Because she was a soul, her old skin peeled off and new skin grew. The cruel process repeated over and over again. It looked extremely tragic. Hiss, Blackie turned away, unable to bear to watch. Little White simply closed her eyes. After a while, when the red dragon's soul was only a quarter left and her body was as thin as a phantom, the storm dissipated and Little White made way. Danny sighed and said, "You said before that when you see me, Little White and Blackie, you think of you and Sheep Egg. Seeing you now makes me, Blackie and Little White feel the same, uncomfortable. So I go. The next time we meet we'll fight to the death." The red dragon looked at them silently with a complicated gaze. The two dragons disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. In the real world, the moment Danny returned to her body, the red dragon also completed its dragon spirit. Smoke sea. The seawater was boiling and bubbles were bubbling. The surface of the sea was filled with thick steam that smelled of sulfur. There was a volcano in the sea, flickering with dark red light under the surface. In the lava lake under the volcano there was a collapsed temple. In the temple, Beleriand's statue trembled slightly. "Ah, child, your horn was destroyed? Damn it, how did you get hurt like this?" This was the anxious shout of a young man. "Father, don't worry, I'm fine. Danny Rise is very strong to be able to block your dragon spirit and mine. I guess she has mastered the Green Prophet's secret art." This was the red dragon's tired sigh. "I swear I will kill that bitch to avenge you. Perhaps, after devouring her, I will be able to go one step further and become a true fire god. A true god's power is limitless. It won't be difficult to revive you. Then I can fulfill my promise back then and—" The young man's voice was filled with hatred and endless love. Myrene, the top garden of the Golden Pagoda. The afternoon sun was scorching, but Danny seemed to not feel it. She stood on the thick wall and closed her eyes to sense carefully. She really is hiding in the smoke sea. After a while, she opened her eyes, and there was a hint of playfulness in her cold gaze. "Sheep Egg, you have entered the countdown to death." What the red dragon didn't know was that Dragon Queen had secretly used spirit bestowment when she used the wind and fire tornado to strip her of her soul power. This time, Danny did not absorb it herself but gave it to the red dragon. The red dragon was in great pain from having its soul torn apart. It did not notice that its soul had increased, the total number was decreasing. Danny stripped the red dragon's soul and turned it into a large amount of spiritual substance, which naturally contained a rich amount of A-type spiritual substance. Spirit bestowment could format the red dragon's type A will. The Green Prophet's second ring soul could fake the formatted type A will. Although it appeared to be formatted and devoid of any personal imprint that could be absorbed by any living being, it actually carried the faint imprint of the Dragon Queen. It was a very, very weak imprint. Sheep Egg could not detect it, but it was barely enough to locate the red dragon's position. Well, he was far from being able to carry out Danny's whispers. It was absolutely true that Danny was moved by the red dragon's loyalty and sacrifice to Sheep Egg. But being moved was one thing. Life had to go on. Being moved this time could not remove the hostility between her and Sheep Egg. Just like how Danny admired Jack, the young leader of the Spear Regiment, but still arranged for him to have a miserable ending. Danny was very magnanimous and approachable to unimportant people. She almost did not have the airs of a queen, so much so that Aegon always believed that she was the most amiable aunt and the closest person to him in the world. Danny had a certain amount of sympathy for ordinary people and would help them as much as she could. For example, rescuing Hajin, or the 50 million gold royals purchase plan. However, towards those who were hostile towards her and had the ability to harm her, Danny could be absolutely ruthless. For example, faceless Jianghuans teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, and at this very moment. So what if they defeated the Allied army's attack this time? Whether or not they could kill Jenny was another matter. Even if they could, Jenny was the same as Benny, just one of Beleriand's tens of millions of souls. Even if they killed her, there would be tens of thousands of others. Was Danny going to be entangled with Beleriand for tens of thousands of years until the end of the world? Impossible. But she did not even know the location of Beleriand's main body. Even if she wanted to use 5,000 Iron Men to attack him, it was impossible. Until the Red Dragon appeared. It had been dead for thousands of years, but it could still communicate with Sheepeg's dragon spirit. This was the first time Danny knew that the dragon spirit's effect was so strong, and she deeply understood what it meant. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as she left a locator in the Red Dragon's soul, Sheepeg, who had merged with the Red Dragon's soul, would have nowhere to run. Now her guess was confirmed. She really could sense the location of Sheepeg's main body. At the bottom of the smoke sea. New guys. As an ordinary house of the Allied Army's headquarters. Grazdan, Prince Ristig, Casalo, New Guys Zanetti, and the other Allied Army generals and representatives gathered in the conference room. They did not talk. There was silence in the room, but no one spoke either. Everyone was doing their own thing. The Snake Lizard Island Pirate King was chewing on a sour grass leaf. Zanetti was smoking a pipe with his eyes narrowed. Cui Gu was holding a glass of red wine with a dazed look in her eyes. Grazdan was reading a paper book from Slave Bay seriously. Some were drinking tea, some were taking a nap. Only Zero was the most anxious, as if there was a burning coal under his butt. He fidgeted and looked around. At this moment, he stood up again and walked to the window to look at the crow's nest in the distance. Unfortunately, he did not see the raven he expected. He stomped his feet and said, "It's been almost 2 days, the raven should be here." Zero raised his head. Immediately, someone who was also extremely anxious spoke up. "What do you think? Is it possible that the Wildfire General intercepted our raven? The pterosaur is faster than the raven. That bastard comes to New Guys every day, maybe he just happened to bump into it? The possibility is very low." The scholars of the Westeros have verified that the raven is psychic and has very high intelligence. They think that the raven is the bird with the strongest survival ability and will automatically avoid danger, Cui Gu said, shaking his head. "Sai, I haven't been able to sleep for the past 2 weeks. Before, I was worried about the Wildfire General's bombing, and these 2 days, I'm anxious to know about Sir Benny's sneak attack. God bless, let a raven bring me the news of Mirine's recovery. Let me sleep in peace." Zero put his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. The representative of Kochang Island had dark circles under his eyes and looked tired. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Me too. I'm always worried that the Wildfire General will throw a kerosene bomb on my roof. I heard that General Jamie and his family of 7 in the south of the city all died in the bombing?" Yes, after burning down the visible wooden buildings at the docks, Tyrion began to burn down the noble district in the south of the city, specifically looking for the luxurious houses. He even had a map of New Guys with the locations of the noble families and high-ranking officers. In the past few days, Tyrion had also achieved the achievement of holy shit, killing hundreds of nobles and allied generals. The deformed magic monkey with a green helmet, green armor and green cloak even became the nightmare of this city, turning into the green demon in the old nanny story of New Guys. Its status was almost equivalent to the deviant ghost in the old nanny story of the northern region. Braavos seems to be afraid of the mystic dragon. Using the reason of signing a contract with the Dragon Queen, he refused to accept the mission of assassinating Aegon for Faceless One. Since that's the case, why don't we use the money we saved to buy the life of the Green Demon? Someone suggested. Yes. Perlo, the current mayor of Tauros, immediately nodded. Now that I see green armor and green cloak, I have a psychological trauma. Spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins to clear my mind is completely worth it. Zero gritted his teeth and said. Soon the plan to assassinate the imp was unanimously approved. Tyrion and Aegon were once again facing difficulties together. Half an hour later, Zero, who was bored, stood up and went to the window to observe the crow's nest with his binoculars. He jumped 3 feet high, waved his hands and shouted, "There's a messenger crow, I saw a raven fly into the crow's nest. It can't be wrong, Matt Eris sent a letter." After saying that, without waiting for a response, he immediately ran out of the meeting room and ran straight to the crow's nest. After a full 15 minutes, Zero still hadn't returned. The excitement and anticipation in the hearts of the Allied generals turned into nervousness and uneasiness. Why are you taking so long? Chui Gu frowned and asked dryly. The sunlight shone through the frosted glass, casting a shadow on the square face of the Kaiyuan war god. For some reason he suddenly had the illusion that he was dreaming of Kaiyuan. It's over, the black wings brought black news, the sneak attack failed. Oh. Zero's sobs came from outside the door. Then 2 soldiers carried a stretcher into the meeting room. Zero was lying on the stretcher, wiping his tears. My lords, Commander Zero was too excited and accidentally fell from the stone steps of the crow's nest and sprained his ankle, the soldier reported. No one paid attention to the soldier. They all stared at the letter in Zero's hand with fear in their eyes. What do you mean? Tears of joy? Chui Gu twisted his neck and asked softly. Woo, it's over, it's all over, we've fallen into a trap. How can that woman be so cunning? Why didn't I notice it at Quars? Zero cried. Ah, the room was filled with cries. War God Graz, Dan stepped forward, grabbed the letter from Zero's hand and read it quickly. After a while, he handed the letter to Zanetti, who was looking at him, and staggered to the window. He looked up at the clear blue sky and sighed. As expected, no matter how many schemes, it's better to fight steadily and surely. This is all my fault. I didn't follow the principle of build a strong stronghold and fight a foolish battle. If I took risks, I would have fallen into a dangerous situation. How cunning. She painted the black dragons green and disguised them as winged dragons. How can she be so cunning? Zanetti cried after reading the letter. What do we do now? We've lost another 30 dragons and we don't know how many that woman has captured. New Guise is in danger, the representative of Kochang Island said fearfully. What else can we do? Ask Matt Eris to send the Winged Dragon Knights over. The Winged Dragon Knights will cooperate with the 2nd and 3rd fleets. We'll use the dragon-slaying crossbows to make up for the Winged Dragon's inability to spit dragon flames, and the Winged Dragon Knights to make up for the fleet's weakness in aerial combat. We're not weak, if we fight openly we'll at least be on par. War God Graz, Dan regained his composure and said with determination. Then the war god said with a serious expression. High Priest Jenny suspects that we have too many people on our side and leaked the plan to attack Mirin. What do you think? It's possible. Chui Gu nodded in agreement. Chapter 523. Chui Gu looked at his colleagues suspiciously and was the first to stand up. The Dragon Queen might have guessed that the Winged Dragon Knights would attack the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay. But she couldn't have known our specific targets. Mirin, Kaiyuan, Astapor? It's all possible. She shouldn't have known the exact path of the Winged Dragon Knights. Look at the way she assassinated Commander Bennett. How could all of this be a coincidence? There's a traitor among us, Prince Reese said firmly. The meeting room was silent. They looked at each other with suspicion and vigilance. The harmonious and friendly atmosphere of the meeting had become oppressive and awkward. The war god glanced at Chui Gu and said in a low voice, I believe all of you are not spies of the Mother of Dragons. There are too many people who know about the ambush plan. The most likely possibility is that the information was leaked from the low-ranking officers. Yes, we are all targets of the Mother of Dragons revolution. Only idiots would be spies for her, Senator Volantis said. Yes, the others are fine, but how could the Mother of Dragons let us go? Even Chui Gu seemed to be convinced and nodded. That makes sense. Soon everyone reached a consensus. The spy might be real, but it had nothing to do with the representatives. The meeting room was filled with a lively and sincere atmosphere again. Zanetti shook the letter in his hand and said, Priest Jenny wants us to send a messenger with a high enough status to Astapor to ask about the possibility of redeeming the prisoners. It would be best if we could redeem the captured Winged Dragon Knights. Winged dragons are easy to get, but riders are hard to find. It takes months to train a knight. The elephant soldiers and cavalry are already preparing to leave Mat Eris and conquer Mirin. Time is tight and we can't afford to delay. Who's going? It's useless, no one. The Dragon Queen is a smart person. Releasing the prisoners and then going to the battlefield to make things difficult for herself? Chui Gu shook his head. We can try. Redeeming noble prisoners is a Westeros custom. Besides, even if she wins every battle, some of her subordinates might be captured by us. We can only return if we come, Grazadin said. I'll go. She and I have a past that is hard to miss. Even if the negotiation fails, there won't be any danger. Zero volunteered on the stretcher. You have a past with the demon Mother of Dragons? The representative of Kochang Island widened his eyes in surprise. It was a wonderful time. Zero's eyes were blurred as he said with an intoxicated expression, "That year, under the guidance of fate, I only brought 2 followers and traversed 1,000 miles of red purgatory. A dragon that only searched for miracles. In the ruins of a place called White Cloud City, I met her and saved her along with her centaurs. I brought camels for them and camels with them to carry water and food. After that, we went south together. During the day, she was like a little bird with a strong thirst for knowledge, chirping around me to ask about the local customs of the world. Fortunately, I was experienced and knowledgeable, so I was able to answer every one of her tricky questions. At night, we sat around the fire looking at the stars and the moon, and discussing fantastical stories. For example, the legend of the megalosaurus that came from the explosion of the moon. When we arrived at Queers, I lived with her for several months. We drank the world's most expensive wine, tasted the world's most delicious food, and used the world's most gorgeous satin to sew her beautiful clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that she always wanted to return to King's Landing and I didn't want to leave my hometown to deal with the cunning Westeros, we would have married long ago. The past is like smoke. When I look back, we are strangers. Before we parted, she made me a golden jacket. I wore it to see her. No matter what she looks like now, I will miss her when I see her." Everyone was dumbfounded. Their outlook on life was about to collapse. This bald man with a nose studded with jewels had such a glorious history? Was there any justice? Was there any law? They were 10 times more handsome and 10 times richer than him. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? Marry the Dragon Queen? What a shocking and splendid achievement it would have been for all eternity. "You're not bluffing, are you?" The Pirate King smacked his lips and asked suspiciously. Who doesn't know about this in Queers?" Zero sneered proudly. Chuegu looked at him enviously and said, "If it were me, I would give up everything to, cough cough, to correct this world-class mistake and teach her to follow the right path." If I knew this would happen, I would have sacrificed myself back then," Zero said regretfully. The Kaiyuan battle god lowered his head and sized himself up. He was tall and sturdy and his physique was robust. He then touched his face. It was angular and square. Then he thought about his family's wealth and status. It was better than Zero's. Sigh. The war god sighed. After the meeting, the war god secretly found Zero and said, "Chuegu is suspicious. He might be the Dragon Queen's spy." Zero was shocked. "What? Didn't you say?" To calm everyone down and not alert the enemy, I could only say that. Grazadin waved his hand and said seriously, "What? Chuegu is Prince Reese, a slave owner." Zero was confused. The war god shook his head and said, "I don't know why, but my guess is not baseless. First, Chuegu announced that there was a spy in the meeting. It's very likely that he's a thief pretending to be a thief. Secondly, Garth Hyder is Linny's brother, which means he's Chueji's brother-in-law. Gods, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it." Zero slapped his forehead and said, "Chueji's wife died in Reese's Passion Garden. She was burned to death by the Dragon Queen. Then he officially married Linny's Hyder. Garth was Daenerys's White Knight and Linny's second brother. Now Linny's is a new gift. She probably knows about our plan. I was too careless. I shouldn't have discussed such a secret in front of so many people." Yes, Linny's was promoted from lover to wife of Prince Chuegu. The last time she passed by Reese, Dany accidentally landed in Chueji's Tower of Babel. In order to survive, Linny's told the Dragon Queen almost everything she knew about the location of the steel weapons. At that time, she played a trick and borrowed Dany's knife to kill Chueji's first wife. Dragon Queen burned down several high-class passion gardens, burning dozens of princes and dozens of nobles who participated in the mass movement. Chueji's wife was in one of the passion gardens. Don't doubt, the lives of the nobles in Reese were simple and filled with the most primitive interests. The relationships between Westeros nobles are too complicated. It's hard to guard against them. Zero sighed. Glaston said in a low voice, "Chueji's way of promotion is also very strange. It seems to have something to do with the Dragon Queen." "What do you mean?" Zero was surprised. "Chueji's bloodline isn't noble. He doesn't have the right to be Reese's representative. However, almost all the princes above him died in the hands of the Dragon Queen. Moreover, when the Dragon Queen arrived in Reese, the first place she went to was Chueji's Tower of Babel. I'll arrange for people to keep an eye on Chuegu and his wife. When you go to Astapor, you can also secretly test Dany and Liz. With your wisdom and charm, you should be able to do it, right?" "Of course." Zero agreed without hesitation. Astapor, the steel mill in the south of the city. Beside the forging furnace, Tobu shouted loudly. A group of blacksmith apprentices quickly added charcoal to the 6 furnace openings and stirred the drum with all their might. Fresh air flowed through the iron pipes and whistled into the furnace. In the middle of the furnace, an orange flame rose 7 to 8 meters high, like a spear that pierced the sky. The heat was like a tsunami that didn't stop. It spread in all directions, causing everyone's cheeks to turn red and their bodies to sweat. It's about time. Tobu licked his dry lips and looked at the Dragon Queen expectantly. The furnace was built in a spacious courtyard. The forging furnace was hexagonal and made of red bricks. The sides were 1.5 meters long and 2 meters high. On each side, there was a large window filled with charcoal and a mouthpiece connected to the blower. On one side, there was also a smelting room made of natural graphite and a steel sword was placed inside. Generally speaking, 6 ordinary furnaces were put together to heat the smelting room in the center. According to Tobu's incantation, a number of living people should be thrown into the fire opening in the center of the furnace. Then the incantation should be chanted to sacrifice the black goat and use the black goat's divine power to smelt the steel. But Danny vehemently rejected the idea of blood sacrifice. She spent a lot of effort and finally got the position of blacksmith for Big Black. Now it was time to test the results. Big Black ignored the high temperature of the furnace bricks and directly laid on top of it. Its mouth was aimed at the fire opening in the center. The blacksmith returned to his position. The power of faith and magic combined to form the blacksmith's divine power. Boom! The bright glazed red dragon flame was like a water column that flowed through the fire opening into the smelting room. Danny stepped forward. The heat wave blew her soft silver hair over her shoulders. She kept chanting the incantation to smelt the steel, but the magic in her body did not decrease. But Big Black's divine power began to be consumed rapidly. Like a trickle, it flowed into the steel sword in the forging room. Well, the smelting incantation invented by the Call people did not consume their own magic. Blacksmith Tobu had no magic at all. The incantation only borrowed and guided the power of the evil god. And the steel sword seemed to have become a deep pool, greedily absorbing every drop of divine power. The blacksmith works hard day and night, arranging everything in order, the hammer bellows, the furnace fires, creating a world for the little children. Danny began to loudly sing the Song of the 7 Gods, Blacksmith chapter, and the divine power in the steel sword began to boil. The song without any magic power ignited a pot of hot oil. Singing the song of the blacksmith can smelt steel? Tyrion's mouth twitched. He glanced at Tobu, who had a dignified face, and said, "If this really works, the Black Goat of Call will have to resign." Blacksmiths don't need any sacrifices. Tobu turned his head and said lightly, "The Black Goat of Call has existed since the time of Valeglia, and will continue to exist. My aunt is good at everything, but she's too pious." Thinking of her rejection of his marriage and her threat that if he dared to have impure thoughts, she would build a virgin residence and lock him in, Aegon could not help but sigh. "Your Highness, you should learn from Her Majesty the Queen. Pious belief in the 7 gods is the best way to become a great knight." Clinton said seriously. "That's right. Believing in the 7 gods is better than blaspheming the 7 gods. Prince, even if you want to pretend, you have to pretend like the Queen." Tyrion laughed. "No matter how pious, the 7 gods have no power. What's the use?" Tobu shook his head. "You mean it failed?" Ymont frowned and asked. "Most likely." Suddenly an apprentice exclaimed and interrupted him. "It melted, the steel sword melted." Chapter 524. What melted? The slap in the face came so fast that the blacksmith master was caught off guard. However, compared to losing face, Tobu was more concerned about whether the blacksmith of the 7 gods could really smelt steel. Resisting the scorching heat, he came to the red brick furnace, put his face close to the entrance of the smelting room, looked inside, and sure enough, amidst the blazing red flames, the smoky black long sword that had been placed horizontally on the sword rack melted into a liquid that flickered with the light of milky white runes. It fell into the sword-shaped groove that was made of graphite. Black Goat above, aren't the 7 gods 7 pieces of wood? And they didn't even use blood sacrifice. Tobu didn't care about the Dragon Queen next to him and cried out his inner shock. He always knew that the 7 gods were equal to 7 pieces of wood, but Dragon Queen was so devout, and there were so many devout knights around her, he didn't dare to say it in his heart. Is it the dragon flame? Soon he thought again. The 7 gods must be 7 pieces of wood, everyone knows that. Maybe it's because of the demigod Black Dragon? Haha, it's done. Dragon Queen laughed out loud and said, building 5,000 steel army, there's nothing in the world that can make me afraid anymore. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Tobu said with joy and asked curiously, if I also sing the Song of the Seven Gods, can I trigger the blacksmith's divine power? You don't believe in the seven gods, singing is useless. Dani waved her hand. Tyrion heard this, raised his hand and shouted from 4 or 5 meters away, I believe in the seven gods, is singing useful? Only the most devout of the seven gods can get the blacksmith's response, you're too far away. Dani raised her chin slightly, her face was proud and her tone was disdainful. So that's how it is. Clinton, Ymont, Aegon and other honest people were thoughtful and believed St. Dani's nonsense. In their hearts, Dragon Queen founded the Seven Gods Church in Slave Bay, and even developed the church to the distant land. She definitely deserves the word saint. Tyrion did not mind. He only asked with a smile, is the Big Sparrow considered a saint? Barely. St. Dani said reluctantly. Big Sparrow's 250 was too shocking. Even St. Dani, whose piety was almost zero, could not deny the other party's faith. Tyrion's eyes flashed and he asked meaningfully, if he learns your newly modified incantation, can he reforge tile steel? Just barely. St. Dani was still reluctant. In theory, Blacksmith Blackie could respond to the prayers of its believers and transmit its divine power to the Big Sparrow through space. Just like the priest of the Black Goat, even though he was far away in Volantis, he could still borrow the divine power of the evil god Kohler. But there was a cost problem here. At this time, Big Black only consumed 1% of his power to smelt the steel, and it consumed 10% of his power to pass it to the Big Sparrow in the Westeros. However, he could only harvest 1,000th of the power of faith from the prayer of the Big Sparrow. It was such a loss. 1,000th was quite a lot. After all, the forging process only took half a day. Half a day of prayer contributed 1,000th. It was not little. In this world where magic was thin, it was completely worthy of the 250 piety of the Big Sparrow. Is this true? Dani answered reluctantly, but it shocked Tyrion. He used to be a muggle, but after becoming a wildfire general, whether it was out of professional needs or to save his life, he had to take out the energy to study the knowledge of the Megalosaurus and study magic knowledge. Therefore, Tyrion deeply understood one thing. The seven gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Except for providing spiritual comfort to their believers, they would never respond to their believers with power. He understood this, but he still believed in the seven gods, and his faith was even higher than that of Aegon. Because he, like Dani, saw the essence of the seven gods. The seven gods were the 7 virtues of human beings, the 7 different growth cycles of human life, and the 7 identities. He believed in the 7 gods, not the 7 wooden piles, but the 7 spirits represented by the wooden piles. In this way his faith increased. Of course, could it be that you are so rebellious that you also think the 7 gods are just 7 pieces of wood? Dragon Queen narrowed her eyes, and only 2 cold, blade-like rays of light shot out from them. Are they not 7 pieces of wood? Although he complained in his heart, Tyrion quickly waved his hand and said, No, I believe in the 7 gods and I'm a paladin. Then, Dani was surprised to find that a line of faith extended from Tyrion's forehead and connected directly to Dahe. The little devil was praying to the blacksmith? Moreover, his piety increased by 0. Does this guy have the potential to become an archbishop? Then something even more shocking happened. Ymont, Aegon, Clinton, and even the blacksmith apprentices nearby all produced a line of faith and connected directly to Dahe. Moreover, their piety increased more or less. What happened? Dani was a little confused. Actually, this was normal. After anyone witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, their faith would increase. Everyone here knew that recasting tile steel required the power of the gods and required a sacrifice to the evil god. However, Dragon Queen only sang a blacksmith song, and the blacksmith showed his spirit. As for Dahe's dragon flame, everyone also knew that the black dragon could not smelt tile steel before. Otherwise, the queen who was extremely eager for tile steel armor would not have waited until now. The black dragon could not smelt tile steel before, but now he could. What was more? The blacksmith's song. If this was not a miracle, then what was it? Maybe I should give some benefits to the Big Sparrow. After all, he is now working for Dahe, the kind of 007. After understanding, Dani touched her chin and thought. Well, 007 from the early morning until the early morning of the next day without rest, 7 days a week, no holidays. Nephew Aegon, you don't have a tile steel sword yet, right? Today Aunt will give you a sword. Tell me what color and style do you want and let Tobu forge it for you. In a good mood, the Dragon Queen began to feed her nephew sweets. Who knew that Aegon would actually be embarrassed, his eyes flashing? Thank you, but I have a sword. Tile steel sword? Dany looked at the mixed steel sword at Aegon's waist with a puzzled expression. Black fire. Aegon whispered. What? Dany did not think of that and was a little puzzled. Old Ymant's expression changed. He pulled Aegon's sleeve and said excitedly, 7 gods above, you mean the Targaryen clan sword Black Fire? Aegon glanced at Dany's aunt, seeing her calm expression, he sighed in relief. There was a hint of pride on his face, he nodded and said, yes, the Black Fire, that Aegon used back then. Receiving Aegon's confirmation, Ymant's pupils shrank, and he became a little suspicious. Black Fire was originally the symbol of the Targaryen royalty and could only be worn by the king. However, the mediocre King Aegon was too retarded. He did not give the Black Fire to his legitimate son, but instead gave it to his illegitimate son Daemon Vishui. Based on Daemon Blackfire's bloodline, both parents were Targaryens, and ability he had the ability to inherit the Black Fire. At worst he could just return the sword after death. However, Daemon started the Black Fire Rebellion, and tried to usurp the Iron Throne as an illegitimate son. After the first Blackfire Rebellion was ended by the Blood Crow Blinden, the clan sword Blackfire was not taken back by the Iron Throne. Instead, it fell into the hands of Daemon's son. 30 years ago, during the Battle of the 9 Copperplate Kings, Barristan killed the last Blackfire and the Blackfire Rebellion was completely ended. However, the Blackfire sword was never seen again. Now, it had suddenly appeared in Aegon's hands. Where did you get the Blackfire? Ymant asked. Tyrion gave it to me, Aegon said. Me? Tyrion pointed blankly at his blackened nostrils. In the box that Illyrio asked you to bring to Prince Aegon, there is a steel sword, Black Fire, Clinton explained. Tyrion's cheeks twitched a few times. He looked at Aegon, then at the Dragon Queen and slowly said, Illyrio said that it was a gift for the prince, ginger candies. He said that Prince Aegon likes them the most. You like ginger candies? Dany asked with a strange expression. I liked them when I was young, Aegon said. Dany did not ask about the origin of the Black Fire. She turned to Tobu and said, use the steel in the furnace to help me forge a few dragon bone daggers. In a few days Little White should go to the Red Wasteland. There was still a set of dragon bones there. Your Majesty, I don't have a steel sword either. Why don't? Tyrion said with a smile. You are a crossbow killer. A hand crossbow is enough. Speaking of crossbows, Tyrion rubbed his chin and said with a smile, Your Majesty, I have an idea. Can we create a long-armed crossbow that can be pulled by the Megalosaurus? For example, when the Megalosaurus flaps its wings up and down in flight, we can tie 2 buckles to its wing bones and fasten them to the crossbow. Every time the Megalosaurus flaps its wings, it will reload the crossbow. In this way the Dragon Knights will be able to continuously shoot arrows. Dany said with a strange expression, You can try using your Tessa. That night, Dany held a large banquet in Astapor. The success of the reforging of steel was only one of the reasons. The great success of the Battle of Tolos, the bombing of New Gith, and the death of the Marine Wyvern were all reasons to celebrate. In this banquet, Aegon took out the Black Fire sword that he had kept for a long time for the first time. Since his aunt was going to give him a steel sword, he was no longer worried about his aunt snatching the Targaryen sword. Dany really did not have much interest in Black Fire at this time. It was just an ordinary steel sword without the slightest bit of magic. When she melted Ghetto's steel statue, even the unsullied brothers guarding the gate could each have one. But the other person looked at the ruby dragon head sword on Aegon's waist and felt very uncomfortable. After the banquet, Dany returned to her bedroom and was lying on the table writing the Dragon Slayer runes. Ymant came to the door and said bluntly, Dany, there is a problem with Aegon's identity. Dany did not even raise her head. She was only thinking about the combination of runes. The runes in the Dragon Binder's horn allowed her to create the soul-shocking ability, Soul Strike. She was looking forward to what the Dragon Binder's horn, as the strongest dragon horn in Valeglia, could do for her. That day in Tolos, when Benny blew the horn, he shocked more than 100,000 people in the city. Even through the thick ground, the 3 shapeshifters in the sewers were scared out of their wits. Aegon might not be Lei Jiazi. Varys lied to us, Ymant said with a sour expression. With that sword? Dany still did not have much of a reaction. She lowered her head and continued with her work. "Sai, this is a matter of the Targaryen bloodline. Can you be a little more serious?" Old Yamant saw this and was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Dany finally put down her pen and sighed. "All right, you say it, I'll listen." I listen in one ear and out the other. My mind continued to think about the combination of runes. A few days ago she had asked Morona to keep an eye out for Jake Khalasar's whereabouts. She planned to secretly bring her cheap son back. Before he came of age and gave birth to a bunch of grandchildren for Dany, he was not safe. He could not reveal his identity. It was too dangerous. Aegon's huge shield had blocked it. So. Chapter 525. Dany did not have much affection for that cheap son of hers, but he was already 3 years old. If she did not bring him back to educate him, he would start to remember things. If in the future he were to say, "Giving birth is not as good as raising," then wouldn't his mother, Dany, die of disgust? Thus, in a few months or half a year, Dany would have to bring that unlucky child back. Now that she had a knowledgeable old family member who was absolutely loyal to the Targaryen family, she could leave the child to him to educate. She could rest assured and save effort. However, Dany did not intend to reveal Leg's true identity. Yes, other than Ymont, no one else would know that Leg was her son. Thus, she needed Aegon, who everyone knew was the Dragon Queen's closest relative, to be little Leg's target. Just like 16 years ago, second brother Way and Dany Rise had been Aegon's target. Every dog has its day. Today it was Aegon's home. Since he was already a target, it did not matter if his identity was real or fake. Before Ymont Blackfire's line of male heirs, Blackfire had always been under their control. After the Battle of the Nine Copper Kings, the Iron Throne did not find the Blackfire sword on the battlefield. Decades later, your father and grandfather sent people to the other side of the Narrow Sea to search for Blackfire, but they found nothing. Why did Blackfire suddenly fall into Illyrio's hands now? Why did he give it to Aegon? Connecting this to the Golden Order's attitude towards Aegon and you is completely different from Viserys. The backbone of the Golden Order are all descendants of the nobles who were loyal to Demon Blackfire and were exiled during the Blackfire Rebellion. It is normal for them to reject Viserys because you are red dragons and they are black dragons. If Aegon is also a black dragon, then everything makes sense. Because he's a black dragon, there are too many generations between you and him. Therefore, when I compared his genes with yours, there's only a small overlap. He's even inferior to me. Dany shrugged, not minding the old man's serious attitude. She only said indifferently, "Everything is just a guess. Maybe Illyrio really did buy the Blackfire sword by coincidence, just like how he bought the 3 dragon eggs and gave them to me by coincidence." Old Ymont frowned and thought for a while before suggesting, "Why don't you capture Illyrio and bring him to Astapor and hand him over to the Whip of Dugu for interrogation? What if I wronged him?" Dany's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that this old man, who was over 100 years old, could still be so ruthless? Previously he had always had the image of a soft, nice guy. So be it. Confusing the Targaryen bloodline is a serious matter. It cannot be tolerated. Ymont said sternly. That young man Aegon is not bad. If he knew that we were interrogating Illyrio, he would be bitterly disappointed. Whether it's true or not, he would be disheartened. Anyway, we have already confirmed that he has the bloodline of a true dragon, even if it's very weak. At most, we will be more careful in the future, Dany said. Ymont widened his eyes and looked at the Dragon Queen in disbelief. After a while, he sighed helplessly. Dany, you are too open-minded. It's good that you have the bearing of a bright moon, but, forget it. You are already tired from dealing with the Alliance army. I will help you keep an eye on Aegon. The next morning, God's Grace Cathedral. Sunlight shone through the 7 tall stained glass walls, leaving mottled shadows on the 7 statues riding black dragons. Dragon Queen was dressed in a pure white robe, her expression solemn and holy. Under the witness of the 7 gods, I bestow upon you the seal of the holy knights. She extended her white index finger and dipped it in the holy water from the golden bowl. The water was infused with the blacksmith's power of faith. She left a wet mark between the eyebrows of Clinton, Eris, Garth, Jorah Mormont, Layla, and John Bolton, who were kneeling in front of her. Then she retreated to the side and let these newly promoted holy knights swear an oath to the 7 gods. I swear to treat the weak well. I swear to be ashamed of my ignorance, to be ashamed of my ease, to be ashamed of my extravagance. First, they sang the 8 honors and 8 disgraces version of the Knight's Declaration, that they had sworn to Danny before. After that, the knights sang the Song of the Seven Gods and Son of the Seven Virtues in unison. The Song of the Seven Gods was a holy song that had been passed down in the church for thousands of years. It was a habit to sing this song at every large-scale prayer event. Son of the Seven Virtues was newly composed by the Dragon Queen. Danny wrote the lyrics, and the People's Literature and Art Troupe under her command arranged the music. They also modified some of the lyrics to make it more catchy. The general meaning was that the seven gods had seven virtues, and the believers adhered to the seven virtues was the greatest devotion to the seven gods. Those who could practice the seven virtues were the son of the seven virtues, and the son of the seven virtues was the son of the seven gods. Son of the seven virtues opposed blind faith to a certain extent, and weakened the sanctified faith of the people towards the seven gods, making the faith more rational. Such faith was harder to shake and purer. At the end of the day, Danny was a monarch. In the mind of a rational monarch, a good church should only help the country to educate the people, and not participate in politics, fight for power, and fight for the right of kings and gods. This is a holy night? There's nothing special about it. At the side of the hall, the little devil smacked his lips and said, "Isn't all knighthood like this? What else do you want to see?" Aegon said, "No, it's different this time." Tyrion shook his head and explained, "A holy knight is the advancement of a glorious knight, and can control the power of the holy light, and have the right to choose a pterrorsaur partner. I don't know what the power of the holy light is. But at least this means that a holy knight has the qualifications to become a pterrorsaur knight. The problem is that to become a pterrorsaur knight, one must use blood witchcraft, and brand the seal of a contract between the pterrorsaur and the knight. Witchcraft is witchcraft, it's either singing or God." Tyrion, who was talking non-stop, looked as if he had been punched. He stared at Clinton with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, stunned. He saw that the knight's forehead, which had a few wrinkles carved by time, was suddenly enveloped by a ray of light as white as milkshake, and as bright as the rosy clouds after the rain. As holy as the light of heaven, as divine as the gaze of the gods, as beautiful as the light of hope of a young girl. That ray of light, even 10,000 words of praise would not be enough to describe it. It descended from the void and was only as thick as the rim of a wine glass. It was branded at the place where the Dragon Queen's finger had pointed. It was so obvious in this spacious, bright and gorgeous palace that it was definitely not an illusion, and it was definitely not a hole in the dome that allowed light to leak out. "Seven gods above, what is that?" Ymot muttered in shock. "The light of the seven gods, that is the light of the seven gods." Tyrion replied subconsciously. This guy really knew the essence of it with just one sentence. This was the light of the seven gods, the divine art bestowed by the blacksmith to his believers. In a fantasy world, it was extremely normal for priests and priests to master the divine art of the gods, but this world was very unfriendly to supernatural powers. The most typical example was the priests of the Red God. They knew how to use Lalo's divine art, but most of the time they did not know that they could use it. For example, Soros of Myr. Because the Mad King Aerys was obsessed with fire, the supreme priest of Myr sent him to King's Landing to preach. He was naturally a qualified priest, and knew most of the Lalo's divine arts of the Red God Church. But after coming to King's Landing for more than 10 years, he had never succeeded once. Even the flaming sword that he used to participate in the tournament had to be bought from an alchemist to burn on the sword with wildfire. He had completely embarrassed the priests of the Red God Church. It was no wonder that he had not accomplished anything after more than 10 years, and had not built a Red God temple in King's Landing. When he first revived Count Barry Dondarrion, Soros did not know that he would succeed. He only used the divine art out of habit. At this time, the divine art had become a ritual for burying the dead. However, Hiller responded to him and revived Dandelion. At that time, Soros was dumbfounded. Even the powerful Red God Church did not have a systematic, 100% effective, divine art, and the seven gods had never done any miracles, the traces of the existence of the gods. Now Tyrion and the others saw the arrival of the seven gods, blacksmith, and there was absolutely no trace of a miracle. Blackie had bestowed the seal of contract to the holy knights in the form of a divine art. The knights knelt on one knee and looked up at the statue of the blacksmith god. Gradually they entered a strange state of tranquility and peace. They could not hear the sounds of the outside world and they could not see anything else. They only felt that they were surrounded by a pure white light, and there were angels singing hymns in their ears. Then they sang along. This was actually the state that Big Sparrow and St. Bailey had been striving for, to communicate with the seven gods. As the song gradually reached its climax, their faith became more and more devout. Buzz 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 buzz, in the holy church the void trembled slightly, and beams of milky white holy light fell on the knights' foreheads. The holy light was thick and thin, and some were solid and some were illusory like smoke. This was determined by the knights' faith in the seven gods. The so-called holy light falling from the sky was only the line of faith that connected them to Blackie materialized. A miracle. The seven gods have appeared. Old Yamant was so excited that his whole body trembled. The first beam of holy light shocked Tyrion, but the forest of holy light made him regain his sanity. Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen is playing tricks on us? He muttered softly. The holy light falling from the sky did not last long. After the song Son of the Seven Virtues was sung, the holy light suddenly disappeared between the paladin's eyebrows, and the knights immediately woke up from the mysterious state. I feel like there's something more in my head, Clinton said. Earlier I seemed to have seen the seven gods. There was a feeling of perfection and great peace in my heart, Garth said. Leaving the sacred and solemn holy church on the way back to the Great Pyramid, the knights began to speak freely. Those beams of light just now, what were they? Tyrion went straight to St. Danny. The seven gods responded to the prayers of the paladins and sent down holy light to grant the paladins divine spells, Danny said. Are you sure, the seven gods? Tyrion's mouth twitched. It's up to you to believe it or not. Only a fool would believe you. Grumbling in his heart, the dwarf continued to ask, what kind of divine spells are there? Danny glanced at the group of people who were quietly eavesdropping, raised her voice slightly and said, currently there is only one divine spell, the dragon taming technique, which can tame any pterosaur. The more devout a paladin is to the seven gods, the higher the success rate of taming a pterosaur. Any? You said any? Tyrion's pupils contracted, and he said in disbelief. A pterosaur that already has a paladin as a companion will not work. If there was no Dragon Queen's blood magic, the paladins could also tame the pterosaur by themselves, then? This ability was too terrifying. How could it be real? Are you kidding? Can it take away the dragon of the Martyrs Pterosaur Knight? Tyrion forced a smile. As long as you are devout enough to the seven gods you can, Danny said seriously. Tyrion had to believe it. That night, among the paladins, Garth Hyder, who was the most devout to the seven gods, successfully tamed a shadow dragon. Chapter 526. 3 days after the Murine Dragon battle, Danny ended the bombing of New Guise. This was because Raven saw Jenny's letter to the New Guise Alliance. For the time being they were unable to attack Slaver's Bay, but they could send pterosaurs to New Guise to cooperate with dragon-slaying crossbows to ambush General Wildfire's bombing team. Before New Guise received the letter, Danny withdrew General Wildfire and summoned all the pterosaurs and reserve dragon knights to Astapor. Since the Alliance was temporarily unable to attack Slaver's Bay, she could take advantage of this break in the war to form her own pterosaur knights. Danny captured a total of 7 swamp dragons and 8 shadow dragons. Tyrion, as the leader, chose a swamp dragon as his partner, leaving 14 dragons. In other words, she needed at least 14 pterosaur knights. Considering the possibility of capturing more pterosaurs in the future, she also needed reserve pterosaur knights. Thus, the paladin who accepted the paladin seal appeared. At this time, the paladin seal only had one function: to tame the pterosaurs, relying on the paladin's faith to the seven gods, but it required a minimum faith level. In terms of data, only believers with a faith level higher than 2.0 could use Blackie's power to contract the pterosaur. If the faith level was lower than 2.0, the line of faith would not be able to withstand the seal of contract sent by Blackie. It was like a road with a 30-ton iron sign at the intersection. This was to tell you that the total weight of the vehicle could not exceed 30 tons, or the road would be in danger of collapsing. The seal of contract required a path, line of faith, with a minimum faith level of 2.0. Taming the pterosaur not only required a contract rune, but also a driving force, divine power, to drive the rune of the seal of contract. For example, it required 100 points of faith. Transferring divine power did not have high requirements for the channel faith level, but Danny did not want to make ends meet. Everyone knew that a losing business would not last long. According to the rules she set, the paladin needed to pray to the seven gods and provide 150 points of faith for Blackie. Then Blackie would transfer 100 points of divine power to help him perform divine spells. The remaining 50 points of faith belonged to Blackie's prophets. For example, Garth Hyder was born in the Old Town and was particularly devout to the 7 gods. He had a faith level of 25, far exceeding the minimum of 2.0. He could provide the faith pool of the 7 gods with devotion *10 is equal to 250 points of faith power in a day. He only needed to pray for half a day to gather 150 points of faith power and exchange it for 100 points of divine power from Blackie. Thus, he obtained the Holy Night Seal in the morning at the Great Cathedral and tamed a pterosaur that night. Clinton originally only had a piety of 1.6. As such, he had long volunteered to become a pterosaur knight to help Dragon Queen search for a pterosaur nest in the Sosrath continent. Danny still made him fast and pray for half a month in the Great Holy Church reading the 7 Stars Bible and the corresponding scriptures, compiled by Dragon Queen. It was only in the past 2 days that he barely passed the minimum requirement of 2.0. His piety was 2.0 and he prayed for a day 2.0 times 10 is equal to 20 points of the power of faith. He had to continue praying for at least a week, or the Dragon Queen would open a back door for him. Dahe would suffer a loss and sell it at a discount of 20 yuan. Yura Mormont was more embarrassed. He used to believe in the old gods, but after converting to the 7 gods, his piety was only 0.3. He was considered a shallow believer, and the Dragon Queen couldn't even open a back door for her white knight. That night, Garth Hyder chose a shadow dragon. The next afternoon, Eris Sitiga, who had a piety of 18, successfully contracted a swamp dragon. During this period there was a small episode. Eris had intended to choose the old dragon that belonged to Benny. It was 50 meters long, several times larger than Blackie, and had a load of more than 2 tons. Blackie had become the god of blacksmiths, but the maximum load was only 1,500 kilograms, not even enough for a ton. Even if the pterosaur had no magic power, its physical strength was not as strong as the Megalosaurus, and it could only fly at a height of about 2,000 meters. But if 2 tons of boulders fell as long as it hit the target, it could also flatten an ordinary castle. Therefore, Aegon took a fancy to the mottled green old swamp dragon. Aegon had been guarding the old dragon during the day, and when he saw the big crab come over, he quickly said, "Sir Eris, you can choose another pterosaur. I've reserved this old dragon." "Your Highness, you don't want Blackie anymore?" Eris held back his anger and said sarcastically. In fact, Garth was also prepared to choose the old dragon that day, but he was stopped by Aegon. "I need a spare tire, and this old pterosaur is my spare tire," Aegon said confidently. He also knew that this would offend people, so he smiled and persuaded the big crab, "Sir, you should choose the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon's speed is almost as fast as the Megalosaurus. It also has the ability to fly silently and has night vision, that is, the infrared vision that my aunt said." Eris still chose a swamp dragon. Well, the imitation Blackie that was painted black. It was big in size and strong in strength. Even if it was only 30 meters now, it would grow to 50 meters in the future. It had potential. Garth and Eris succeeded in taming the dragons one after another, which stimulated the remaining paladins even more. They almost didn't eat, drink, or rest. They just stayed in the dragon's nest, sat opposite the pterosaur, and silently prayed to the 7 gods. They were imitating the fasting prayers that were most commonly used by archbishops such as Saint Baylor and Great Sparrow. Another day passed and Quentin Martel jumped 3 feet high and said ecstatically, "I can feel it. The mark of the paladin in my mind has been activated. I can choose a pterosaur." Everyone around him cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. Even Quentin's little friends, Blondie and the bald man, had some ideas. "Quentin, do you think I can become a paladin? I also believe in the 7 gods." Blondie's eyes were full of desire. "I'll help you ask the Dragon Queen." "Sure, as long as you formally swear allegiance to me." Just like that, the 2 borrowed allies from Dorne became Dany's registered paladin followers. However, Dany didn't continue to let the paladins torment themselves in the dragon's nest. John, Lara, and the other paladins with official positions had to end their vacation and return to work. For example, John Bolton had just returned from Raza with 5,000 families of shepherds. He was building a city and farming in the White Dragon River area. How could he be allowed to stay in Astapor for long? Moreover, the prayers didn't need to be performed in the dragon's nest. They could activate the mark at home and then come to the dragon's nest to choose a pterosaur. After arranging for the pterosaurs to send the paladins away, the White Knight Cora and the Centaur Kue Luo went to find Dani, who was training in seclusion. Well, she had been familiarizing herself with the magic power that had increased tenfold after absorbing the essence of Benny and 3/4 of the old red dragon. Benny had doubled her magic power, and the rest came from the demigod red dragon. Even the 9-colored vortex had some changes. She felt that she was almost at the threshold of the demigod. "Your Majesty, how long will it take for me to activate the mark?" Cora asked anxiously. "Calixi, I don't believe in the 7 gods at all, but I also want to become a pterosaur paladin. And your blood of my blood. They didn't receive your summons, but they all sent me letters to ask you," Kue Luo said. Dani didn't know what to say. She had learned the way to contract the pterosaurs from Beleriand. There were 2 ways, bloodline and faith. Either the bloodline was similar to Beleriand's, or the faith was Beleriand's. If it was both, the effect would be best. If it was Dani, it would be the same. Either they were related to Dani by blood, like Tyrion, or they relied on the thread of faith to believe in Blackie. When Dani became a demigod, she would also become a demigod. "I'll tell you a little trick. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone." Dani pulled the 2 into the study, closed the door and whispered, "We'll keep it a secret." The 2 perked up and patted their chests. "Blackie is a demigod and also the guardian of the 7 gods. You know that, right?" Dani asked. "What does this have to do with believing in the 7 gods?" Cora was confused. "Believing in Blackie can also gain the favor of the 7 gods." "Why?" Kue Luo was confused. "The 7 gods are equivalent to Call, and Blackie is Ko under Call. Just like I'm Calixi Kue Luo your Ko. You have hundreds of Kars under your command. Don't your Kars pledge loyalty to me?" Dani said. In the past, what she said would have been wrong. If Dani was alive, Kue Luo would pledge loyalty to her, but his Kars would only pledge loyalty to her. When she died, Kue Luo and his Kars would definitely break away from the Khalasar. They might even kill her descendants to prevent future troubles, just like what Pinocchio and Jocko of Drogo Khalasar did 3 years ago. But after several years of Dani's reforms, her Khalasar was already different from the other Khalasars of the Great Grass Sea. Even if she died, her Ko and Kars would firmly support her descendants to become the new Khal. This was the law and justice of the Centaurs, recorded on the first page of the Centaur Code. The Centaur Code appeared even earlier than the Code of Slavers Bay, and the rules in the code were already known to all. It could be said that Dani's original dream of building her golden family was almost half realized. When she conquered the Dothraki Sea, she would be Genghis Khan. "I see. I believe in Blackie, which means I'm contributing the power of faith to the 7 gods at the same time." Kue Luo suddenly understood. Khal also evolved from Ko. Perhaps one day the Great Black Ko could replace the 7 gods' Khal and become the Great Black Khal. When the centaurs left happily, White Knight said, "Your Majesty, I watched Blackie grow up. I can't believe in him." The centaurs always believed that Blackie was the steed of the world in the prophecy. In the Centaur Code, Blackie was also sanctified. Weddings and funerals had to be carried out under Blackie's witness. If they couldn't find Blackie, they used Blackie's wooden carvings instead. Do you still remember the day when Dani had just arrived at Slaves Bay and arranged the centaur's wedding on the ship? Who was the one who wrote the marriage contract for the old centaur Effendi? It was Blackie. Who were the centaurs bowing to when they got married? It was Blackie and the Holy Mother Mountain, the holy land of the centaurs. From then on, Blackie was the centaur's god in name only. Therefore, it was very easy to make the centaurs believe in Blackie. In fact, there were centaurs who believed in Blackie and Dani for a long time. However, Blackie had no doctrine and no church to serve it, so it couldn't gather faith. It wasn't like the 7 Gods Church, which had a scripture like the 7 Gods Scripture that explained the doctrine of the 7 gods. But Cora was different. He never believed in Blackie. He couldn't use this back door. Yes, the key to activating the Holy Knight's mark was to establish a faith channel with Blackie. It didn't matter whether he believed in the 7 gods or Blackie. The 7 gods were Blackie. But the old gods weren't Blackie. Alright, there's one last way. You only need to study the doctrine of blacksmith and pray to blacksmith. If it doesn't work, then there's no other way. Dani said helplessly. Why blacksmith? I prefer warriors. Cora was confused. Blacksmith is quite free recently and has the mood to respond to a non-devout believer like you. Dani said with a straight face. Chapter 527. In order to help the centaurs get in through the back door, Danny had to let Big Black form a unified image among the centaurs. For example, the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods represented benevolence, and no one would confuse her with the wisdom of the old woman. In the past, Danny did not think of developing a religion among the centaurs. Some centaurs worshipped Big Black when they got married and treated him as the god of marriage. Some centaurs gave birth to babies and Big Black bestowed the name, Danny's dragon spirit, handwritten by Big Black, and thought that he was in charge of fertility. Some centaurs did not see Big Black, but they had a wooden sculpture of Big Black, carved by themselves, and prayed to Big Black every day before they went out to graze. Thus, Big Black became the god of livestock. There were 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 people's hearts, and 1,000 Big Black in 1,000 centaurs' hearts. This way it was impossible to form a religion, so there were centaurs who worshipped Big Black. Even though Big Black had been a demigod for a long time, he had never received any faith from the centaurs. Danny focused on training her newly increased magic, and started to gather Afanti, Solomon, Danny's tribe's old blacksmith, and a group of old centaurs to ask about the centaur Khalasar's customs and ancient legends. Especially Afanti, that old fart had followed 12 cars, and was very knowledgeable and experienced. Danny also consulted some old centaur women. They were equivalent to the tribe's Dash Kalen, equivalent to the priests, and knew about the horse god stories and teachings. Yep, centaurs also had their own beliefs. They believed in the horse god. Even the horse god had the attribute of the death god, and centaurs believed that the horse god was in charge of the Night Kingdom, a dark grassland that would never end. After the dead centaurs and their war horses were cremated, they would ride their war horses into the night grass sea. For example, when Danny had just transmigrated, she had cremated Khal Drogo and his 3 Blood Alliance guards, and the centaurs would search for the star that represented Drogo's ascension into the Night Kingdom. In the House of Black and White in Bravos, there was also a bronze and iron statue of the horse god. This represented that the death attribute of the horse god was recognized by the Faceless One, and it was a side of the god of 1,000 faces. At the same time, it also represented that the Faceless One could bring the gift of death to any centaur. Previously, Danny had never thought of usurping the priesthood of the horse god, not because she believed in the horse god. She even suspected that the horse god was just like the 7 gods, a wooden stake. This was mainly because the horse god's teachings were very evil, similar to the ancient path of the Inami, which encouraged plundering, slaughter, destruction, and strengthening. To put it simply, the Tiamins burning, killing, and looting were practicing the ancient path and pleasing the Inami. The centaurs burning, killing, and looting were also practicing the ancient path and pleasing the horse god. Danny would not be interested in such a trashy priesthood even if it was given to her for free. Which mother wouldn't want her son to be a good person? But in order to repay her loyal centaurs, Danny decided to change the teachings of the horse god. She didn't even know how many times she had changed that 7 holy scriptures. So why would she care about the Pegasus Bible? Well, originally the centaurs didn't even have a written language, and the teachings of the horse god were only passed down orally. The Pegasus Bible was completely created by Calixi. She asked the old centaurs to get the materials. This time, Danny didn't even use the gimmick of the hand of the horse god, or the son of the horse god. She directly said, the Pegasus is the horse god, Big Black is the Pegasus, so Big Black is the horse god. Big Black originally had the title of the horse that rides the world. He could also fly, so what was he if not the Pegasus? Even if there was a horse god, could he be as awesome as the Pegasus? Even the horse god couldn't refute Calixi's words. To say something rebellious, Calixi was really looking forward to the horse god standing up to oppose her. Her dragon babies were still crying piteously for food. The horse god was nothing, they would still eat him. The Pegasus Bible didn't completely remove the teachings of killing and war. It only changed it to, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them no matter how far away they are, and the enmity of 10 generations can be avenged. The courage and viciousness must be preserved. Horses eat grass, but centaurs never eat grass. According to Danny's teachings, the Battle of Kohor should continue. The 3,000 Unsullied dared to use the centaurs to make a name for themselves, so the centaurs should first destroy Kohor, then slaughter Astapor. If one generation couldn't do it, then they should work hard, learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses, improve themselves. 2 generations, 3 generations, 10 generations, 100 generations, 1,000 generations, 10,000 generations. In the new Pegasus Bible, other than inheriting the authority of the horse god to manage the Night Kingdom, The Pegasus Big Black also added a new divinity of neighborhood committee auntie. Marriage, funerals, having children, praying. Big Black could do it all. It was equivalent to the kitchen god in the ancient legends of the Celestial Dynasty. The Pegasus Bible caused a huge commotion among the centaurs, but it didn't attract the attention of the free people in Slave Bay. However, some of the smarter ones immediately noticed that something was wrong. For example, Tyrion. Why could he activate the Holy Night Seal even if he believed in Big Black? Alright, the Dragon Queen called it the Pegasus Scar. What was the relationship between the Pegasus Scar and the Holy Night Seal? What was the reason for the pterosaur to be contracted? What was the relationship between Big Black and the Seven Gods? He was terrified when he thought about it. Then the dwarf secretly found old Yimant and told him these questions. Why don't you ask her yourself? Yimant was puzzled. Sigh, I refuse to go to the rainforest because the old dragon knows the way, and the queen doesn't like me very much recently, the dwarf said helplessly. What's wrong with me having a strong desire to live? Will you only be satisfied when I'm an idiot and jump into the pit? The dwarf was also resentful. Oh right, don't say I thought of it. I'm afraid I know too much and will be silenced by the queen, he added immediately. No, you're thinking too much. Dany won't kill you, Yimant said with certainty. Tyrion complained in annoyance. Yes, she won't kill me directly but will give me missions that can kill people. I've only rested for 2 days and she wants me to bomb queers again. It's more than 2,000 kilometers and I'll have to fly for a day and a night without sleep. Even if I don't die of exhaustion, I'll be caught and bitten to death by the faster shadow dragons. Yimant comforted him gently. You should understand her, this is all to defeat the Alliance. We have few pterosaurs and the enemy has many. We can only light fires everywhere and let them disperse their forces to reduce the pressure of the marine bombing later. To Yimant's question, Dany answered without hesitation. It's simple, I created the runes, but contracting the pterosaur requires divine power. Just like how the Khal Black Goat's divine power can reforge steel, the divine power of Balerion, Lalo, and the Seven Gods can do the same. Blackie is a demigod, so of course it has divine power. Yimant suddenly understood. Tyrion was skeptical, but because of his lack of supernatural knowledge, he could not find a loophole in the Dragon Queen's words. Well, he did not have time to think about it. Without any psychological burden, Yimant gave up Tyrion. Knowing that all these problems came from the dwarf, the Dragon Queen arranged a new mission for him that day: go to New York Town and plunder the passing ships. Well, Mataris's army needed supplies, and after Tolos recovered, the ships entered the Bay of Sorrows again. The Maiden of Liberty Strait was 200 kilometers wide, and it was almost impossible for Dany to completely block it. Just like in World War I and World War II, Germany could not completely block the sea route between England and America. Maiden of Liberty Island was in Dany's hands, and New York Town at the south and Southam Town at the north had crossbow arrays. Even if the enemy had pterosaurs escorting them, Tyrion could still hide in the safe zone before he was surrounded. Similarly, Dany had to arrange for pterosaur knights to go to New York and Southam to prevent the enemy's pterosaurs from bombing. The days passed in this stalemate. Dany had the geographical advantage and the Alliance had the support of the entire world. The two sides had not officially started the final battle, but they had already started a protracted war. One day Dany's realm stabilized. Just as she was about to gather a group of strategists to discuss how to transport the 100-ton steel statue to Slave Bay, Marvin contacted her. The distance was too far, and with Marvin's magic power, he could not contact Dany. It was like when someone was in university and her family called, but she did not pick up the phone when she received the notification. She would go to a public phone booth and use the phone card she bought in school, $25 for a $50 card, to call back. She would not feel the pinch even if she talked for half an hour. Marvin was a poor demon. Dany's magic power had skyrocketed, so she had always been the one to call back. However, when he saw Dany this time, the bullneck doctor was shocked. The Dragon Queen's projection was 10 times clearer than before. You're near Dragonstone Island? Marvin asked in surprise. No, I'm at Slave Bay. I've made some progress recently and my magic power has increased by 10 times. Dany waved her hand nonchalantly. Marvin's short and stocky body began to sway. Did my 30 years of hard work go to waste? What's the matter? Dany asked. Marvin came back to his senses and looked at the Queen's projection in shock again. He said dryly, the hole in the magic network has been dug. It's 210 meters deep. Alright, I'll find some time to sneak over. Sneak? Marvin was confused. Sigh, the Alliance does have pterosaurs. They've already ambushed me twice. If they know that I left Slave Bay on a black dragon, there will definitely be a third time. Danny sighed. There would not be a third ambush in the near future. Madaris only had 10 pterosaurs left, and with the Dragon Slayer crossbows, they could barely defend the airspace of New Gis. Unfortunately, Danny did not know. Even the representatives of New Gis did not know that Jenny was in a hurry to find Benny II. If she could not find a direct descendant of the three families, she could only do it herself. Baristan sent a letter. He wants you to contact him again when you have time, Marvin said. Okay. Danny nodded. Samuel arrived at Dragonstone Island on Laurel Wind yesterday afternoon. He brought a barbarian girl, a raven, and a baby. There were no deviant ghosts. Marvin continued. That fatty is useless. Danny pursed her lips and asked, since the deviant ghosts are gone, why didn't he return to the Great Wall? I don't know either. Marvin shook his head. Why don't we call him over and ask him in person? Forget it. Let him stay for a few more days. I'll talk to him in person when I arrive at Dragonstone Island. Danny waved her hand and asked, by the way, what has Big Sparrow been up to recently? Marvin heard this and his expression became strange. He's fasting and praying. I heard that the old woman promised him that she would teach him divine arts after completing the revision of the Seven Gods doctrine. Your Majesty, do you think he's gone crazy? He's been fasting for more than half a month, but he just stopped once. Recently, the nobles and commoners of King's Landing are discussing this matter. There are even gambling houses betting that Big Sparrow will follow in St. Bailey's footsteps within a week. God, Danny was stunned. She had been so busy stabilizing her realm that she had forgotten about this matter. No, she had to immediately respond to the pious Holy Son. She could not let him die so early. But what divine arts should she bestow upon him? Chapter 528. Big Black, your holy son has been hungry for half a month. He's just a skeleton and you didn't even remind me. After ending the communication with Marvin, Danny and the big black dragon spirit entered the statue of the blacksmith in the great cathedral of Baylor with the help of Wind Song. Then she felt heartache. The big sparrow was haggard, his old face was as white as a ghost, and his whole body was as thin as a stick of wood. This was the holy son whose piety was as high as 250. It shouldn't be like this. It was easy for Danny to pull the big sparrow into the pool of faith again along the line of faith that had almost become a door. In the pool of faith of the seven gods, she could transform into the most sacred seven gods in the big sparrow's heart. However, she usually only changed between an old woman, a young girl, and the Holy Mother. She didn't disguise herself as the blacksmith, the Holy Father, the stranger, or the warrior. This time, she transformed into the loving Holy Mother and looked at the crying Holy Son with pity, completely out of sincerity. Oh, Holy Mother of Mercy, I finally see you again. The big sparrow was also reaching his limit. Child, I've been watching you. You're very good. You're fully qualified to receive the sacred mark. Holy Mother, Danny said kindly. Sacred mark? The big sparrow was shocked. The real show was here. He stopped crying. The great guardian of light is very devout. Through him, I can pass on divine spells to the believers in this world. The sacred mark is a mark. The sacred mark can receive my divine power, and you and Danny Rise are the only two holy sons who have received the sacred mark. What, Danny Rise is also a holy son? The big sparrow was shocked. She founded the Church of the Seven Gods in Slave Bay. She developed the church to the barbarian land. Her piety to the seven gods is second only to you. Good, second only to me. Big Sparrow breathed a sigh of relief. His first place was finally saved. However, he had to work harder in the future. He couldn't let Saint Danny surpass the Holy Sparrow. The big sparrow immediately became full of fighting spirit. He was like a field that had 10 trucks of jinkala, full of desire for high yield. A beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped the big sparrow. A warm power poured into his body from the top of his head, and he felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. Child, you are too thin and weak. I will bestow upon you the power of a blacksmith. The last voice of the Holy Mother came to her ears, and the big sparrow woke up in a trance. Just like the last time, he was lying on the floor with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had fallen asleep. No, when he clenched his fist, it was as if he had the strength to kill a tiger. He opened his palm, and a flame as pure and holy as snow suddenly rose. He closed his eyes, and countless mysterious knowledge appeared in his mind. It was the knowledge of blacksmithing. He had become a blacksmith. "Archbishop, are you done praying?" When the big sparrow walked out of the gate of the holy hall, a group of sparrows immediately surrounded it. The one-armed hero, Russell, heaved a sigh of relief. The archbishop did not have to follow in St. Bailey's footsteps. "My lord, do you want to go back to the backyard and rest for a while? I'll get milk and bread for you," he said. "No, give me a hammer first," the big sparrow said. "What do you want the hammer for?" Russell asked cautiously. "I want to forge. The Holy Mother gave me the power of blacksmithing. I cannot let her down," the big sparrow said seriously. Russell and the other children of war looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The archbishop had followed in St. Bailey's footsteps and had a mental problem. The Holy Mother gave him the power of blacksmithing. Wasn't that the wrong thing to say? Even if you want a hammer and forge, it should be the blacksmith who gives you the power of blacksmithing. But an afternoon later, the sparrows were shocked. Another day later, everyone in King's Landing was shocked. Red Castle, Queen Dowager's bedroom. After the spring rain, Cersei's cheeks were flushed with satisfaction. Her voice was faint as she spoke to Yuluen, who looked tired. "Did you hear?" The big sparrow wielded a 50-pound hammer and swung it like the wind. He even spat fire from his mouth and forged a low-grade scrap iron into a steel longsword. The quality was even better than Master Blacksmith Tobu's famed sword, Sunpiercer. When the two swords clashed, Sunpiercer's blade had a crack the size of a bean. "Nonsense. The big sparrow is so thin. How can he lift a 50-pound hammer?" Yuluen didn't even open his eyes. The big sparrow claimed that he was blessed by the Holy Mother and obtained the power of blacksmithing, Cersei said strangely. "That old man is incoherent." Yuluen mocked. Cersei broke free from Yuluen's arms and said worriedly, "You don't know the big sparrow. He is very cunning. He will never go crazy. Also, he sent someone to inform Uncle Kevin to end Marjorie's church trial in half a month. Then he will immediately hold a trial for me. He will be the one representing the church in the duel." "What?" Yuluen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He said in disbelief, "The big sparrow will represent the church in the trial? With his body, any golden-robed man would be able to chop off his head with a single sword, right? I really hope that he is crazy." After months of adjustment in the Holy Cathedral dungeon, Cersei was traumatized by the big sparrow. Even if the big sparrow looked crazy at this time, she was still careful, afraid that he was planning a new conspiracy against her. For the first time, Dany only felt that it was a very strange converter that could convert the non-elemental power of faith into divine power with special functions. The power of faith was like electricity, and the clergy was like electrical appliances. Different clergy were like different electrical appliances, converting electricity into various practical functions. For example, electric fans, rice cookers, televisions, refrigerators, etc. When she was stabilizing her realm, Dany also systematically studied the fundamental principles of the clergy. It was very magical but also very scientific. The clergy was condensed by believers and came from believers. It would not surpass the believers. Dany read in the classical Xinxia novels in her previous life. There was something called a divine talisman. After obtaining it, one could become the corresponding god and master the knowledge related to the divine profession. For example, if one obtained the divine talisman of the earth, one would become the god of the earth and know the skill of growing all things out of thin air. If one obtained the divine talisman of the river, one would become the god of the river and immediately understand the ability to control the river and control the clouds and rain. The clergy was somewhat similar to the talisman. Blackie was a dragon, but after obtaining the blacksmith talisman, he had a lot of knowledge of blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, masons and many other craftsmen. But unlike the extraordinary talisman, the clergy's knowledge was not extraordinary at all. It was very low level. It was the accumulation of countless believers' knowledge over countless years. To put it bluntly, whatever skills the believers of the seven gods had, the clergy had the corresponding knowledge. The upper limit of its knowledge was the believers, and it could not exceed the believers. After Blackie obtained the blacksmith clergy, the knowledge of blacksmiths, carpenters and so on, all came from the believers of the blacksmiths, carpenters and so on. This was very awkward. Blackie, the god of blacksmiths, was not even as good as Korhor's blacksmith master Tobu. Tobu could reforge steel but the blacksmith could not, and it was Dany who taught him. Because the believers of the seven gods in Westeros did not know this skill. But the blacksmith of the seven gods also had extraordinary skills. His forging skills were very skillful, and it was equivalent to the accumulation of countless blacksmith believers' experience over countless years. So, if Danny and the big black dragon were to obtain the blacksmith clergy, she could immediately become the strongest blacksmith in the world. If it was another world, Danny might be able to show off in front of the people with the blacksmith clergy's forging skills and show off as a young person. She could look down on the blacksmith master and forge a 9th-grade spiritual weapon in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Danny still remembered that there were many such scenes in a novel, and she was very excited when she read it. But in this world, Dragon Queen's acting skills were already at the maximum level. She could transform into a blacksmith, sweat like rain, and forge a fine steel sword that could cut iron like mud. She could indeed be terrifying and shock the world, but it was all negative effects. Dragon Queen was indeed the daughter of the Mad King. Now that her mad blood had acted up, she actually ran off to become a blacksmith. Her enemies would laugh at her like this, but they would not marvel at the queen's exquisite skills. However, blacksmithing was one of the 7 gods after all, and the Big Sparrow liked this divine skill very much. It represented a miracle. During the reign of Saint Bailey, an illiterate stonemason who did not know how to pray, because of his exquisite craftsmanship, was regarded as a blacksmith's mortal body by Saint Bailey. He was finally appointed as the archbishop. Compared with that stonemason, the Big Sparrow's divine skill was tens of thousands of times stronger. After personally forging a fine steel double-handed sword, the Big Sparrow's devotion to the 7 gods entered a new level. It was still 250 faith, but the power of faith provided had increased by 10 times. The power of faith provided by each believer's daily prayers equals devotion * coefficient. The coefficient of ordinary believers was about 10.0, and the Big Sparrow's coefficient was also 10.0 before. At this time, his coefficient of faith suddenly soared to 100.0, and Danny was not sure what realm it was. Because the coefficient and devotion were very high, the Big Sparrow contributed 25,000 points of faith to Dahe a day. After deducting 50% of the profit, Dahe should also give him 16,666 points of divine power. God had mercy. Clinton had fasted and prayed for almost a week for the 100 points of divine power to contract the pterosaur. If the Big Sparrow were to contract the pterosaur, maybe it would only take a look. Clinton was to the Big Sparrow just like Pogba was to the Dragon Queen in terms of fire witchcraft. From this, it could be seen how 666, the Big Sparrow was at this time. However, although Danny knew that the Big Sparrow was very 666 now, she could not imagine that the guy dared to compete with the Demon Mountain. But she did not have time and energy to care about the Holy Sun now. On the night that she gave him the forging divine skill, Danny received a messenger crow from Zingis, requesting a truce for a few days. Her old friend Zero was going to Astapor to discuss the redemption of the prisoners of war. Danny immediately found that this gave her 2 opportunities, a chance to leave Slave Bay and a chance to plant spies. She wrote a letter that night and sent it to Zingis the next afternoon. After a serious discussion with the ministers for a day, I have decided to accept the request of the Alliance Army for negotiation, but the messenger must be Zero. Moreover, Zero could not take the pterosaur directly to Astapor. He could fly to New York town first, then take the fast boat arranged by White Knight Garth and go to Astapor by sea. The airspace of Slave Bay was not allowed to enter. Then that night, Danny took Cora and Clinton to Little Green and Dahe, respectively, and rushed to the Little Rhone River more than 3,000 kilometers away. Godot. Obviously, Danny's goal was the steel Sphinx statue at the entrance of Godot. She planned to melt it in one day and bring a ton of steel back to Astapor in 2 days. Chapter 529. The rise of the Dragon Queen led to the rapid decline of the world sea trade, and her 60 million gold royals project made the food market more prosperous than ever before. As a result, farmers began to appear on both sides of the Little Lorne River. They sowed wheat and soybean seeds on the land previously used for cotton, castor, and hemp. After the reclaimed farmland was planted, the manor owner also organized the farmers to burn the mountains and reclaim new farmland. It could be said that Slavers Bay was making a big leap in agricultural production, while Ursus was making a small leap in the Lorne River basin. Denzel of the Undulls was also one of the pioneers. He even left his home and was arranged by his master to work at the Little Lorne River 500 kilometers away. Because of his good farming skills and rich experience, his master needed his skills to reclaim the newly purchased wasteland. Before the age of 15, Denzel was a shepherd boy at the harvest hall. He raised and plowed cattle for Count Aston. The harvest hall's territory was very suitable for farming. It was the granary of the Stormlands. The emblem of the House of Selmy, 3 golden wheat ears, said it all, so Denzel was trained as a farmer for as long as he could remember. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be driving the cattle to plow the Count's land and plant the last wave of winter wheat before the winter snow came. But although he was an expert at driving cattle, he did not like this profession. The young man wanted to drive a ship and sail thousands of miles to the Jade Sea, to Iban, to the Barren Land, to see the different sceneries of different parts of the world. When he was 15 years old, after completing his contract with Count Aston, he did not follow his dead father's last wish to marry a farmer's daughter. Instead, he settled down as a good farmer and continued to work for Count Selmy. He went to King's Landing and was hired by a Pentos merchant as a sailor on the Flying Pentos. For the first 2 years he sailed to Bravos, Seagull Town, White Harbor, Old Town, Mill, and other cities that he had never been to before. He was very happy. But everything changed 2 years ago. The Dragon Queen seized Slaver's Bay, and the trade on the summer sea collapsed by half. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Queen's actions caused a terrible economic crisis in the world. As trade between the East and the West decreased, the number of goods sold and purchased by the cities along the narrow sea was greatly reduced. The Flying Pentosian was just an offshore flat-bottomed cargo ship, equivalent to a carriage driver on the sea. Without goods from the East, the number of Western specialties that were sent to the East decreased. The coachman became idle and Denzel lost his job. Coincidentally, he met a girl he liked, so he settled down in Pentos. He wanted to buy a house. If he did not have a house, the girl's parents would not be willing to marry their daughter to him. Unfortunately, the housing prices here were too high. Buying a 60-square-meter house outside the city would cost him 30 years of his salary. Of course, he didn't have 30 years' worth of salary, so he could only get a loan from the Bank of Pentos. If the free people of Pentos wanted to buy a house or live, they had to take a loan. Then Denzel discovered something terrifying. The income he and his wife earned from their labor was often less than what they needed for food and clothing. In order to fill their stomachs, they had to borrow again. As such, his debt would continue to grow day by day and he would never be able to recover. Later on, he met a fellow villager, a bachelor in economics from the old town, and only then did he understand what was going on. After losing the war with Bravos, Pentos almost became a semi-colony of Bravos. Of course, a semi-colony had to sign an unequal treaty. In addition to the military restrictions, no more than 20 warships, no mercenaries, no contracts with freelance mercenaries, and no military force beyond the number of city guards, the city was also not allowed to maintain slavery. But the ruler of the city needed slaves. Slaves were the cheapest, the most obedient, and the most valuable. So, the ruler of the city thought of a way to turn the free people into slaves, deliberately raising the price of living goods, lowering the free people's wages, and forcing them to borrow money from the governor of trade who ruled the city. If they owed their master, they had to work for their master. These free people were called free slaves. This was the setting in the original book. Martin was mirroring America. Apart from the name, they were essentially no different from slaves. Denzel became a free slave of one of the governors of trade, Illyrio. Long before Dragon Queen's 60 million gold royals grain purchase plan, Illyrio began to expand the scale of grain farming, and then bought land on a large scale and hired farmers to cultivate the wasteland. At this time, from Pentos to the Little Lorne River, there were Illyrio's estates because there was Valeglia Avenue. Transportation was very convenient. After being a free slave for 2 years, Denzel found that there was nothing to be afraid of, because his life now was no different from when he was a free Westeros. He continued to farm for his boss, and his boss paid him a living wage. It was the same everywhere. In this case, he lived with a clear conscience like the thousands of free slaves in the city. During this time, even if there was news of the Dragon Queen, liberator of slaves, shackle breaker, Misha the slave, and other titles, it did not move him too much. He was not a slave. How could the Dragon Queen liberate him? Perhaps he would only hear her story in his life, and would not have anything to do with it. Until this day, around 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, the temperature was neither hot nor cold, and the northwest wind was warm like a lover's hand. Denzel was wearing a gray linen shirt and shorts, and his bare feet were bare. His exposed skin was as tanned as an old cow's. He was propping up an old black buffalo that was shiny with oil, and turning over the wet and soft black soil. His wife and mother-in-law were holding a green gourd ladle filled with soybeans, and following behind the snow-white plow, counting the beans. Whoosh, the sky suddenly darkened as if a large dark cloud was covering it, and there was the sound of air turbulence. Moo, the big buffalo, which was steadier than an old dog, suddenly stopped, its hind legs went weak and it collapsed into the mud. Before Denzel could be angry, he heard his wife yell at the top of her lungs, "Dragon, dragon?" Denzel was shocked and looked up. Sure enough, he saw two megalosaurus, one black and one green, cutting through the blue sky like two sharp knives. Their speed was too fast, and they left behind two clear traces of flight among the white clouds. "Dragon, this is a megalosaurus, a Targaryen, a Targaryen. Dragon Queen, the one sitting on it must be Queen Dany Rise, the Queen of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, the protector of the entire realm." For some reason, Denzel suddenly felt a surge of passion, and he lost his composure as he shouted at his wife and mother-in-law. It was as if he wanted to tell them, "Did you see that? That's the Queen of the Undulls, and I'm also an Undull, a former Westeros." His mother-in-law did not think highly of her son-in-law just because he was separated by thousands of miles from the Dragon Queen. She only kept urging him. "No matter who is on the dragon, it has nothing to do with you or us. Hurry up and pull the old cow up, there are still 7 or 8 acres of land waiting for us to work on." His mother-in-law was wrong, the Dragon Queen's arrival this time had really crossed paths with them. After only 15 minutes, the black dragon flew back. Then they were shocked. It was just as the street bard said, the Dragon Queen's black dragon could speak. Farmers employed by Governor Illyrio Mopatis immediately lead the cows and horses along the Valeglia stone path to the mouth of the river. Farmers not employed by Illyrio, if you are willing to earn a gold radiance coin, you can also go. The Megalosaurus's voice rumbled like thunder, and it could be heard clearly from miles away. Denzel was still in a daze, unsure if he should listen to the Megalosaurus's words. He saw the manor's steward drenched in sweat as he galloped on the fields on a mule, shouting, "Immediately head to the west. Men, women, old and young, all of you. If you don't get there in half an hour, your wages will be deducted." What else could Denzel do? He could only quickly remove the plow from the old cow's back, then lead the cow and jog to the west with his wife and mother-in-law. Along the way they met many farmers, stewards, and even mercenaries who were riding horses and herding cows. Yes, a small mercenary group that guarded the manor. There were more than 100 people in the group. "Why are we going to the west?" his wife asked as she tugged at his arm with her large, calloused hand. "Perhaps we have to cross the river and go to Ghetto on the other side," Denzel said uncertainly. He could not understand. Other than a statue of a dragon's body and waist-high weeds, there was not even a ferry. The two sides of the river were connected by a stone bridge. But he was wrong again. They did not cross the river. Instead, they stopped near the statue of the female dragon king. "Look, there's a knight." His wife pointed at a knight in full armor in the middle of the crowd. Denzel's body trembled. A white leather helmet with rainbow feathers, an exquisite white glaze armor inlaid in front of his chest, and a wide, milky white cloak that shone as white as snow and as bright as a young girl's hope. Wasn't this the legendary White Knight? He was excited again. His previous master, Count Selmy of the Harvest Hall, and his granduncle, Barristan, was the legendary White Knight known as the model of Westeros knights. After that, he found out the identity of the White Knight from the steward, Jorah Mormont. Coincidentally, he also knew this person. It was because the reputation of the Count of Bear Island, the man whose wife ran away with another man, was too resounding and everyone knew him. Not only did the steward of the Illyrio family's manor come, but everyone in the nearby manors also came with men, ropes, and carriages. It was said that the Dragon Queen rode on a dragon and visited every manor nearby. The terrifying wings of death and Great Guardian of Light roared, "Listen to me, I am the Great Guardian of Light. Otherwise the wings of death will descend." What else could the stewards do? Denzel looked left and right. There was only Sir Mormont and a weathered middle-aged knight called Sir Clinton. There was only a green dragon in the sky. There was no sign of the Black Dragon or the Dragon Queen. However, he did not have time to let his imagination run wild. 300 to 400 people came one after another. The group was split into two. The White Knight led a group of people to the manor to get bricks and build a forge, on Valeglia Avenue. Sir Clinton instructed people to move the Sphinx statue with a woman's head and the body of a megalosaurus. A few thick hemp ropes were tied around the statue. The ropes passed through the pulleys on the giant wooden frame in front of it and split into 40 to 50 strands, each of which was pulled by an old bull. There were also people who placed gravel, coarse sand, and bricks between the statue and the stone path. After doing all this, Sir Clinton pushed a cart of iron balls the size of a child's fist. They were smooth as if they were one. In front of the statue he placed an iron ball a palm's width apart. There was a total of 30 to 40 iron balls. Chapter 530. Denzel was not stupid. He immediately understood what Sir Clinton was trying to do. As the farmer urged the cattle to pull the rope, the head of the Sphinx gradually rose. There was a tripod in front of it that was supported by sturdy oak. The pulley at the top of the tripod was higher than the center of gravity of the Sphinx. As the rope pulled, it was equivalent to exerting an upward force on the statue. With that, the bottom of the Sphinx rose and moved forward a distance of a palm's width with great difficulty. It pressed down on the iron ball that was laid down earlier. The iron ball broke the stone bricks that were laid down below and almost sank into the gravel pit. Then, the pulley on the tripod was lowered slightly so that the angle of the pulling force did not change. With that, the statue moved forward another half a step. As the statue left the pit, it gradually pressed down on the iron balls. The pulling speed became faster and faster. After passing through the iron balls, the statue took out the iron ball that was pressed into the gravel pit and placed it in front of it. Before noon, the Sphinx moved 7 to 8 meters and leaped onto the stone path of Valeglia. At that moment, Denzel finally saw the Dragon Queen. She descended from the sky on a black dragon. Her appearance? She was wearing a helmet and iron armor so he could not see her clearly. What caught his attention was that the black dragon was carrying a bundle of more than 10 iron blowers. As he was an Undul and his ancestral home was the Stormlands, Denzel became a small leader under Sir Clinton. He commanded the cattle to pull the statue. With that, he could see the Dragon Queen up close. Although Denzel did not know why she was wearing a helmet, of course she was afraid of death and was afraid that someone in the crowd would shoot her with a crossbow. He could see through the gap in the helmet that she was a very beautiful lady. She had big violet eyes, fair, lustrous skin, a delicate little chin, and silvery hair that reflected the sun's rays. Without a doubt she was a Targaryen. Everyone knew that Targaryens had purple eyes and silver hair. They were extraordinarily beautiful. However, what caught Denzel's attention the most was not the queen's appearance, but she actually knew magic. Denzel saw with his own eyes that the Dragon Queen used flames to melt the dragon crystal. He heard from her, and some strange magic materials. She then branded some words, magic runes, that he could not understand on the cleaned black stone path. After that, he moved the Sphinx statue to the top of the scribbles. With the statue as the center, he built a 2-story castle with windows the size of 8 buckets. The statue was placed in a castle made of red bricks and blue stone strips. Then 8 2-meter-tall castles were built along the windows of the castle. Now he understood that the small castle was connected to the blower, which was actually a furnace. A large amount of charcoal was loaded into 8 stoves and lit at around 2 in the afternoon. During this time, many caravans between Pentos and Norfoss passed by. They were very surprised and wanted to stop and watch, but all of them chose to leave after the black dragon roared, "Get lost or die." The fire burned, and the newly built furnace began to emit a hot, wet smell of lime. The lime used to build the walls was dried by the fire, and there were even cracks in some places. Under normal circumstances it should be slowly dried in the shade, but the high temperature would cause uneven heating and the walls would crack. However, the Dragon Queen only dug out a lump of lime to cover the crack and continued to burn it. Denzel understood the queen's thoughts. She only wanted to melt the iron statue this time, and did not really plan to build a steel-making furnace on the main road. Why doesn't the queen use the dragon to burn the Sphinx statue, just like how Black Death Balerion melted the iron sword to build the Iron Throne? He could not help but ask his fellow countrymen. Yes, Sir Clinton also claimed to be from the Land of Storms, so he was somewhat close to him. However, when Denzel asked him if he was from the Clinton family of Vulture's Nest Castle, he shook his head and did not say a word. At this moment, the Clinton of Vulture's Nest Castle was related to John Clinton, but they were not of the same bloodline. It's still being heated. The Dragon Queen glanced at him and said, "Oh 7 gods," the Dragon Queen actually spoke to him. Denzel was so excited that his black face flushed red. His head was boiling, his eyes were dizzy, and he was at a loss. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen only said one sentence before she turned her head back and continued to stare at the huge, blazing furnace. As carts of charcoal were transported over from the nearby manor, and as the people operating the blower changed batch after batch, the furnace began to emit waves of heat into the surroundings. Everyone began to retreat. When the sky gradually turned a shade of yellow, the Dragon Queen chanted an incantation. The flames at the top of the furnace in the castle shrunk, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. However, the speed of adding charcoal did not slow down at all. Denzel did not understand magic. Naturally, he did not know that after the temperature of the statue stopped rising, the Dragon Queen used her fire control spell to transform the dissipating flames into the shape of a huge bell, enveloping the statue within. As such, the steel statue's temperature continued to rise, and the outside world could not feel much heat. Before the sky darkened, the Megalosaurus finally began to breathe fire. The black and green dragons seemed to be in a relay race. One after another, they continuously poured dragon flame into the furnace at the top of the castle. The dragon flame and charcoal burned together for a full 3 hours. The vast, dark wilderness was gradually bathed in a dazzling starry sky. During dinner, Denzel was given 3 sausages, 2 eggs, a loaf of bread, and a big bowl of beef, oatmeal, and carrot soup. He ate happily, only to realize that the Dragon Queen and her 2 knights did not eat or drink. At midnight, Denzel was lying on the stone path, dozing off. Suddenly, a sense of fear surged in his heart. It was as if a ferocious tiger had snuck up beside him and was about to bite his neck. He woke up with a start. The sleeping people around him seemed to have felt the same way, and a series of shouts rang out. With just a glance, Denzel could sense the source of the change, the black dragon. During the day he instinctively felt that he was as majestic and domineering as a god. At this moment he seemed to have truly become a god. His appearance did not change. He was still as ferocious and terrifying, but his entire body was emitting a holy aura that made people want to worship him. No, something else had changed. Dragon flame. The blood-red dragon flame had turned into an extremely bright glazed red. If colors could have life, the glazed red would have come alive at this moment. The green dragons retreated to the side. Only the black dragon continued to spit out dragon flame that resembled a glazed red water column. Another quarter of an hour passed. Boom. Very suddenly, the castle-sized brick furnace shook a few times, as if something inside had exploded. Almost at the same time, at the bottom of the Rhone River, a huge wave rose out of nowhere. Before the 2 knights could ask in surprise, Denzel was stunned to see the Dragon Queen cursing in exasperation. "Goddamn Valeglia, if you want to show off, then show off until the end. Don't you feel ashamed to use a fake to fool the world for thousands of years?" At this moment, the Dragon Queen did not know the true meaning of the steel statue, nor did she know what she had done. She also could not hear the resentful roars of beasts coming from the Rhone River dozens of kilometers away. Some ancient existence had broken free from the seal of Valeglia. Fake. Her 2 knights' expressions changed abruptly. Steel skin, scrap iron core. The steel inside has long melted. When the fixed steel skin is broken, it will suddenly explode like a broken soup dumpling, and juice will splatter everywhere. The Dragon Queen sighed and stomped her iron boots on the stone path. When the Dragon Queen smashed the brick that was in contact with the stone path, a thin layer of tiles near the edge of the stone path, bright red molten iron that radiated a white light, immediately flowed out and flowed directly into the sand pit beside the stone path. The stone path was a palm's height above the ground, and the sand pit that was dug in advance caught the flowing molten iron. Well, the Dragon Queen had arranged for people to shovel away the top layer of soil and lay a thick layer of mold sand. The molten iron sizzled in the sand pit. Even though the sand pit had been baked for a period of time by the Dragon Queen's dragon flames, there was still a large amount of smoke rising from the ground around it. The smell of burning filled the air, and the heat wave spread without restraint. Everyone's faces were red and hot from the molten iron, but the Dragon Queen continued to sigh as if nothing had happened. She muttered, "Too much, too much. With so much molten iron, how many tons of steel can there be left?" The size and depth of the sand pit were calculated in advance. A small pit was the size of a bucket, compacted with a standard mold and dried the water. It could hold about 500 pounds of iron. Steel was also iron, and its density was exactly the same as iron. Small pits were connected to small pits. The first small pit was filled, and the molten iron that flowed down would flow along the thumb-sized notch above the pit wall to the next small pit. The principle was the same as the ice cube box in the refrigerator. Since it was molten iron that was flowing, the Dragon Queen personally jumped into the pit and blocked some of the drainage notch with ceramic stoppers. Well, the small pit originally had 4 walls, and the overflowing molten iron could flow in all directions. Now, under the deliberate control of the Dragon Queen, the molten iron only flowed to the sides, leaving the position near the faucet for the steel. Out of the reserved 20 by 20 pits, 250 of them were filled with ordinary molten iron, 71 of them were filled with steel and 25 of them were empty. In other words, the Sphinx statue was about 80 tons, of which 5 tons of ordinary steel and 18 tons of steel. Ordinary steel was a mixture of grayish-white and grayish-black, while steel was a smoky black that reflected a strange luster. The two could be clearly distinguished. It's not bad. Looking at the smoky black iron bucket that was pulled out by the hanging rope like a radish, the Dragon Queen finally smiled. Well, when the Dragon Queen flew over from Slaver's Bay, she also brought 200 fine steel chains that were as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm. A chain was placed in 2 adjacent pits on the left and right. When the molten iron solidified, it was equivalent to fixing a big iron ball at both ends of the chain. A single iron ball weighed 500 kilograms and only Blackie could carry it. From midnight to the darkest 3 hours before dawn, Blackie carried 34 iron balls and left everyone's sight. When it returned, it was empty-handed. Needless to say, everyone knew that the steel was too heavy, and the Megalosaurus could not carry it all at once, so the black dragon hid it somewhere nearby. Denzel's heart skipped a beat. To transport 34 iron balls in just 3 hours, it would take about 5 to 6 minutes for a round trip. In other words, the steel was no more than 3 minutes of flying distance for the black dragon. And the black dragon was carrying half a ton of iron ingots. Could it fly 400 kilometers in an hour? 3 minutes, no more than 20 kilometers. He did not know how much steel was worth in the market, but a dozen tons of steel could definitely be exchanged for a city. It was truly priceless. Denzel's eyes flashed, and then he saw that many people's eyes were flashing. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear. He quietly approached Clinton. "Sir, it's best if you let the Queen take the steel away as soon as possible." Clinton's expression was blank and no one could guess what he was thinking. Denzel sighed and did not say anything else. But before dawn, his kindness was reciprocated. Sure enough, the Dragon Queen kept her word. Every farmer received 1 or 2 gold coins, overtime pay for the night. Denzel received 18 gold royals. They were not gold radiance coins, but Westeros gold royals that were worth 3 gold radiance coins. Clinton gave him all the gold royals he had. Only one was enough for him to pay off his loan to Illyrio, and he still had some left. The remaining gold royals could buy a large manor with hundreds of acres of fertile land. Denzel finally embarked on the path of glory of a certain male protagonist, a reversal of fortune. Chapter 531. Dorf was more than 3,000 kilometers away from Slaver's Bay, and a messenger crow could only travel 600 to 700 kilometers a day. After all, a crow was a bird. It needed food and rest and could not fly 24 hours a day. Therefore, even if someone sent a letter to Mat Aris, it would take at least 4 days for the Alliance to receive news that the Dragon Queen had appeared in Dorf. Dany did not even stay in Dorf for 24 hours. Before dawn, she flew away on the Black Dragon. Well, Clinton and Yora could not ride Little Green. They came on Big Black, but the two did not leave Dorf. Even Denzel, the farmer, could estimate that the range of the steel was not more than 20 kilometers. How could Dany not consider this point? It was 18 tons of steel. It was heavier than all the steel weapons in the world combined. Priceless was not enough to describe its preciousness. Needless to say, in the next few months, there would be a large number of treasure hunters centered around the furnace where Dany smelted the Sphinx. Rivers, banks, swamps, bushes and so on would be the places they would search. However, Dany played a little trick. She did throw the steel in the hills 10 kilometers away. But in front of everyone she rode Little Green and carried a piece of steel, while Clinton and Mormont rode Big Black and carried 2 pieces of steel. They flew southeast to Slaver's Bay. But after entering the darkness of night, they immediately took a detour and headed north to a hidden col 10 kilometers away. Dany rode the Black Dragon and left empty-handed. Mormont, Yora and Little Green stayed behind. When night fell again, the two of them would break the chains and let Little Green carry the pieces away piece by piece to the upper Rhone River further north and throw them into the center of the river. That location was more than 20 kilometers away from the furnace, or even 50 kilometers. No one would think that Big Black could fly 50 kilometers in 3 minutes. Those treasure hunters who could not find the steel would only think that the Dragon Queen had dug a deep hole and buried them. Then they would continue to dig deeper and deeper holes. Leaving Clinton and Yora to transfer the iron ingots, Dany flew west to Dragonstone Island, which was thousands of kilometers away. They took off before dawn, and when the sun rose from the east, Dragonstone Island appeared in their line of sight. Without wasting any more time with Old Crab and the others, Danny headed straight for Aegon's garden. With the cooperation of Marvin and the others, she began to construct the mana well at the bottom of the lava. For the 250-meter deep pit, Danny had prepared 3 sets of 1850-meter-long magic pumping sticks. The opening connecting the magma layer of the volcano was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, while the magic wand was only as thick as a wrist. Danny had designed it to connect the 3 magic wands in parallel. Even if there was a problem with one of them, the other 2 would act as backup channels. The 650-meter-long magic pipes were all melted and connected, making a total length of 300 meters. Excluding the 260 meters underground, the 40 meters above ground would be used to build the Sky Tower. The Tower of Babel had not been completed yet, and Danny had only completed 5/6 of the project. She had been busy from morning until 3 in the afternoon. Finally, Danny had finished carving the last rune. In the basement of the rock layer, 10 meters above ground, Danny placed a colorless magic crystal the size of a human head in the center of the stone platform. The dark purple dragon crystal stone platform was half a meter high, and the bottom was connected to the magic pipes. It was equivalent to a socket for the magic network. Can the magic network be activated without building a tower? Old Crab was puzzled. Yes, but the effect is not as good. According to Valeglia's theory, the higher the altitude of the crystal ball, the better the signal reception. I'm only testing whether the legendary magic network can be activated, Danny said excitedly. At this time, the 210-meter deep pit had not been filled, and the group stood on the wooden floor of the suspended fish beam. After completing the construction of the magic network, Danny was finally in the mood to observe the surroundings. "Where's Samwell?" she asked, puzzled. "He went to King's Landing to meet Randall Tarley. Randall is now the Regent's Minister of Justice and is in charge of the 3,000 golden robes in King's Landing. He has a high position. Sam plans to persuade Father to let the Iron Throne believe in the matter of the other ghosts," Marvin explained. Danny frowned and said, "I told him a few days ago to wait at Dragonstone Island. I'm very busy and have to leave tonight. I can't delay the war at Slaver's Bay for him. Maybe he can come back before tonight. King's Landing is not far from Dragonstone Island," Marvin said awkwardly. This was his mistake. He thought that the Dragon Queen said to wait a few days, which was at least a week, so he agreed to Sam's request to go to King's Landing to meet Father. Forget it. Since the magic network has been built, we can communicate through the magic network from now on. After saying that, Danny covered the crystal ball with her hand. The transparent crystal absorbed Danny's magic and was instantly dyed red, like a ball of thick red ink spreading in clear water. This was the manifestation of the great wizard's magic that Danny had injected. Asterisk hum 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 asterisk circles of flame-shaped runes lit up on the surface of the purplish-black magic network from top to bottom. Looking down from the weirwood platform, one could clearly see the runes in the dark well spreading down into the magma. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the volcano was like a giant beast that had been awakened. Its body shook a few times, and the whole of Dragonstone Island shook a few times. The volcano is going to explode? The old crab asked with a pale face. Don't be afraid, the volcano is just being activated. Danny was worried, and she was shocked by the magic network's ability to draw magic. However, on the surface she looked like a calm old dog that had everything under control. Asterisk hum 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 asterisk the sound of strings being plucked at a high frequency came from the bottom of the well. The purplish-black energy network was dyed red from bottom to top, as if it was a straw that was sucking up the blood of the earth. Asterisk whoosh asterisk in an instant, the vast sea of magma and fire magic entered the magic crystal ball at the top. The whole of Aegon Garden and more than half of Dragonstone Island's castle were dyed a magnificent red, a red that was alive. In the world of ice and fire, the sea of magic in the void also set off a small magic tide. At this moment, Danny felt that her power could crush the earth with one hand and blow the clouds above her head with one breath. Too powerful. Human power is limited, but the power of heaven and earth is limitless. The skyrocketing fire wizard power dyed Danny's purple eyes blood red. The fire wizard Pogba's wizard power was like a mosquito, Kashi's wizard power was like a cat, and Danny before the dragon battle in Meereen was like a hunting dog. After the battle in Meereen, the wizard power in her body was like a fierce tiger. However, compared to the wizard power that was being drawn from the magma, Danny was like a shark in the sea. No matter how big a shark was, it was not even an ant when compared to the vast and boundless sea. Valeglia's magic network was so overpowered. Danny finally understood why the people of Valeglia could build a super magical civilization. The foundation of any civilization's development was energy, and the magic network provided the people of Valeglia with endless energy. The old crab used his sleeves to cover his face, blocking the magical power that was unrestrainedly spreading around him. He wailed, "Your Majesty, please retract your powers." Buzz buzz Danny's mind moved, and the red light that had spread across half of the island instantly disappeared. The crystal ball in her hands gradually turned from light red to pink, and then from pink to bright red. Then it turned orange red, deep red, dark red, and the color continued to deepen. Suddenly, it turned from red to light blue, and finally stabilized at a light azure blue. Danny sensed in surprise that the light blue magical power was still fire wizard power, but its energy level had increased by 1 level. She could not help but recall the dream she had in the Immortal Palace 400 years ago. She had seen the great wizard holding a large dark blue magic ball. It was obvious that the other party's magic energy level was higher than hers, and the total amount was far greater than this small magic ball. "It's so beautiful. I can almost see the entire world in the crystal ball." Marvin approached the stone platform looking mesmerized. "It's also dangerous. Didn't you feel it?" "The entire Dragonstone Island was shaking just now," the old crab said worriedly. "Don't worry, it's just the earth fire within 10 kilometers. It's a normal phenomenon," Danny said nonchalantly. 10 kilometers? Braun exclaimed in shock. Recalling the history of Valyria that he had read in the library of Dragonstone Island, he could not help but tremble in fear. "That is to say, if a catastrophe like the one in Valyria occurs, it will affect a radius of 10 kilometers? "At least 10 kilometers, Danny said calmly. "At least 10 kilometers. Braun's face contorted. Was he going to live on a giant barrel of gunpowder from now on? It was too dangerous here. He wanted to leave the island. Danny saw through his thoughts and said unhappily, "Do you think it's that easy for a catastrophe to happen?" Valeglia was extravagant and wasteful. 14 fire peaks, and it took them 6,000 years to suffer retribution. If we are careful and frugal, we can at least last 600,000 years. According to the power valve I set, the fire wizard power extracted is only half of the hot spring. In an emergency, other than me, the others can only overclock it by 500%, which is 2.5 times the consumption of the hot spring. Valeglia's people used the magic network to change the world, but Danny only used it for communication. Think about the proportion of a normal household's energy consumption and mobile phone charging. It was almost negligible. "Oh, your Majesty is wise." The old crab's worries were gone. After he relaxed, he habitually flattered. "Your Majesty, please try and see what effect the magic ball has." Marvin's eyes were fervent as he pointed at the magic ball. What effect? Danny pressed her left hand on the magic ball, and her right hand formed a sword finger and drew a line in the air. Rip, like the sound of silk tearing, 100-meter-long palm-wide line of fire broke through the 10-meter-deep hole and landed on the stone wall, leaving a charred black mark. 7 gods above, this is really magic. It was Braun's first time seeing the magic of gathering fire in the air. His eyes widened in shock. "Compared to you, the fire wizards in the Alchemist Guild are even worse than children," the knowledgeable old crab muttered in shock. Hearing him mention the fire wizards, Danny asked curiously, "What's the effect of the alchemists I asked you to recruit?" "More than 20 fire wizards came. I placed them on Tidehead Island, and they can produce a few dozen pounds of wildfire every day." "That's not enough." Danny frowned. Marvin did not care about the fire wizards and wildfire. He asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, other than fire wizard spells, how are the magic network's effects on other wizard spells?" "Other wizard spells." Danny's heart skipped a beat. She closed her eyes and activated the Green Prophet meditation technique with all her might, entering the state of wind song. Her soul seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, following a trace of Green Prophet magic power into the crystal ball. There was no obstruction at all. The fire wizard power was instantly infected by her spiritual power and turned into vast Green Prophet magic power. Swoosh! She was like a wind spirit. Her vision instantly expanded, and it was the same feeling she had when she entered the weirwood beyond the Great Wall. She merged with the sky, earth, trees and boulders. She heard the music of nature. She was like a gust of wind, passing through the castle on Dragonstone Island. She saw the guards on duty, the servants at work and the blacksmiths swinging their hammers. Then she commanded the wind to blow toward the harbor. She saw the laurel wind and her old acquaintance Kuhulu. She tried, and the wind could even pass through the deck in the sea water. She saw 7 gods above. What did she see? In shock, Dani immediately exited the state of wind song. Huff. She panted with an unpleasant expression, her eyes flashing with shock and confusion. What's wrong? Marvin could not help but ask, seeing her strange expression. Go to the harbor immediately and surround the laurel wind. Dani snapped out of her daze and said sternly. Chapter 532. Almost 3 years ago, Dragon Queen opened the Megalosaurus Zoo in Zaro's mansion. The laurel wind happened to pass by Queers and learned that the Megalosaurus had reappeared. Captain Kuhulu Mo, as a dragon visitor, brought gifts and his daughter to visit Dani. In order to thank Kuhulu for bringing news of her homeland from the old town, Dragon Queen also asked Dahe to draw a dragon-worshipping portrait for him. After that, Kuhulu continued to sail around the Jade Sea, while Dragon Queen went to Astapor to start her own legendary journey. The next time they met was 3 months ago in Bravos. The laurel wind and the black dragon passed by the Titan statue almost at the same time. But that time, Dragon Queen's real body didn't come at all. Only Dahe went. Later, because of Dragon Queen's chaos in Bravos, many local merchants' ships were burned, and even they died in the chaos. The foreign merchants were also afraid of being implicated by the mystic dragon, so they escaped from the water city that night. This caused the entire city's trade to enter a cold winter in a short period of time. Kuhulu delayed for more than a month before he cleared out the Jade Sea specialties on the ship. Taking advantage of the fact that the merchants in Bravos started to sell their goods due to the disaster, he bought a batch of specialties from the north of Ursos at a low price. He planned to ship them to the old town in the Westeros to sell. Coincidentally, he met the Night Watchers from the Great Wall. When the Night Watchers were looking for a fast boat to the old town, they found the laurel wind. At that time, the Night Watchers wanted to use the Dragon Queen's dragon might to do things, so they wantonly announced that they were working for Dani. Kuhulu immediately accepted Sam and the others, and also promised to stop at Dragonstone Island for a few days when they passed by Blackwater Bay. The Black Captain also wanted to see the Dragon Queen again. Even if they waited at the docks for a few days, even Sam went to King's Landing, and his daughter Ko Jia was very anxious. Kuhulu was still calm. He didn't plan to abandon the Night Watchers and go to the old town alone. Just this morning in the captain's room, Kuhulu, who had just woken up, was carefully wiping the dust on the glass of the dragon-worshipping portrait. In any case, after this trip, we'll return to Tall Tree Town to wait for the long night and for the battle at Slave Bay to end. As long as I can see the Dragon Queen again, I don't mind wasting 10 days or half a month. Then he heard the noise of the sailors on deck. The Black Dragon is here. The Dragon Queen is here. The Megalosaurus is here. Death God. Do you want to die? Right now, the Black Dragon is clearly the great guardian of light. If you call him by the wrong name, you'll be caught in the air trying to guess riddles. Another sailor hurriedly covered his companion's mouth and said nervously. The sailor with rotten yellow teeth broke free from his companion's arm and shouted, "What do you know?" "That's exactly what I want. I've read a lot of riddles and prepared for today." Seeing that his companion was at a loss, Rotten Yellow Teeth sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that every time the Bravo singer tells the story of the riddle of the Megalosaurus, the stupid pig named Hanks is the most important supporting role." The sailor Hanks from before was unknown, but now he's been sung by countless poets and plays. He's actually famous. At this moment, the expression on Rotten Yellow Teeth's big flat face was very complicated. There was envy, jealousy, and hatred, but also confidence, nervousness, and anticipation. I'm smarter than him. Maybe I'll be able to guess the riddle and beat the Megalosaurus in terms of intelligence and become the main character of the legend. Oh, Jimmy, you're so smart. The sailors were shocked at first, then they sighed in admiration. The next moment, almost everyone put their hands to their mouths to synthesize a loudspeaker and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Death Wing, Death Wing!" They also wanted to ride on the Black Dragon's popularity and become part of the legend. Even if it was just a supporting role, it was fine. Unfortunately, Big Black was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen into the castle. How could it hear the calls from the dock? When Kuhulu rushed to the deck, he didn't even see Big Black's shadow. But he didn't regret it. After he brought Sam to Dragonstone Island, he purposely went to visit the castle as an old friend of the Dragon Queen. As long as he reported his name, he might not be able to directly bring him to see the Dragon Queen, but he would definitely pass on the message. As expected, when he went to the Dragon Mountain Castle to explain the situation, the guards immediately went to Aegon Garden to report to the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen really didn't forget about him. It was only because she was busy now and didn't have time to catch up with him. But tonight, there was a banquet to celebrate the completion of the Magic Network's initial construction. She sent an invitation to the father and daughter pair. When the sunset dyed the sea golden, the Dragon Queen rode on the black dragon and hurried to the dock with the guards. Kuhulu was in the captain's room having his daughter tidy up his beard and hair. Then he was very surprised to hear the calls of Death Wing again. "Captain, the Dragon Queen is coming towards us." Without waiting for him to ask, the first mate hurriedly opened the door and came in to report. Kuhulu was startled, then suddenly became angry and cursed, "Those bastards, they want to be famous so much that they've gone crazy. Aren't they afraid of offending the Dragon Queen? Even if they aren't afraid of death, I think it's embarrassing. Go Koja, make them shut up." It was too late. As Big Black rushed before the old crab and the others and landed on the dock first. Death Wing. Under the strange gaze of the Dragon Queen, the group of sailors leaned against the side of the ship, their faces red as they shouted even louder. Dany didn't think that the sailors would want to ride on Big Black's popularity. She only thought that Death Wing was too famous and Big Black met a group of passionate fans. Until Kuhulu, wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, rushed out and fiercely kicked the sailors of the Midsummer Islands, then awkwardly smiled and apologized to the Queen. "Haha, you're very motivated." Thinking about what she was about to do, a sly look flashed in the purple eyes of the Dragon Queen, but she didn't care and smiled. "I really do have a chance to become a legend. I wonder which brave sailor is willing to give it a try?" Meh. Everyone was still shocked at how kind and generous the Dragon Queen was. Jimmy walked out of the crowd with his head held high and shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, let's begin. Let Death Wing test me with the most difficult riddle. Even if I guess the riddle wrong and get thrown into the sea, I'm willing." "Are you sure?" Dany had a strange expression. "Of course." Thinking about how he was about to become a legend, Jimmy with a mouth full of yellow teeth grinned foolishly. "Okay." Dany nodded, "But I need at least 2 people," who before she finished, a group of sailors rushed to say, "Me, Your Majesty, I'm willing." Kuhulu glared at the rowdy sailors, turned his head, rubbed his hands and smiled, "Your Majesty, I'm also willing. It's very dangerous." Dany hesitated. "I'm good at swimming, I'm not afraid," Kuhulu said confidently. He had reason to be confident. First, he was more knowledgeable than the other sailors, he had read more books, he had the best chance to guess the riddle of the Megalosaurus. Secondly, he had lived on the sea for decades, he was very good at swimming, even if he fell from 100 meters, he wouldn't drown. "Father, give this chance to me." Blackie was anxious. She also wanted to be a part of the legend. "How about this, let's talk about the riddle first, everyone can guess." Dany clapped her hands to make the sailors quiet down, she pointed at the deck and said, "Guess what's on the rudder?" "A rudder?" Everyone was confused. What kind of riddle is this? Although Kuhulu didn't understand, he still said, "Seaweed? Recently I felt that the rudder is a bit tight, maybe there's a bunch of seaweed." "Scallops?" Koja immediately followed up. Hearing the captain say that the rudder was tight, Jimmy's eyes lit up, he guessed, "Fishing net." "Tattered clothes?" Another astute sailor said. Dany waved her hand and smiled, "If you want to know the answer, jump into the sea, use a fishing net to secretly wrap the rudder, then drag it ashore, the answer will be clear." This. Kuhulu's expression changed. Dragon Queen was obviously hinting that there were no scallops or seaweed on the rudder, and it was impossible for there to be tattered clothes or fishing nets. That was a living thing that could escape and it was very dangerous, so they needed a fishing net. They had to sneak over. "Jimmy, Jamie, Aiden, Tony, the 4 of you go down." Kuhulu, who felt that something was wrong, gave up the chance to become the main character of the legend without hesitation. At this time, Bronn and Old Crab also led a group of guards over. Kuhulu's expression tightened. He saw that the guards' weapons were purplish-black crystal short swords and spears. Those were dragon crystals. There were also bows, the arrowheads were also dragon crystals. Kuhulu was at a loss at first, then his whole body shivered, cold sweat breaking out. "Go to the stern and guard it, listen to my orders." Dragon Queen's expression was serious, she started to arrange the archers and spearmen. Before the 4 sailors entered the water, Dragon Queen selected the guards beforehand to board the small boats. 17 to 18 small boats, dozens of guards carrying nets, surrounded the Laurel Wind twice. That was not all. The queen even let Old Crab's Crab Island fleet bring 10 longboats over, and set up 2 circles of fishing nets around the small boats. Now, even the 4 idiotic sailors who wanted to be famous felt that something was wrong. Dragon Queen being so serious, what did it mean? They did not know, but they were indeed scared. But now it was not their turn to retreat. The 4 sailors carried the thicker fishing nets used by the Iban people to catch whales, slowly approaching the stern from 8 meters away, trying their best not to cause any splashes. "Your Majesty, please try this." While they were waiting on the stern deck, Ko Jia deftly brought a chair for the Dragon Queen. Another sailor set up a small table beside the chair. The captain, who wore a colorful feather cape, acted like a chef. He brought over a white porcelain plate the size of a pot. Other than cleaned clams, oysters, mussels, there was also a plate of vinegar and a plate of reddish-brown sauce. I learned the technique of making spices from the head chef of the Barbarian Palace. I heard that Son of Heaven Bo Hao likes to make this sauce when eating fresh food. The existence lying on the rudder was too scary. Danny was not in the mood to eat. Kuhulu's face was full of flattery, and thinking that this was his ship, eating his food also meant building a friendly relationship with him. She opened a clam, dipped it in the sauce and vinegar, and stopped at her lips for a moment. After confirming that Big Black did not feel any danger, she generously swallowed it in one bite. "Not bad, not bad, the taste is great." So cold." Suddenly Jimmy, who was already close to the side of the boat, howled. "Gods, the sea suddenly froze, I saw it freeze," Jamie said in shock. Splash! The next moment, water splashed out from the rudder, as if a small shark had drilled out from the bottom of the boat. Danny, who quickly walked to the side of the boat, saw a cold light flash past. Crack! The fishing net was broken. Rotten Teeth Jimmy was cut in half by the sword. Ah, what monster! Everyone was terrified. Chapter 533. Crack, crack, crack. The people at the side of the ship saw in horror that the nearby sea was sealed by a layer of pale white ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layer of ice was like oil spread on the surface of the sea. With cracking sounds, it quickly spread into the distance. Other than Rotten Yellow Tooth, who had been split into 2 and disappeared under the sea, the other 3 sailors who were struggling to swim to the shore were all stuck in the layer of ice. Their bodies were trembling and a thick layer of frost covered their pale faces. The white air coming out of their mouths was getting lesser and lesser. "Help, help me." The 3 sailors' cries for help were no louder than a newborn kitten's. "What the hell is this?" the giant crab said in horror. "Humph, losers, how dare you show off in my territory?" Danny snorted coldly. With her right hand in the air, her mental energy connected to the magic crystal a few hundred meters away. The vast and turbulent fire elements were extracted and gathered in her small, white palm. While with every revolution, the dark yellow fireball in her palm expanded a little. The spinning speed was so fast that the eyes could not keep up with it. It expanded bigger and bigger, forcing the people around Danny to retreat in panic. In an instant, the queen seemed to be holding a table-sized fire biscuit in her hand. She casually tossed it into the ice. There was no explosion, no explosion. It was silent, as if she had tossed an illusion. But the pale white layer of ice was like a candle in a scorching flame, quickly melting into water. The layer of ice was formed by the gathering of ice elements by ice magic, just like the fire gathering in fire witchcraft. Danny controlled it precisely, allowing the fire elements and ice elements to be annihilated, instead of the high-temperature flames burning the low-temperature ice cubes. This was solving the problem from the root. The enormous energy brought about by the annihilation of ice and fire was consciously guided by the magic crystal under Danny's control. The crystal ball could extract the earth fire within a 10-kilometer radius, so naturally, it could also control the explosive energy flow a few hundred meters away. Hiss, 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 the layer of ice melted like cheese, and the remaining heat flowed into the sea. The temperature of the sea rose, and in the blink of an eye, white steam rose from the surface of the sea. The great wizard Valeglia near the magic network was invincible in the world. "It's hot, it's hot." The 3 unlucky people who had just been released from the ice immediately fell into the boiling sea. After a short while, his entire body turned red like a steamed prawn. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen's target was not near them, or else they might have been cooked alive. 7 gods above, the seawater is being boiled by fire magic. Burn the sky and boil the sea. Old Crab, Brawn, and the others looked at Dragon Queen with shock. Gududu walala. 10 meters away from the stern of the boat, it suddenly flipped over like an old turtle at the bottom of a well, causing large amounts of steaming water to splash up. Oh, what's that? Danny's expression was indifferent. With her hands behind her back, she stood proudly on the bow and ordered, "Cast the net." Walla la la, the guards on the small boat immediately threw the fishing net in their hands. Layer after layer, the cold light of the sword slashed through the fishing net again, but the Dragon Queen had already locked onto her target, and the fire wizard power surged forth endlessly. The monster in the sea originally did not have as much magic power as Danny did during the Great Wall. After completing the Green Prophet meditation technique and gaining a preliminary understanding of the Song of Wind, its magic power increased tenfold after the Battle of Myrine, and now it had the advantage of the magic network. How could it be a match for the Dragon Queen? Gradually, the ice magic power in its body was exhausted, and the ice sword in the monster's hand turned into light blue cold water with a click. The monster under the water was exhausted and had no more strength to struggle. The fishing net tightened, and Danny deactivated the fire wizard spell. The small boat approached the Laurel Wind, and the rope at the end of the fishing net was handed to the guards on the deck. "What's that?" Kuhulu asked blankly. When the fishing net left the water, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the monster that had overturned the sea. It looked like a human with the body of a grown man. Its face could not be seen clearly, and its body was covered with oysters, clams, scallops, razor clams and other mollusks, as if it was wearing a layer of seashell armor. There was very little exposed skin and it was grayish-white in color. "This is a sea monster?" Old Crab asked uncertainly. "It looks like the water ghost in Grandma's story, and it purposely drags the children playing in the sea to the bottom of the water." Kojia's black face was somewhat pale. "Didn't you guys always want to see a deviant ghost?" "Now it's here," Danny said strangely. "A deviant ghost?" Everyone was confused. "Aren't deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall?" Old Crab asked doubtfully. "I also want to know why this deviant ghost came to Dragonstone Island." The deviant ghost was not heavy, and 2 tall guards carried it onto the deck and placed it in front of the queen. When you catch a deviant ghost, it's best to immediately use the dragon crystal weapon to attack its vital points and kill it. If you want to capture it, you should do what I did. Danny pulled out the clear sky sword from her waist and swung it 4 times. Screech, the deviant ghost let out a shrill cry, like a blade scraping against glass, and its 4 limbs were broken. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the deviant ghost's arms and legs actually melted into a small, icy blue stream on the deck. "7 gods above, it really is a deviant ghost," Braun said with a trembling voice. Danny squatted down and pulled the broken fishing net away from the deviant ghost's body. She frowned and looked at the densely packed shells, feeling suspicious. At this time, Kuhulu also asked curiously, "If the deviant ghost is so scary, why would there be shells attached to its body?" "I'm not sure, maybe it's trying to hide something." Danny shook her head, took a porcelain plate from the table beside her, and pulled the shells off the deviant ghost's cheeks and neck like she was pulling out leeches. They were still alive and she sucked them very tightly, even making crisp popping sounds. When the deviant ghost's face was completely exposed, Danny stared at it carefully for a long time and sighed. "I felt that his magic waves were somewhat familiar, and now that I see his face, it really is the deviant ghost I captured outside the Great Wall." Deviant ghosts all had haggard faces, and their skin was pale like moonlight, but the shape of their faces, cheeks and forehead were all clearly different. "Why is the deviant ghost you captured lying on my ship's rudder?" Kolu was shocked, scared and confused. "Where are the night watchers? Is Samuel the only one of the night watchers here?" Danny frowned and asked. "There's also a sea raven called Darian in the castle," Braun said. Danny stood up, took the towel from Kojia and wiped her hands clean. "Then let's go back to the castle and bring the deviant ghost with us." "Your Majesty, I'll help you carry the deviant ghost," a sailor with a blue forked beard said. The first mate said, "I'll do it, I want to see how the queen deals with the deviant ghost, don't fight with me." Seeing the sailors around her staring at the deviant ghost, Danny smiled and said, "Everyone has contributed to the capture of the deviant ghost today. If you have time, you can come to the Dragon Mountain Castle to participate in the banquet." "Yes, the sailor who sacrificed himself will be rewarded with 5 gold royals. Give it to his family and the other 3 brave warriors will also get 1 each." Thinking of the unlucky sailor who died tragically, she added, "While long live the queen." The sailors shouted excitedly. Dragonstone Island, Stone Drum Tower, Hall. When we rushed over, the ship had already been dismembered in the raging fire, so we thought that even if the deviant ghost wasn't killed, it would have been melted by the fire. Darion's voice was gentle and magnetic, and he simply recounted what happened that day. Yes, this handsome blonde youth was originally a trainee singer, but because he was caught having an affair with Count Rowan's daughter, he became a night watcher. In addition, it was the Count's daughter who took the initiative to find the singer. I didn't expect it to not die, and is still hiding on the Laurel Wind's rudder. The sea raven looked at the deviant ghost whose limbs were cut off, his expression uncertain. Damn it, you didn't say that you were going to escort the deviant ghost to the old town. Kulu's face turned pale and he was both shocked and angry. If they brought the deviant ghost all the way to the Summer Islands to High Tree Town to their own door, if the deviant ghost sneaked onto the deck in the middle of the night, and into the captain's cabin, the black man shuddered, and he broke out in cold sweat again. The deviant ghost went missing, such a big commotion, and you didn't know? Danny asked curiously. The whole city of Bravos was shaken, and countless Purple Robe Army members searched the streets and alleys, door to door, but they all said that they were looking for the illegitimate son of the Night Watcher's commander-in-chief, and that, at this point, Kulu suddenly stopped. They also said that the illegitimate son was born of Jon Snow and Queen Cersei. The black captain wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and he was still scared. Damn it, I almost spilled the beans. If I dared to spread rumors about the Dragon Queen saying that the illegitimate son was hers, then, fire witchcraft that could boil the sea. Let me ask you, are you scared? Kulu was scared to death anyway. Danny didn't know about the rumors about her illegitimate son, and was only shocked by the strange imagination of the people of Bravos. Bronn frowned and said, now it seems that the deviant ghost hidden in the box didn't die, and sank into the sea and clung to the bottom of the Laurel Wind. Strange, don't deviants need to breathe? Deviants aren't humans, of course they don't need to breathe, the old crab said. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Danny's eyes flashed and she asked Kulu, how far is your Laurel Wind from the Night Watcher's port? Kulu's expression changed again and he said in fear, we're both docked at the old clothes merchant's port, but my ship is in the commercial area, and the Night Watcher's ship is in the civilian area. There are hundreds of ships between the two, at least a kilometer away. Damn it, the deviant ghost is targeting me? Why me? The black man shouted in disbelief. Maybe it's not you. Danny frowned. It must have something to do with the Night Watcher. Then the question was, why was it following the Night Watcher? What did the deviant ghost want? What do you want? Danny squatted in front of the deviant ghost, and looked straight into its icy blue eyes. She was speaking in the ancient language. When she was at the Great Wall, she had asked Morona about the ancient language, and then borrowed a bronze ancient language book from the mountain tribe. And the Green Prophet rune was related to the ancient language, and after half a year she could speak a few words. The deviant ghost's eyes were cold, like a dead ice spring without a trace of emotion. I don't know if the Whip of Solitude can deal with deviant ghosts. Danny muttered and then asked in the ancient language, the seashell on your body, are you using the seashell to hide your aura? Where are you hiding from? Sam? The deviant didn't respond. Hiding from the people or items around Sam. Still no response. Hiding from me? Hiding from the sea monsters in the sea? Gods? Danny was shocked and the deviant's eyes twitched slightly. She guessed right. The deviant ghost was afraid of being noticed by the gods in the sea. Inami? Danny's expression became serious. The deviant ghost closed its eyes. The great calamity is coming, all kinds of demons and monsters are starting to move. Danny stood up and returned to her throne, sighing in her mind. Your Majesty, the Night Watcher Sam has returned. A guard came in to report. Chapter 534. Fatty Sam had not changed much. His face was like a piece of white bread, and his brown leather armor wrapped around his body like a cracked sausage. He was still as gluttonous as ever. When he was summoned into the hall by the guards to meet the queen, his mouth was still full of food. He chewed and swallowed as he ran in. Greetings, Your Majesty. His etiquette was very standard. Dragonstone Island was originally the land of the Targaryens, and there was a throne in the stone drum tower since Aegon. A throne carved from stone. Danny sat on the throne and pointed at the deviant ghost under the royal stare. Sam, look at this thing. Do you recognize it? Fatty stepped forward and stared at the deviant ghost, his small eyes filled with disbelief. Deviant ghost? Is this a new deviant ghost caught by your majesty? You're really fast. No, this was found at the bottom of the Laurel Wind, the one you transported to Bravos. Danny told him what had happened and Sam listened with his mouth open. Why? He was confused. Danny carefully looked at Fatty under the royal stare and asked, I also want to know why. What do you have that's worth the deviant ghost's attention? I don't know. Suddenly, Fatty's expression changed. Is it because of the Black Gate? What Black Gate? Old Crab asked curiously. I can't say. That's the secret of the Night Watchers. I can't tell anyone. Fatty shook his head, which made the others even more interested. Danny face-bombed and sighed. What other special things or people do you have with you? Other than the gold coins you gave to the Night Watchers and a few books about the night in Dark Castle, there's nothing else, Sam said thoughtfully. As for the people around me, other than Darion, there's only Gilly and her son. Gilly's son? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said to the guards, Bring Gilly and her son here. Gilly was outside the hall. She quickly walked in with her son in her left hand and a white porcelain plate in her right hand. Gilly, the plate in your hand? Dragon Queen's question stopped abruptly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was too nervous and forgot to put the plate outside the door. Gilly was so anxious that her face turned red and she was at a loss. Don't panic. Let me ask you, did you get this plate from Laurel Wind? Danny waved her hand and pointed at the empty plate with only a few slices of oyster left. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Your Majesty, it's me. The plate is mine. Fatty hurriedly walked to Gilly's side, took the plate and placed it on the royal steps. Then he took the child from the female barbarian's hands and reminded his lover in a low voice, Quickly use the etiquette I taught you before and bow to the queen. Gilly lifted her skirt and made a very unladylike bow. When he went to the King's Landing to meet Count Tully at the Red Castle, Sam also brought the female savage and the child. Before meeting Count Tully, Sam had taught Gilly a few court etiquette. In addition to introducing the danger of deviant ghosts and the shamelessness of the City of Knowledge, Sam also told his father casually, Although I'm a night watchman and although the night watchman swore not to marry, I now have not only a savage girlfriend, but also an illegitimate child. Why don't you keep him and train him to be a knight? Sam could be considered the most cowardly but also the bravest fatty in the Song of Ice and Fire. When he was cowardly he was like dough that anyone could knead. When he was brave he could be a deviant ghost, go against the Dragon Queen and Stannis, the Black Gate incident, argue with his father, steal the clan sword and do anything. Count Tully was so enraged by his son's shameless behavior that he chased Fatty out with his long sword. That was why Fatty came back so early. Therefore Fatty was hungry. Sigh, when I saw my father at the King's Landing he was too angry. If I hadn't announced that I was on a mission to deliver a message to the City of Knowledge and hire scholars to go to the Great Wall, he probably would have killed me. Naturally, my father didn't ask me to stay for lunch, so I was very hungry. When I returned to the dock, I saw that there was no one on the deck of the Laurel Wind. I curiously went up to check and found a plate of seashells. It was even Captain Kuhulu's barbarian sauce. I heard that Son of Heaven Bohal liked to eat it. I was lucky enough to be served by the captain twice and it was indeed unique. I couldn't help but take the plate away. Fatty's eyes were careful and apologetic. He turned to the black captain and asked, Captain, you said that the sauce can't be left for too long, and it will go bad after a long time. That's why I ate your oysters. Is there a problem? No. Kuhulu opened his mouth and said with difficulty. Danny looked at the red sauce on the fatty's lips and gulped. Does it taste good? She asked. It's delicious, full of juice and has a special kind of coldness. The meat is also very chewy. After swallowing it, a fire rises in the stomach. It's the best. Fatty said with a face full of intoxication. Ugh. The old crab's face was pale and he covered his mouth to vomit. Bronn looked at Fatty in horror, as if he was looking at a man-eating demon. Koja stuttered, Sam, what you eat? Danny waved her hand and interrupted her. Forget it, he doesn't need to avoid food anymore. He can eat whatever he wants. She saw that the female barbarian's lips were clean and asked curiously, Has Gilly eaten? Fatty was confused by everyone's reaction and said casually, She doesn't feel well, so she doesn't want to eat. Doesn't feel well? Sigh, I wanted to ask father to take in the child and Gilly, but he was so angry that he pulled out his sword and wanted to kill the mother and son. He also scolded them very badly. Fatty said dejectedly. This child isn't yours. Danny said. I love Jilly and I'm willing to be the child's father. If possible, I hope that he can inherit my family name and legacy. My mother also left a manor for me. The child can become a productive knight in the future. Fatty said with a face full of determination. Sam? The female barbarian's eyes were filled with tears. Sam's parents were not ordinary people. His father was a famous general, the 3rd Duke of River Bend, and the minister of King's Landing. His mother was also the eldest daughter of the 10,000-years-old Fox Florence family. Yes, it was the Florence family whose Brightwater city was occupied by Tyrell. As the eldest daughter of a noble family, Sam's mother naturally wouldn't marry into the Tully family empty-handed. Speaking of which, Erlu, who married Silas Florence, was also Fatty Sam's uncle. Fatty and Mormont's wife, Linus, were also cousins. This was related to Mormont again. The relationship between nobles and Westeros was so complicated. Sam, are you sure? How about I give the child the surname Tully, in the name of the Queen? Danny said with a strange expression. That's great. Sam said happily. Don't. Jilly's expression changed a few times, but as if she couldn't bear some kind of pressure, she broke down and cried. What's wrong, Jilly? Fatty asked worriedly. The child is not mine. This is Mansfred's battlefield birth. It's the Prince of Savages. Jilly cried. What? Even Danny was shocked, let alone Fatty. The commander was worried that the king of Blazing Red Heart would burn the little prince. The little prince has the king's blood in his body, so he swapped my son with the Prince of Savages. Sob, sob, sob. John, how could he? Fatty said angrily. He said that for the sake of the big picture, when the Red Witch burns my child, he will tell the king the truth. Sigh. Fatty stomped his feet and sighed. With his intelligence, he easily guessed John's thoughts, and knew that his plan would probably work. King Stannis was impartial and wouldn't kill a savage child out of anger. Could it be? Danny left the throne again and came to the deviant ghost who was staring at the baby in Sam's arms. You're doing this for the King of Savages' child? The king's blood has a special effect on deviant ghosts? Danny asked in surprise. The deviant ghost glanced at her coldly and closed its eyes again. Finally it lied to her once. The deviant ghost, whose heart was as cold as ice, couldn't help but feel proud. The child will stay on Dragonstone Island. In my territory no one can touch him. Danny made her decision. I still want to go to the City of Knowledge with Sam, Jilly said weakly. You still want to go to the City of Knowledge? Danny frowned and looked at Fatty. Luckily I caught the deviant ghost, so I have to let the scholars know. Sam pointed at the deviant ghost. The City of Knowledge has already been disbanded by the Queen, so it doesn't matter if they know or not. The City of Knowledge's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms is embarrassing, so it's better not to go. The old crab mumbled. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms always have scholars beside them. The scholars control all the crow's nests and information exchange, so they have some say. Also, the Great Wall needs scholars, so every castle needs a scholar to manage the crow's nest. This time, I have a very important mission in the old town, and that is to bring a group of scholars back to the north. Sam said helplessly. Okay. Danny nodded. I'll create a magic sealing treasure chest for you later. After receiving Kueishi's reminder, Danny tested out the Brandon sealing magic circle. It could indeed defend against magic power, and was especially effective in suppressing evil forces. If the sealing magic circle was left in the castle's foundation and walls, the wizards outside the castle would not be able to use evil witchcraft to attack the castle owner. Just like in the Storm's End castle, even the powerful red-robed woman had to rely on Davos to sneak her into the castle before she could use her blood witchcraft. This child? Fatty looked at the baby in his arms with a bored expression and asked. Although he was willing to be the one to take over the baby, he had to take over the territory of the first ghost father, Caestel, and Caestel's beautiful daughter as compensation. He had to take care of Mansfred's son for Mansred. Count Bronn Blackwater's wife, Loris, also has a son. She can temporarily take in the Savage Prince. Danny looked at Bronn and said. Bronn felt as if he had eaten a piece of shit-flavored chocolate. He was happy that the Dragon Queen trusted him, and the child's identity was enough to enter his house. However, Loris' child was not his, and this child was not. Could it be that he, Bronn, was born to raise someone else's son? Your Majesty, don't worry. According to the traditions of the Westeros, I'll take this child as my foster son. Count Bronn's face was full of joy. Okay. Danny nodded. After Danny announced the end of the meeting, everyone left. Marwin brought an oak chest and a few large pieces of dragon crystals. Danny was in the hall. She melted the dragon crystals and embedded them in the wooden chest to create a powerful sealing magic circle. Dragon Queen was busy. Sam, who was waiting by the side, suddenly licked his lips. He pointed at a large pile of seashells on the royal stairs and said, "Your Majesty, there's a pile of oysters and clams here. They'll go bad if you don't eat them." Danny tilted her head and glanced at the seashells. They were cleaned from the other ghosts' bodies. "Eat them if you want." Her tone was like a doctor telling the family of a dying patient that the old man did not have many days left to live. Buy him whatever he wanted to eat and there was no need to avoid certain foods. Chapter 535. Danny spent half an hour to create an evil-suppressing treasure chest for Sam and locked the half-dead deviant ghost inside. She toasted a few more times at the banquet, chatted with Kuhulu and the others for a while, then went to the blacksmith to discuss how to improve the dragon crystal weapon. When she went to the harbor to hunt deviant ghosts this afternoon, Danny suddenly found a big problem. The guards had dragon crystal daggers, short swords, arrows, and spears with wooden handles and dragon crystal heads, but they didn't have any heavy weapons that could be used to attack fiercely and deal great damage, enough to fight deviant ghosts head-on. For example, broadswords and two-handed heavy swords. Spears were originally considered a hard dish, but the spear's damage was only at the tip of the spear, which meant that it could only stab, and the tip of the spear could easily break. Thus, the efficiency of killing enemies was much lower. Danny first thought, could she make a spiked mace with dragon crystal spikes? Then she had a flash of inspiration, and a more suitable weapon appeared in her mind. Marquawheat. Marquawheat was a type of sawtooth knife, invented by the Aztecs in America. Using a wooden paddle as the body of the knife, a row of hard and brittle obsidian crystals were embedded in the blade. Actually, obsidian was volcanic rock, and in this fantasy world, it was the dragon crystal. It could be said that, with the dragon crystal, Danny could almost perfectly replicate Marquawheat. And this weapon was enough to be a hard dish, even in human wars, stronger and bloodier than many machetes. With one slash, it was common to cut off a person's head or a horse's head. Danny forged 30 sharp dragon crystal tiger teeth, on the spot and embedded them in the 1-meter-long wooden stick, then with a powerful swing, cut off a peach tree as thick as a wrist. The dragon crystal did not break. From now on I'll use, Danny thought for a moment. She definitely couldn't use the transliterated name Marquawheat anymore. She couldn't not give it a name. Otherwise, after other people used this weapon, they might excitedly name it Danny's Teeth, Dragon Queen's Paddle, Queen's Broadsword, and other embarrassing names. This weapon will be called Dragon Tooth. I got the idea after observing the great guardian of light-eating prey. Danny shamelessly claimed the right to invent the weapon. From now on we will use the Dragon Tooth as our main weapon, paired with a dagger, and give up on short swords and spears. Yes, the dragon fang's teeth could be embedded into the end of a wooden pole to make a spear. He could even use the spikes of the dragon teeth to make crossbow arrows. Standardized work, all the dragon teeth were forged into the same Mitsubishi thorn shape. Daggers and arrowheads were also standardized, which would speed up the forging process. We only need to forge the trident, dagger, and arrowhead. As for the wooden sabers, wooden handles, and arrow shafts, we'll leave them to the night watchman. There are so many iron trees, oak trees, and weirwood beyond the Great Wall. It's much more convenient than on Dragonstone Island. Bronn waved the dragon-tooth dagger forged by the queen a few times and reminded, "Your Majesty, the dragon-tooth dagger is different from swords and knives. Since you have invented a new weapon, you should have a matching dagger technique to make full use of the weapon." Danny looked at the mercenary count in surprise and praised his cleverness. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. You can communicate with the night watchman of the Great Wall and create a new sword technique together." "Yes, Your Majesty," Bronn promised happily. Before Danny left, the old crab stopped her and said seriously, "Your Majesty, after seeing the deviant ghosts, I have a different opinion about your disaster relief in Hejin County." "What? Are you afraid that there won't be enough food?" Danny raised her eyebrows. Dragonstone Island has 100,000 tons of food, but Dragonstone Island, Crab Island, and Tidehead Island have less than 5,000 households. It's enough for 20 years. Besides, Tidehead Island and Crab Island already have food. We still have money and can continue to buy food. The old crab waved his hand. "Then what?" Danny asked curiously. "We have to prepare for the worst. A deviant ghost can freeze the sea. If you weren't here we wouldn't have been able to catch it. So, I'm worried that the Great Wall won't be able to hold, the old crab said seriously. Ha, don't worry, the Great Wall won't collapse. There's an exorcism circle under the Great Wall, the deviant ghosts won't be able to come over, Danny comforted with a smile. What if the deviant ghosts swim? Or they freeze the bay and go around the Great Wall? The old crab said seriously. Deviant Ghost King can't be so shameless, right? That's too wretched. Danny's tone was uncertain. Wasn't there a wretched deviant ghost hiding on the rudder this afternoon? Of course, I hope that the Great Wall can stop the deviant ghosts, but it's never wrong to prepare for the worst, the old crab insisted. Count, you're right. Danny nodded, the nonchalance on her face disappearing. Her family's assets were all in Slaves Bay, and she had been thinking about the alliance recently. She was too relaxed about the deviant ghosts and was too optimistic. What do you think? She asked seriously. Stabilize the first line of defense, build the second and third lines of defense. Without a doubt, the Great Wall is the first line of defense and also the most important one. After today, I'll personally write to the lords and ask them to arrange for knights and soldiers to come to Dragonstone Island with the dragon crystal weapons to be transported to Eastwatch. The Great Wall must be defended with all its might. The old crab said seriously. Didn't I make the same call before? Danny said. It's different this time. Scholar Pylus, Braun, Kuhulu, and 2,000 to 3,000 people have seen deviant ghosts. I'll also invite the lords nearby to come to Dragonstone Island to see deviant ghosts before Sam leaves. Danny reminded him, take it easy, don't break my demon suppression treasure chest. Yes, I'll be careful. The second line of defense is at the neck, both sides of the neck are natural strongholds, it'll be a pity to give it up. The third line of defense is the defense of the kingdoms after the deviant ghosts break through to Hejian. Hejian and Hejian are flat lands, there's no way to defend them, so we can only give it up. The mountains in the west are everywhere. Casterly Rock City was originally built by digging out the mountains, it can be considered a defensive stronghold. The old crab paid attention to Dragon Queen's expression and said carefully. Danny guessed his worries and laughed. Count Sadega, I only know your magnanimity today, very good. In front of deviant ghosts, personal grudges should be put aside. Yes, let's put it aside for now. If I want to take revenge, I'll defeat them in a dignified manner after all the disasters are over, then I'll convene a meeting and judge them in front of all the lords. Your Majesty is wise. The old crab was touched like never before. He was old and had been a wily old fox all his life, but now his eyes were wet. To be honest, he didn't have much self-awareness, he only wanted to protect his family in the long night. But the deviant ghost's brutality was like a bucket of cold water that woke him up. If the long night was not ended and the world was frozen, how could Sadega be protected? More importantly, the old count suddenly confirmed one thing. Dragon Queen was the main pillar of the long night, she was a savior who didn't need the title of savior. If Danny Rise, who had 5 megalosaurus, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, god-level magic power, 18 tons of steel, and the reappearance of Valeglia's magic network couldn't save the world, then, if there were other saviors they would be stronger than her, but in today's world, who dared to say that they were stronger than her? Obviously, the world depended on the Dragon Queen to save it. And he was the Dragon Queen's hand of the Queen, at least Dragonstone Island was under his control. As the hand of the savior, the old crab suddenly had a sense of mission that, if I don't work hard, how can the world survive? Continue. Looking at the old crab who was moved to tears, Danny felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, Riverbend, Royal Territory and Stormlands cannot be defended. Dorne has the Bone Path and Arryn Valley has the Blood Gate, they are all natural barriers. But Riverbend, Royal Territory and Stormlands cannot be abandoned. There are millions of people, the essence of Westeros is in these 4 kingdoms. So, there is a need to build a third line of defense. The third line of defense is to find a dangerous place and build a man-made stronghold. Other places can be discussed later, but the Royal Territory is the foundation of Targaryen, you should try your best to protect the civilians and nobles. My idea is to build a third line of defense for the Royal Territory on Crabclaw Peninsula. Danny thought about the complicated terrain of Crabclaw Peninsula and nodded. You want to use the food from Riverbend as a reward to hire refugees to build fortifications on Crabclaw Peninsula, right? What does your Majesty think? The old crab asked expectantly. Where do you plan to build a defensive stronghold on Crabclaw Peninsula? Danny asked. Crypt Castle and Whisper Castle are located at the end of the peninsula, at the top of high cliffs. They are very close to Crab Island, Dragonstone Island and Seagull Town in the valley. The Bren family of Crypt Castle and the Kleb family of Whisper Castle are both loyal to Targaryen. They both accompanied Prince Rhaegar in the final battle of Ruby Beach, and their families also fell during Robert's reign. It is a pity that Crypt Castle still has a master, but Whisper Castle is almost abandoned. I don't know if the Kleb family still has descendants. The old crab sighed. Then help them repair the castle. Dany sighed and said, Count, you will be in charge of this. After thinking for a while, Dany said, also work with Marwyn and choose a few trustworthy alchemists from the batch of alchemists who were working on Tidehead Island. Teach them how to use glass candles to connect to magic networks. You plan to send them to different places and communicate with them every day? The old crab said excitedly, you are almost recreating the glory of the Valeglia period. Perhaps we can surpass Valeglia. Dany said with a faint smile. Midnight. Dany rode Blackie to the hill 10 kilometers north of Gatto. When she flew over the main road of Valeglia where steel was made, Dany found it funny that torches and bonfires rose from the dark land like stars. They were all mercenaries, farmers and merchants who came to look for the Dragon Queen's steel lumps. Tens of thousands of them spread across the plains and rivers for several kilometers. There were even bonfires under the hill where Cora and Clinton were hiding. 18 tons of steel. It was too attractive. What's going on? Dany landed on the peak of the steep mountain and was surprised to find that there were still piles of steel lumps. Cora and Clinton were guarding by the side, and even Greenie was lying on the ground sleeping. Your Majesty, you are back. Cora and Clinton quickly got up to welcome her. Dany saw anxiety and doubt on their faces. Your Majesty, Greenie stopped working after throwing down 10 iron lumps in the middle of the night. No matter how we tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Cora complained. Greenie, what's going on? Dany asked in surprise. Could it be that his rebellious period had arrived? It shouldn't be, he was only 3 years old. Even if he wanted to rebel, would he dare to go against Brother Black Dragon's orders? Squeak, Greenie let out a low cry, his voice filled with grievance and fear. Who did you meet? Dany's expression changed as she asked seriously. Chapter 536. Squawk, Little Green growled. There's a monster in the river? And it stole tile steel? Dany's face was serious. Just like how people could not understand a dog's bark, but if they spent a lot of time with the dog, a bark might be able to let the owner know what it meant. Similarly, if the owner shouted in human language, the dog would be able to accurately carry out the owner's orders. Little Green was far more intelligent than a dog. When Little Green was young, Dany had talked to its dragon spirit many times. The relationship between the dragon and the human was far more intimate than that between a dog and its owner. So they could have limited spoken communication, but in fact, most of it was sensing each other's mental waves. What monster could there be in the river? In the past, Little Green was the overlord of the Slaver's Bay. It burned a whale when it was only a few months old, and now even the overlord squid has become its food. Jorah Mormont was puzzled. What monster in the Lone River can scare the Megalosaurus? Dany asked Clinton. The reason why Clinton was called over was because he had lived in seclusion in the Little Lone River for 10 years. He was familiar with the terrain, people, and customs of this area. Is the legend of Loina true? Clinton was a little surprised and said uncertainly, maybe Little Green met a giant turtle. Dany suddenly understood and asked, you mean, the Old Man of the River? Yes, the Old Man of the River. If the legend is true, the Old Man of the River is the god of the Lone River. Maybe the Megalosaurus would be afraid of him. Clinton said. The Loina fled to Dorne and became orphans of the Greenwater River. How could their god still be alive today? Jorah doubted. Clinton frowned and explained, just like the Undulls have many kings, the Loina are also many kingdoms of the same race. Nymeria, who led her people to Dorne, was only one of the queens. Along the Lone River, in the ruins of the once great city, there are many Loina strongholds. Have you seen the Old Man of the River? Dany asked. Yes, just half a year ago. A giant turtle bigger than a ship. Speaking of this, Clinton's expression changed as he said in surprise, at that time, we were passing by Nassau Star City at the junction of the Upper Rhone River and Naen River, which is only 500 kilometers away from here. The upper reaches of the Lone River were divided into 3 branches from west to east. The Upper Lone River that fed the Andros Hills, the Nan River that passed through the Novos Mountains, and the Kien River that originated in the Calls Forest. Among them, the Upper Lorne River had a tributary called the Little Lorne River, which passed through the Velvet Mountains. Previously, Clinton had taken little Aegon with him to make a living between the Little Lone River and the Upper Lone River. They spent their days on boats and had no fixed abode to avoid being discovered and tracked by the enemy. Then let's go take a look. Dany was a little excited. Your Majesty, don't be hasty. Clinton stopped her and tried to persuade her. It's too dark and we're in the river. If there really are anomalies and the other party has the geographical advantage, we'll be at a disadvantage if we go there like this. Why don't we wait until the sky is bright tomorrow? What about Slave Bay? According to the plan, we should go back tonight. Jorah Mormont said with a frown. Dany pondered for a moment and said, let's go take a look first. If we ride a dragon and fly in the sky, we should be able to leave the other party's attack range. After all, when Little Green threw the iron ingot, it was only a few dozen meters above the river. As for the dark, we don't have to worry, I have magic. Without delay, Jorah Mormont and John Clinton climbed onto Dahé's back. Dany changed to Little Green and flew to the Upper Lone River in only 10 minutes. It was a canyon with turbulent water. On the west bank was a steep mountain ridge that was 100 meters high, and on the east bank was a boundless birch forest. The Megalosaurus swept past the mountain ridge, and the dark forest was startled by the cries of apes, birds, and lions. They found a place with a wide view at the top of the mountain, and the two dragons crushed several green pines and cypresses for the 3 people and 2 dragons to rest. The cold wind whistled from the north, blowing Dany's hair and Mormont's white cloak. Looking down, the river surface that reflected the faint light of the stars was like a ribbon on the dark land, charming and gentle all the way from the north. The dark plains on the east bank were like a skirt woven from birch trees, hanging below the belt. Little Green, go down and explore the way, Dany said as she closed her eyes and entered the state of wind song. In this state, in addition to listening to the information in the wind, there was also the effect of the false dragon spirit. The Green Prophet meditation technique helped her dragon spirit, Little White, and the authentic Green Prophet could control thousands of animal companions at the same time. Dany had never given up on studying how to use the Green Prophet meditation technique with Little Green, Little Gold, and the other dragon spirits. It was very awkward. She didn't know if something was missing, but not only she couldn't silently distort the will of others like the three-eyed crow, she also couldn't take the initiative to obtain information from the wind, and she couldn't communicate with Little Green and the other dragon spirits. Until one day, when she entered the state of wind song to meditate in her bedroom, she happened to hear the scene of Little Green bullying Little Gold in the garden on the top floor. Little Green used his head to push Little Gold, just like Matt Raisy pushing Zidane, and Little Gold fell to the ground. Mother Long certainly didn't want to see her children fight, so she anxiously shouted, "Little Green, are you itching for a beating? How dare you bully your little brother?" Little Green looked left and right with a surprised expression, and then let go of Little Gold, who was crying in pain. At that time, Dany understood that within a certain distance, within the effective range of wind song, about a few kilometers, she could use wind song to communicate with Little Green. Squeak! Little Green obediently jumped down and circled in the air, from north to south, 30 meters above the river surface. The 100-meter-wide river surface was calm and nothing happened. When Little Green was about to fly back, Dany's consciousness entered the cold river surface and said in his ear, "Continue, this time be more arrogant." Little Green blinked his eyes, very surprised by Mother Long's state. But he didn't delay and circled again, still from north to south, this time only 20 meters above the river surface. Not only that, he also screamed when he flew over a certain part of the river surface. This time the river finally reacted. Boom splash. Suddenly, a thick pillar of water shot up from the riverside and hit Little Green's body like a jack. Actually, it was more like a water release, water dragon bullet technique. The scene was like an adult kicking an old hen's belly, and the hen was sent flying in circles in the sky. Little Green, in the most miserable state, landed in the forest next to us. Before Little Green struggled to fly, Dany immediately reminded him in the state of wind song. Boom crack crack crack. And so, Little Green fell diagonally into the birch forest on the east bank, breaking dozens of thick trees. Little Green play dead. Moan mournfully and struggle to get up but fail repeatedly, just like when your wings and thighs were bitten off by the pterosaur. Dany continued to command remotely. Little Green was very talented. Hischi. Its cry was sad like an old hen whose head was placed on a chopping board. It staggered, got up several times and fell down several times. Gurgle gurgle. The river water seemed to be boiling, creating large splashes. Visible to the naked eye, the river level rose, drowning the weeds and bushes on the east bank and quickly spreading upward. Gradually, the river rushed into the birch forest, and the turbid waves rolled toward Little Green. 7 gods above, what is in the river? Clinton was stunned. The old man in the river? Cora's pupils contracted, and his right hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword. Sir Clinton, wait here, Mormont and I will go down, Danny said quickly as she climbed onto Blackie's back. Why is he not me? Clinton frowned. I have a tile steel sword and tile steel armor, I can deal with a demigod, Cora explained. Thinking that Barristan had followed the queen to fight against Balerion, the big bear was nervous and expectant. Queen, let me use your steel sword. You are the queen, so you can just wait here. I am good at swimming, so I don't need armor. As Clinton spoke, he took off his chainmail and sword belt. Danny thought about it. She still had a tile steel dagger, so she took it from her waist and handed it to him, saying, Be careful, without armor your body is light, and it is easy to be swept away by the waves. Last time in Astapor he melted a tile steel sword and was going to give it to Aegon, but he took out Blackfire. So Tobu used the tile steel to forge 5 short daggers for the queen. The other 4 were going to be installed with keel grips, and at this time they were still carefully sculpting. The one on Danny's waist was made with a fish beam handle. After that, she left the sole coordinates on the arms of the 2 in turn, and then climbed onto the dragon's back, letting them pull the chain hanging from Blackie's legs and glide toward the river. His Little Green was still acting. In the face of the muddy river, he staggered into the depths of the dark forest to hide. At this time he was 400 or 500 meters away from the river, and the river was gurgling 400 or 500 meters into the forest. That scene, it was as if the river here had burst a dam. But the river only overflowed upward and did not flow to the left and right. Blackie was like a hunter in the dark, quietly gliding in front of Little Green. Clinton and the big bear landed on the treetops and quickly climbed down to get close to Little Green. Hiss! Little Green suddenly raised his head and spat dragon flames at the surrounding birch trees. In an instant, the dark forest and the muddy yellow river were engulfed in the bright red light of the fire. Almost at the same time, Blackie swooped down to the shadow in the river behind Little Green, and his flesh wings made a clattering sound in the air. Boom! The glazed red dragon flames were like water, dissolving into the water. Boom! The muddy yellow water evaporated in the intense heat, and the steam even exploded when it met the dragon flames. The steam expanded rapidly under the dragon flames. The water splashed up dozens of meters high. The pool was originally a forest and the water was not deep. The explosion pushed the surrounding water away, revealing the overgrown ground and the black shadow struggling fiercely on the ground. Hiss hiss hiss! The black shadow was 15 meters long and as thick as a water tank. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was as big as the back door of a van. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light, like jagged short swords inserted together. There was also a row of sharp bone spurs on its burnt and bleeding back. 7 levels of hell, Loach Spirit, Knife Loach. With the help of the fire, Danny also saw the monster below clearly. It was a huge loach that looked like a catfish. In an instant she had goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was filled with disgust. The whole process took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only happened in 2 breaths. Under Danny's fire control technique, Blackie began to spit dragon flames from 50 meters away. At this time the river water exploded and he swooped down, like an eagle catching a snake, and his dragon claws pierced into the loach's flesh. The terrifying diving force made the dragon claws like steel swords, tearing large pieces of flesh. Blood splattered and the loach wailed hysterically. Blackie's body also fell to the mud uncontrollably. Boom! Something strange happened again. The river suddenly surged and the water burst out of the dam like a waterfall, creating a 20-meter-tall wave. Like a chicken covered with a quilt, it covered Dahe and Danny, who was on its back. Chapter 537. Hehe, do you think this river god doesn't know that you have 2 dragons? You want to use the green dragon as bait, but don't you know that I'm also playing along? The flood was like a towering city wall, pouring down on Danny and Dahe. An evil and proud old man's voice came from the waves. Well, this move was a bit like the water release, great waterfall technique. Crack. Boom. Dahe only glanced at the approaching giant wave, then calmly and quickly lowered its head. It bit down on the head of the struggling loach under its claws and sank its teeth into the bone. Dragon flames erupted, and in an instant the meat juice flowed out. The skull became soft and the smell of burnt meat spread out. Rumble, the flood was like an army of 10,000 horses, rolling over and drowning Dahe and Danny's figures. The branches, leaves, and trunks of the white birch trees were also broken. "Your Majesty!" Hiss. In the distance, Little Green, Big Bear, and Old Face were all worried and frightened. But they didn't have time to care about the Dragon Queen. Although the flood had been blocked by Dahe and the forest and had become flat, it was still 7 or 8 meters high when it rushed dozens of meters away. Boom! At this moment, the river water that drowned the black dragon suddenly turned red, as if 10 3,000-watt electric lamps were lit at the bottom of the water. Then an intense air explosion occurred, making a loud noise like a landslide or a tsunami. The glazed red dragon flames mixed with a large amount of white water vapor and turbid water splashes, blooming like a flower. In the center was Dahe, whose whole body seemed to be covered with a red dragon flame golden bell. "I know. This is a divine dragon. Impossible, he's only 3 years old." In the sky above the center of the explosion, the previously complacent old monster roared in horror. His body was as big as a house, but he was still uncontrollably blown dozens of meters high by the air explosion. Before the flood came, he crashed in front of Little Green and the two knights. It was almost like a pot lid was placed on Little Green's head. Boom! The river water that had lost the drive of the evil god's divine power, which was originally rolling like a galloping horse, was now like the great waterfall technique that had lost its chakra, instantly collapsing into a shapeless splash. The waves receded. Big Bear and Old Guy's faces were dripping with muddy water, but they didn't feel it at all. They just looked at the huge crab in front of them in shock. They were completely stupefied. That's right. The monster in the river that had caused the huge waves was not the giant tortoise or the blade loach, but a giant crab. It had a greenish-black crab shell that reflected a metallic luster, 8 legs that were like the sides of the Grim Reaper, and a pair of pincers that were thicker than pillars and looked like giant scissors. Just the 2 blood-red eyeballs alone were as big as basketballs. However, at this moment the crab was in a rather miserable state. Its bubbling mouth was spewing out blue blood foam like a fountain. A quarter of the crab's shell and its left pincer were bright red, just like the steamed crabs they usually ate. "How is this possible? I am the father god of the Lorne River. How dare you, all of you must die." The crab let out a resentful sound of disbelief. In fact, it was a mental fluctuation. Big Bear and Old Awkward on the side heard it. This also reminded them. Without any hesitation, the two of them took a few quick steps in the knee-deep puddle and drew their swords at the same time. TCH. They hit their targets at the same time. Clinton on the left stabbed the crab's glowing blood-red left eye. Like a roasted red iron sword stabbing into a rotten watermelon, red and black juice splattered all over the knight's head and face. Big Bear on the right roared and exerted strength in his arm. The 1.2-meter-long broadsword in his hand stabbed into the crab's mouth until it reached the hilt. Awoo! The crab demon let out a tragic wail. Its left claw stabbed at Clinton while its right claw clamped onto Cora's waist with lightning speed. Unfortunately, its left claw was already half-cooked by Blackie's dragon flames and couldn't move easily, allowing Clinton to dodge it nimbly. Its right claw was undamaged. Even though the crab demon was currently on its back with its peak demigod strength, it could still clamp onto Cora accurately. It was as easy as the people of the Celestial Empire using chopsticks to clamp a prawn ball. Crack, crack, crack. Awoo! The steel plate armor let out the sound of the deck twisting and rivets snapping. Cora himself also had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he let out an extremely painful wail. Black Dragon's dragon flames exploding, the crab flipping over due to the explosion, the two knights assassinating, and Big Bear being clamped all happened in the short span of 1 or 2 breaths. Meanwhile, Little Green was on the side. Without any hesitation, it bit into the crab's eye socket. Boom. The dragon flames burned through the other eyeball like a flood, melting the teeth in the crab's mouth like a guillotine and roasting the crab's shell above its eyebrows. Even the steel sword that was stabbed into the crab's mouth was burned red. It hurt so much. The crab demon threw away the iron knight that it failed to clamp in half as it had expected and attacked Little Green's neck with its right pincer. Little Green's bucket-thick neck was like a pencil to the crab's pincer. If it really hit, Little Green would at least be half dead. However, the green dragon's reaction wasn't slow either. It just shrunk its neck and dodged the attack while continuing to spew dragon flames from its mouth. At the same time, Clinton also lowered his body and crawled under Little Green's neck. He then approached the crab's right claw, the right claw's blind spot, and raised the clear sky sword to chop the claw joint. Bam bam bam. Dark blood spurted out. The crab's 8 claws waved wildly like a mountain of knives, but it still couldn't scratch the knight. Danny and Big Black also rushed over. Halfway through, they used a double dragon spirit soul attack, and the crab's movements suddenly froze. Boom! Big Black spat out glazed red water dragon flames from 10 meters away. Danny and Little White were both at the first level of dragon spirit. In the short span of 2 breaths, they continuously gave the crab spirit 10 soul strikes. In between, they even tested the soul-extinguishing strike, created by the Dragon Slayer Horn Rune 3 times, knocking the crab spirit unconscious. She only stopped when her head started to hurt. Kill it while it's down. Danny continued to work hard. She used the fire control technique. Little Green was in front and Big Black was behind. What do you want? Danny continued to ask through Big Black's mouth. I want to persuade you to be merciful and let the Crab King go, the giant turtle said. It's too late. He's dead. Danny raised her vigilance and was ready to fight. The giant turtle was stunned when it heard that. It said in disbelief, how could he die? He sneak attacked me. He deserves this retribution, Danny said. Suddenly her heart skipped a beat. She remembered the mythical system of the Loina people. She said in surprise, you said he was the Crab King, the legendary ruler of the Lone River, the Crab King? The main deity in the Loina myths was naturally the mother of the Lone River. The first deity under the main deity was the Crab King, and after the Crab King was the Old Man in the River. According to the myths and legends, it was indeed the Crab King who ruled the underwater creatures of the Lone River. He was probably the god of the Lone River. Well, the mother of the Lone River was not the god of the Lone River. He was the Lone River itself. But the situation changed. Nobody knew when the Old Man in the River defeated the Crab King and usurped the position of the river god. He was the Crab King. He had just escaped from the seal. How could... The Old Man in the River could not believe it. He felt humiliated. He and the Crab King were demigods of the same level. If the Crab King died so easily, then he, thinking of that, he sighed and said, Dragon Queen, I mean you no harm. Since the Crab King is dead, I'll take my leave. After saying that, his mountain-like body slowly sank into the water. Danny saw this and guessed that the old man did not mean any harm. She quickly shouted, Friend, please wait. Chapter 538. Quick, quick, the sound is coming from that direction. Ah. Look, there's a sun in the sky. The upper Rhone River was not an absolutely desolate place. It connected the Andalas Hills in the north and the Great Plains in the south. It also ran through the Straits of Bravos, making it a very important waterway. Not to mention, because of the Dragon Queen's hidden tile steel, there were a lot of people searching for treasures near Gidohi in the past 2 days. Therefore, the sound of the battle between the Megalosaurus and the crab spirit, the flames, and the flood attracted the attention of the mercenaries, sailors, and farmers within a radius of more than 10 miles. However, only the mercenaries who lived their lives with their lives on the line would dare to investigate. Just as the Dragon Queen made an appointment with the Old Man in the River, a group of more than 10 riders had passed through the birch forest and arrived at the edge of the battle scene. Ah, it's the Megalosaurus, the Black Dragon, it's the Dragon Queen. The mercenaries saw the figures under the light of the fire coming from the east bank downstream. They were a few hundred meters away from the river. It was the Dragon Queen and the Black Dragon. And the fireball that was the size of a small house was held up in the air by a slender arm. The mercenaries were horrified and pulled the reins in fear, not daring to move forward. Gods, there really was a flood here? Another mercenary noticed the wet mud under his feet. Look, Mystic Dragon above, the Old Man in the River. The mercenaries saw a huge turtle shell on the river surface. Old Man in the River, please wait. Danny noticed the mercenaries, but she was in a hurry to keep Old Tortoise and did not have the time to care about them. Ah, it really is the Old Man in the River. The mercenaries looked at each other, feeling as if they had entered a mythical world. The Mystic Dragon was talking to the Old Man in the River. Brr. The giant turtle stopped diving, turned its head, and roared at the mercenaries on the causeway. It was like 10,000 cows were mooing at the same time. Danny understood that the old man in the river was willing to communicate with her, but he did not want to be watched by others. Get lost. Blackie roared at the mercenaries. At the same time, Danny turned her palm and threw the huge sun into the forest below. Buzz 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 boom walala. The mercenaries could only see bright red in front of their eyes. The ground was shaking slightly, and the scorching wind was whistling in their ears. The strong airflow almost blew them off their saddles. In front of them, the branches and leaves of the birch tree were visibly reduced to ashes in the flames, and the tree trunk also fell in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, it was a sea of fire. Within a radius of 200 meters, there was not a single birch tree standing upright. Within a radius of 400 meters, the scorching heat had also singed the mercenaries' hair. The mercenaries were terrified. They opened their mouths wide and howled as if they had lost consciousness. Like headless flies, they whipped their horses and scattered in all directions. There were even mercenaries who broke into the area where Little Green was burning the crabs. They saw ferocious fire-breathing green dragons, crab spirits that were roasted red, and the carcasses of blade loaches that were more than 10 meters long and as thick as water buckets. When ordinary mercenaries suddenly barged into the world of mythological spirits, they were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, he was still sitting on the saddle. The horse carried him and fled into the depths of the forest. When everyone was gone, Danny approached the old man in the river. She circled around and approached him from the shore. Then she raised a bright white dragon fireball that was not the version of divine power. She lowered her altitude and landed on a rock on the riverbank that was more than 10 meters above the river. Dragon Queen, what do you want to talk about? The giant turtle hid most of its body in the river. It was also very cautious. Old man in the river, why do you think I can't kill the Crab King? Danny asked. After a long silence, the giant turtle sighed and said, because your dragon is only 3 years old, and the Crab King has lived for tens of thousands of years. This barely counts as a reason, Danny said reluctantly. The giant turtle shook its head and continued, the Crab King has listened to Mother's Song of Water. It shouldn't be killed by the dragon flames. Mother of the Rhone River has mastered the Song of Water? Danny was surprised. So the Queen also knows the Song of Law. The giant turtle nodded thoughtfully and explained, the Crab King is Mother's most talented child and also my elder brother. He inherited at least 30% of Mother's Song of Water. 2,000 years ago, when the people of Valeglia destroyed Ghetto, 100 megalosaurus burned hundreds of kilometers of the Rhone River and the Little Rhone River, but they could not kill him. So they used 2 Sphinx statues to seal him in Mother's subdivine realm. So that's what happened. Danny had a strange expression. Maybe the seal of Valeglia weakened his divine power. 300 years ago, when the centaurs removed one of the statues, the seal weakened by at least 30%. But he still could not escape until you melted the other Sphinx statue. You said that you are the child of Mother of the Rhone River. Are you like the celestial emperor born from the union of the night lion and the maiden of light? Danny asked again. No, the creatures of the Rhone River are all Mother's children. We were all born in the river and grew up in the river. If we are not Mother's children, what are we? The giant turtle said. That's true. Danny was enlightened. After a pause, she asked again, you said that the Crab King inherited 30% of Mother of the Rhone River's water song. Has Mother of the Rhone River fallen into a deep slumber? Mother is dead. The giant turtle said calmly. Danny was shocked. Not only because of the fact that a true god had fallen, but also because of the giant turtle's calmness. Even true gods can fall? She asked a stupid question. Didn't the door god die too? Many true gods have died. The Maiden of Light, the Night Lion, the Fisher Queen, the Centaur God. A large group of true gods died in the long night. Who knows how many will die in this long night? When all the true gods die, perhaps our world will completely fall into the abyss. The giant turtle sighed. Why would a true god die in the long night? Danny was shocked. I'm not too sure. I can only tell you Mother's words. The true gods are rooted in the world, and their mission is to lift the world up. It seems that the true gods are responsible for building the world. But our world has been falling since the beginning of its creation. The so-called long night is just the surface of the world's disaster. The world falls from one energy level to another. It's like falling from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and the true gods are the ones holding up the world. When the world falls, the first to fall to death is naturally the true gods themselves. Danny's expression changed a few times. The information revealed by the old man in the water was too rich and too terrifying. Now she vaguely understood the truth of the world. "How can you talk about the death of Mother Lone River so calmly?" she asked after a while. "Your mother has been dead for 17 years. Do you still feel sad now? Time can heal all wounds and make people numb to them. Also, the death of a god is different from that of a mortal," the giant turtle said with a complicated tone. "You're not human," Danny complained in her heart. Her mood was no longer as depressed as before. She nodded in agreement and asked, "What's the truth behind Yesor Ahai ending the long night? Dragon Queen, have you been to the land of eternal winter, the sea of sunset, the far east, and Sosros?" the giant turtle asked. "No, I'm very busy now. When the slaves of the world are liberated and the long night is over, I'll ride Dragon 1 to explore the ends of those 4 places," Danny said with a smile. The giant turtle mumbled, "There's no end to those places." "What do you mean by no end?" Danny was puzzled. "In other words, if you fly north for a year, you'll still reach an unknown continent or sea," the giant turtle said. Danny smiled confidently and said, "You're a turtle. You might not know how fast my megalosaurus is. From the westernmost Westeros to the easternmost Asia, it'll take at most 3 days and 3 nights. A year? That's enough for me to fly around this world dozens of times." Danny's so-called, around the world, naturally meant traveling around the equator. But to the giant turtle, it sounded like flying around the known world. So, it didn't refute her and only sighed. "One day you'll understand when you try it yourself. I'm only saying this to tell you that the deviant ghosts come from the land of eternal winter in the far north and have never been completely wiped out. Yasuo Ahai only killed the deviant ghost king that went south into the known world and drove the remaining deviant ghosts back to the land of eternal winter. Humans have more than one king and deviant ghosts have more than one as well. It's just that it's very difficult for deviant ghosts to give birth to a deviant ghost king. If you have the chance, you can ask the Green Prophet or the Son of the Forest. They're the most familiar with deviant ghosts. It seems that the appearance of deviant ghosts is related to them. Actually, think about it carefully. If deviant ghosts are all dead, is there a need to build the Great Wall? However, I can tell you for sure that killing the deviant ghost king won't bring light to the world. We have to summon a new sun. If we kill the deviant ghost king, the dark clouds in the sky will disperse and the sun will be revealed, right?" This was Danny's scientific understanding of the long night. The long night was at most like nuclear winter. The sunlight would be blocked. Why would they need a new sun? "Your Majesty, if you ask what happened back then, I can tell you. But if you want me to explain the reason, I can't." Old Tortoise said straightforwardly. "Okay, continue. How was the long night ended?" After killing the deviant ghost king, Yasuo Ahai asked Mother to bring the sun back as the savior of mankind. Mother couldn't refuse. This was her responsibility. But with Mother's power as a god, it was difficult to do so. So, she gave the Song of Water to us children and gathered the power of all the secondary gods in the entire Lone River god system to sing a song. Finally, summer came again. What about Lalo? What about the other gods? Why didn't they stand up? Danny was puzzled. Just us alone is enough to bring back summer. Why bother another person when one person can finish the job? Besides, the other person also has other tasks. Why was Valeglia destroyed? Danny changed the question. They burned the brilliant lone civilization and killed Mother. Don't they deserve retribution? The giant tortoise lost its peaceful and calm. Its face was ferocious and its voice was ghostly. Of course they deserve retribution. The question is, who gave them retribution? Other than a true god, who else could it be? The giant tortoise howled. Danny choked, but the mystery in her heart was solved. The next moment, a new question arose. Why did a true god destroy Valeglia? It definitely wasn't to avenge Lone's mother. Seeing Old Tortoise so irritable, Danny didn't dare to ask any more questions related to Valeglia. If this thing dived and ran away, who would answer the many questions in her mind? For example, where's my tile steel? I don't know, but I can go to the bottom of the river to help you look for it. Why did the Crab King steal my tile steel? Danny asked curiously. That kind of treasure dropped in front of your own door. Whoever doesn't pick it up would be a fool. Old Tortoise complained. What can a crab do with tile steel? Forge armor with it? Keep it, give it to a human to melt, or trade it with other demigods. In short, tile steel is very valuable to demigods, Old Tortoise said. That demigod knife loach is very weak. Was it also sealed by the statue? Danny asked expectantly. Knife loaches were much weaker than the immortal ones like queers, but they were still demigods. If there was a loach, why couldn't there be an eel, a clam, a snail, a carp, a black fish? If there were dozens or hundreds of creatures in the lone river, and each race had a demigod, Danny was almost drooling. Chapter 539. What are you trying to do? Old Tortoise asked cautiously. I am the human emperor, the emperor of all humans in this world. I shall ensure the safety of the people. The Crab King, Loach, and other evildoers are greedy beyond measure, devouring humans and souls. The human emperor shall rid the world of evil and bring justice to all living beings. Dragon Queen stood on the back of the black dragon. Her small face seemed to be shining with a holy light. Her beautiful purple eyes did not have any of their usual charm, only determination and fearlessness. Old Tortoise did not know that there was such a divine skill as spiritual bestowment in this world, nor did he know that killing evil gods would be so beneficial to the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, you worry too much. With me in charge of the Rhone River, no evil god would dare harm the living beings along the river, he stammered. Sigh, what are you saying? Danny shook her head and sighed. Loach and Crab King were being unreasonable earlier. Why didn't you come out? Instead, when I was about to vanquish the evil, you came to stop me. Even if I believe that you would not be in cahoots with the evil gods, you two share the same mother, so it is inevitable that you would have feelings for each other. Why don't you tell me where those unfilial evil gods who ruined Mother Rhone's image are, and I will help Mother Rhone clean them up. Although Old Tortoise had a dark green tortoise face like the bark of a withered tree, he could not help but blush. Crab King is different. For tens of thousands of years he was the king of the Rhone River. It was only in the recent 10,000 years that I took the authority to manage the living beings in the Rhone River from him. So he was a little disobedient. Mother's other secondary gods, however, respected me and obeyed my orders. If Crab King is the eldest son, then I am Mother's second son, Old Tortoise explained awkwardly. Danny's eyes lit up. Old Tortoise's words meant there were indeed many demigods in the Rhone River. Now that the questions were answered, should she get rid of Old Tortoise as soon as he had outlived his usefulness? However, the old man of the river had always been the auspicious sign of the Rhone River. He never accepted any blood sacrifices, nor did he cause any harm to others. He was a rare kind god. Old Tortoise felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and for some reason, he revealed another secret. Dragon Queen, I advised you not to kill the Crab King not only because of our tens of thousands of years of friendship, but also because of you. Killing the Crab King will do you more harm than good. Why? Danny suppressed her surging thoughts and asked curiously. Dragon Queen, you are also a magician. Have you noticed that the king's blood has a special power? That's true, Danny replied. Why is it that before he became king he and his descendants didn't have any power in their bloodlines, and they were only crowned kings among mortals, but their bloodlines underwent a substantial change, or should I say their bloodlines were deified? The old turtle asked again. Perhaps it's a change caused by the faith of the people. Do you know the reason? Danny frowned. I don't know. Old Tortoise shook his head and sighed. I don't know the reason, but because I've lived for a long time, I know some of the rules that have already been established. There is a special law in this world, and that law can bestow some mysterious power to those who are recognized by heaven, earth, and man. A king recognized by the people has the bloodline of the king. So, Queen, think about it, what does a god who saves the world have? Does he have great luck and merit? Danny asked in surprise. Luck, merit. Old Tortoise was stunned as he carefully pondered over these two words. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. He had thought about it for tens of thousands of years and still couldn't figure it out, but the Dragon Queen only heard a few words and came up with such a profound answer. Why is there such a huge difference between the comprehension of a human and a tortoise? And her strength, a little girl in her teens 10 years is only enough for me to take a nap, killed the Crab King without any damage. Even if the Crab King was just released from prison, he should have at least 70 to 80% of my strength. Old Tortoise was upset. The law of the world had changed and it had become friendlier to humans, a new species with a short lifespan. First, there were the 3 Balerian brothers of the Valeglia tribe, and now there was the Dragon Queen who appeared out of nowhere. The human race is really... Using the Dragon Queen's words, the human race has great luck. It's luck and merit. Old Tortoise sighed with mixed feelings and continued, The Crab King participated in the sun summoning ceremony 8,000 years ago. In theory he has great merit to both heaven and earth, so he can't be killed easily. What will happen if he is killed? Danny asked. This. Old Tortoise hesitated again. You're also a queen. If someone kills your subject who has contributed to you, how will you react? Hee, old man in the river, you are very wise and your thoughts are very interesting. However, karma is unpredictable in this world, and the strongest is king. There is no reward for good and there is no punishment for evil. How many evil gods see humans as pigs and sheep, and they have contributed nothing to heaven and earth, but they still live happily for tens of thousands of years? How many good people are played by fate, and treated as pawns by the gods? Danny was filled with emotions, and she no longer had any intention to kill old man in the river. It's not necessarily that there is no retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Crab King and Loach King, aren't they your retribution? Old Tortoise said in a low voice. That's right. Danny nodded and laughed heartily. I am the retribution of all evil gods. Old man in the river, tell me among your brothers and sisters, how many will suffer retribution like Crab King? There was no way to continue this conversation. Old Tortoise wanted to dive into the water and slip away immediately. Your Majesty, after the Dragon King's calamity, Mother's lesser gods are all gone. No matter what, I will restrain the few remaining descendants. Old Tortoise's tone had a hint of pleading. There was nothing he could do. Even he and Crab King, the two leaders, one good and one evil, were no match for Dragon Queen. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crabs were even worse than Loach King. Less than 1 out of 100? Danny was flabbergasted. She cursed loudly, damn those Valyrians, they're too cruel. Old Tortoise heard that, and suddenly had a good impression of the queen. Previously, when he knew that the Dragon Queen was in Mat Eris and Balerion, he already had good intentions towards her. Otherwise, when she called for him, he would not have stayed at all, and would not have answered all her questions and explained so many ancient secrets to her. Old Tortoise's train of thought was not on the same channel as the Dragon Queen. Old Tortoise thought that the Dragon Queen took pity on the victims, but the Dragon Queen was cursing the predecessors for cutting down trees, and the descendants had nowhere to stay. A few hundred lesser gods, it should be enough for 5 dragons to ascend to the sky, right? Danny's tone and expression were not forced at all. She was very sincere and it touched Old Tortoise. Your Majesty, what do you think about this? Recently, many treasure hunters have sneaked into the bottom of the river to look for your iron ingots. Why don't I help you transport them to Slaver's Bay as atonement for Crab King? Old Tortoise said kindly. You're just a freshwater tortoise, can you go to the sea? Danny's mouth twitched. Old Tortoise said proudly, I've been to the Jade Sea in the Far East, the Sunset Sea in the West, the Summer Sea in the South, the Narrow Sea and the Trembling Sea in the North. Don't tell me, you've been hiding from Valeglia? Danny was suspicious. Old Tortoise had said before that Crab King was only the former king of the Rhone River, and Old Tortoise was the current king. However, Valeglia only sealed Crab King and did not stew Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was very embarrassed, and his old bark-like dark green tortoise face almost shrank into the water. Dragon Queen had guessed correctly. Old Tortoise's wandering was not because he loved traveling, but because he was hiding from the cruel Dragon King of Valeglia. It was not until 400 years ago, when Valeglia was destroyed by the cataclysm, that he returned home happily. However, Old Tortoise was not just afraid of death, he had a special mission. Sigh, if it wasn't for me secretly watching over her, would Nymeria be able to bring 10,000 broken ships through Valeglia's blockade on the Rhone River? Would she be able to cross the Summer Sea with its unpredictable weather, cross the Narrow Sea, and bring 200,000 loyans to Dorne? Old Tortoise said bitterly. Oh. After confirming that Old Tortoise was an experienced driver, Danny was still not assured. You said it yourself, anyone who sees the iron ingots will be tempted. If you take my iron ingots for yourself with the way you hide from Valeglia, you can just hide in some deep bay and sleep for 80 to 80 years. How am I going to reason with you? Dragon Queen, how can I be such an untrustworthy person? Old Tortoise was very angry and roared like a bull, causing the surrounding water to ripple and the giant rock under Dahe's feet to shake slightly. This is a serious matter, I have to be careful. Danny's hair was flying in the air, waves caused by Old Tortoise's roar. Then forget it, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Old Tortoise said sullenly and was about to sink into the river. Don't, how can you go back on your words? Danny quickly stopped him and said, do you have any deposit? You can leave it with me, I'll return it to you when you transport the iron ingots to Slaver's Bay. I'm helping you. Old Tortoise emphasized angrily. Then help me to the end so that I won't be worried. Although Danny was a little unreasonable, she had no choice. 18 tons of iron ingots was too precious. If Old Tortoise could not make her feel at ease, she might as well not mention helping in the first place. At most, she would take a little risk and arrange for Dahe to escort the 9 swamp dragons for a trip or two. I swear in the name of the mother of the Rhone River, Old Tortoise said seriously. Danny's eyes flashed and she nodded. That works too. Old Tortoise was good at swimming, and it only took 10 minutes to find the 10 ingots of iron ingots that the Crab King had hidden in the underground waterway. Old Tortoise was also awesome, and he did not let the 2 knights tie the iron ingots to his back. Instead, he opened his van-sized mouth and swallowed the 10 bucket-sized iron ingots into his stomach. When Dahe and Little White were transporting the other 61 iron ingots, Big Bear and Old Face worked together to pry open the Crab King's crab shell. The charred crab meat and crab innards were exposed. Danny found that the dragon flame had been burning for more than an hour, and the meat was charred, but the crab shell was still red and did not soften. She wanted to remove the crab shell to forge armor. Old Tortoise reluctantly carried the crab shell on his back, adding a red vest. After that, Old Tortoise swallowed another 50 iron ingots, and only then did he sink to the bottom of the river with the shell stripped of the crab meat. Well, there were a total of 71 iron ingots and Old Tortoise only took 60 of them. Of the remaining 11, 3 would be taken away by the 2 dragons tonight, and the other 8 would be hidden somewhere else. They were busy until dawn, when a hint of indigo appeared in the eastern sky, and the 3 humans and 2 dragons finally stopped working. Old Face then asked Danny, "Since you don't trust the old man in the river, why did you let him take away 60 iron ingots?" "Sir, what do you think of Old Tortoise? There's a saying among the natives, a dragon king without the turtle prime minister is like a king without a crown," Danny asked with a smile. Chapter 540. Thinking of tonight's experience, Clinton's expression changed a few times and said with a complicated tone, "It's my first time seeing a legendary god. I don't know how to evaluate the old man in the river, but he's better than the Crab King who wants to kill for money." "When have you not seen a god?" Danny rolled her eyes and pointed to Dahe who was eating crab meat. "Dahe is a demigod. From the first time you saw him, you've seen a legendary god." Is that so?" The old man was stunned and suddenly thought of the explosion caused by the black dragon flame that sent the Crab King flying dozens of meters, but he was still standing. "Your Majesty is right. I was blind and ignored the great guardian of light. So, the 7 gods are also real and far beyond ordinary gods?" Before Danny answered, the old man's expression suddenly became solemn and his tone became extremely pious. "I'm guilty. I was misled by the pagan mage and thought that the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. I'm guilty. Your Majesty, you're the chief bishop, please help me repent." Danny looked at the old man in front of her in a daze. Between his wrinkled eyebrows, the mark of the paladin lit up. It meant that he was qualified to contract a pterosaur. Did he suddenly have an epiphany? She hurriedly observed Clinton's line of faith with the black dragon spirit. Damn it, his faith increased from 2.0 to 20 points. Although it was not as terrifying as the White Knight Barristan's 50 points, it was more than most of her knights. "Okay, back in Astapor, I'll help you repent." She swallowed and said. Helping him repent was to listen to his confession and finally forgive him on behalf of the 7 gods. It was a bit like Christianity, where believers who felt guilty would tell their experiences to the priest next to the screen in a phone booth, and criticize themselves. After being interrupted by Clinton, the previous topic suddenly became boring. She did not keep him in suspense and said directly, "The old man in the river swore by the mother of the Rhone River. If he breaks his oath, he will not be able to stay in the Rhone River for thousands of miles. And he's a good god with strong abilities. I want to get him to join us. 60 pieces of steel, that's the chance to meet him next time. It's also the final test of his character. If he passes, I'll persuade him to participate in the liberation of slaves. Well, he can help me pull the boat." The idea of a giant turtle pulling a boat sounded very exciting. The old man in the river was the representative of auspiciousness. Letting the old turtle pull the boat was akin to a Chelan pulling a chariot. Even if she didn't need to act tough, there were still 5 dragons. Dahe would inherit the 7 gods' family business. As for the other 4 dragons, it was also possible for the Sea Dragon King to emerge. Which Dragon King didn't have a turtle prime minister? But will the old man in the river agree? Big Bear asked doubtfully. The Valeglia and Beleriand exterminated the Loina clan. Yes, the half-clan. He even killed Loina's mother and hundreds of secondary gods under him. Those were Old Tortoise's mother and brothers. Even if it was a personal grudge, Old Tortoise had been away from his home for more than 1,500 years. Did he not have any blood in his heart? I'm in the middle of a life-and-death battle with Beleriand. What reason does he have to refuse to join in? But you let him pull the boat. The big bear stammered. Of course I won't say to him, "Hey, come and be my tracker," Danny said grumpily. Screech, while they were talking, something strange happened again. Little Green, who was lying in the forest gnawing on crab bones, howled in pain without any warning. Then, it rolled on the ground like a madman, crushing the nearby birch trees until they snapped with a rustling sound. What's wrong? Is it food poisoning? Did you eat something bad? Danny was shocked. She hurriedly ran over to comfort him. However, Little Green seemed to have lost consciousness. He only cared about rolling, so she couldn't get close. Rolling on the ground didn't seem to relieve Little Green's pain. Covered in mud, he actually smashed his head on the ground, creating hollow thumps on the stones on the ground. Screech, smashing his head still didn't stop the pain. Little Green started spitting dragon flames randomly. Fortunately, Danny used fire control to direct the fire in another direction. Otherwise, she would at most have blisters on her body. The two knights who rushed over might not have survived. Big Black, hold him down, Danny shouted. Hiss, Dahe jumped up like a goshawk pouncing on a chick. It suddenly rode on Little Green's back and bit its neck under the back of Little Green's head. Its wing claws pressed Little Green's wings to the ground. Little Green's eyes were wild. He kept howling, but he couldn't struggle anymore. Danny hurriedly walked forward and entered the dragon spirit state. She pulled Little White's soul into her body and pressed her palm between Little Green's eyebrows. Just like in the Bay of Sorrows, Yuluen used the dragon binder to control Little Green. The old dragon's soul in the dragon binder entered Little Green's spiritual space and suppressed his soul. Danny's soul attack imitated the dragon binder. Although Little White wasn't as strong as the old half-god dragon, he wasn't much weaker than Danny, who was half a step away from becoming a half-god. This way they could repeat the process of the dragon binder controlling the Megalosaurus. Danny and Little Green's heads shook at the same time. The second soul merged with Little White and rushed into Little Green's spiritual space. 7 gods above, what's going on? With great difficulty she broke through Greenie's spiritual barrier. As soon as she entered the soul space of the giant dragon that was like a sea of lava, she was stunned by the scene in front of her eyes. Countless light green raindrops were floating in the air, almost covering the entire sea of consciousness. A green dragon covered in cuts and bruises was rampaging in the rain. This scene was like when Little Green's spiritual space was raining and time was suddenly paused. Only Little Green could move. However, every raindrop was like the most corrosive sulfuric acid. Wherever it touched Little Green's body, there would be a hole, but the raindrops didn't lose anything. This isn't spiritual energy or divinity. What is it? Danny carefully reached out her hand and touched the raindrops. Pop. The raindrops touched her fingertips and immediately bounced away like shy little tadpoles. Ugh, Danny's head also felt stuffy. It was as if someone hit her with a stick. I see. Danny's eyes lit up. Looking at the raindrops in the spiritual space, she was ecstatic. The raindrops didn't hit her head. However, at the moment when they touched her head, a huge amount of information entered her mind, causing her brain to shut down and hurt for a moment. And the information gave Danny a very familiar feeling. In the black gate of the Great Wall, when she touched the Song of Wind, she could also sense a lot of information. Watching Brandon break the branches and spend decades building the Great Wall, the whole process was even higher than 4K. How much information did she get? At this time, the information was not the past, but the analysis of the law of water. If the Song of Wind and the Song of Water were the same course. The Door God sang the Song of Wind to Danny. It was similar to teaching and learning. In the process of watching the construction of the Great Wall, he taught her how to sing the Song of Wind. The Door God didn't teach her the knowledge of the course, but taught her how to learn by herself. At this time, there was no other mother of the Roans to teach her. There was no teacher, only teaching materials describing the Song of Water. Of course, the materials were dry and could only pass on ancient knowledge, the knowledge that the Crab King learned from the mother of the Roans. It was not a method but a lot of knowledge of the law. Even Danny's head felt heavy when she received the knowledge of a raindrop. However, it was raining in Greenie's mind. No wonder he was almost driven crazy. Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she entered the state of the Song of Wind. In an instant she found the 2 raindrops in the core. Yes, unlike the Door God's only Song of Wind in the world of wind, there were 2 cores in the many raindrops in Greenie's mind. Danny only thought for a while and understood that the 2 cores of the Song of Water belonged to the Knife Loach and the Crab King respectively. Sure enough, when she grabbed a water droplet in each of her hands, countless raindrops gathered like swallows returning to their nest. It was as if the process of a fountain starting to spray water was replayed in a high-magnification slow-motion camera. In the end, 2 jelly-like green raindrops, one big and one small, condensed in Danny's hands. One was the size of a pigeon egg and the other was the size of a soybean. Although they looked small, they were constantly transmitting a lot of information to Danny, who was holding them. Her head was about to explode. In fact, in the real world, after the Dragon Queen placed her right palm on Greenie's forehead, Greenie stopped struggling, and its frenzied eyes regained their clarity. On the other hand, Danny's beautiful face was covered with terrifying veins that looked like spiderwebs. Her capillaries burst. Her nostrils, the corners of her eyes, lips, and ears were bleeding. Her purple eyes, which used to be lively and charming, bulged like a ping-pong ball covered with red threads. She did not look like a human at all, but 90% like a ghost. Mortals were not qualified to control the Song of Law that belonged to the true gods. If Danny dared not return the Song of Wind to the Door God at the Black Gate, she would have ended up 100 times worse than now. Ah! The 90% ghost-like Dragon Queen let out a ghost cry. She took a step back and her consciousness also left Greenie's mind. The whole process took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. In the eyes of the 2 knights, the Dragon Queen, who looked like a fairy at one moment, suddenly turned into a soul-seeking ghost in the next. Before they could exclaim, she howled and retreated. "Your Majesty," what Big Bear had just asked when his vision turned black and he fainted. At the same time, the fishes and shrimps in the nearby river also fainted. The living creatures in the forest had long been scared away by the dragon aura and the Crab King's momentum. The Dragon Queen opened her mouth and spat out 2 sparkling and translucent diamonds, one big and one small, shining with emerald light. They were far more brilliant than diamonds. They spun and emitted a supreme and oppressive aura. The upper Rhone River, which was dozens of meters away, even stopped flowing. The river water floated as if it had lost gravity and slowly flew to the forest by the shore. With the 2 crystals as the center, it spun in circles at the same speed as the crystals. This is the law that makes up the world. Danny's eyes were blurred, full of awe and desire. Hiss! In an instant, Blackie and her dragon spirit, then she saw a heartbreaking scene. The 2 water songs were evaporating. She could only see the brilliant light with the naked eye. After the dragon spirit, with the help of Blackie's divine eye, she saw the water droplets emitting a green mist, as if water was evaporating into white steam. The size of the 2 crystals shrank visibly, which also proved that she was right. After leaving the space of consciousness, the Song of Wind was evaporating. Subconsciously, she used the bestowment spirit to retain the green light that was evaporating into the air. Of course, there was no reaction. Helpless, Danny opened her mouth and swallowed the 2 beans, in one gulp into her space of consciousness. Awoo! Danny turned from a beauty to a fierce ghost again. "Blackie, I can't take it anymore. Come and help me." Danny's soul shouted, but she did not rush to the dragon spirit. "What should I do? I'm a little scared of it," the big black coward said. With a sudden inspiration, Danny thought of a place and quickly said, "Open the channel of faith, let's go to the pool of faith." The next moment, the void trembled. Blackie transformed into the 7 gods, Danny and the dragon spirit entered the pool of faith that was nowhere to be found. A strange space full of the power of faith of the 7 gods. It was like spitting out a hot chestnut. Bah! The 2 crystals floated in the milky white sea of faith. Chapter 541. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she expected, after entering the pond of faith, the 2 water droplets, one big and one small, no longer dissipated. But compared to before, the 2 water droplets had shrunk by 1/10. This made Danny's heart ache. They were water songs. Even if they couldn't be used now, it was too wasteful for them to evaporate. Hey Big Black, you're? Her attention returned and she suddenly found that Big Black, who was her dragon spirit, was somewhat unfamiliar. Big Black was still Big Black, but Big Black was no longer a hard-working blacksmith. His divinity and temperament had changed. At this time, his face was still so ferocious, like a demon dragon that slaughtered cities and ate people. But his eyes, the aura he exuded, were gentle like a loving mother that only existed in fantasy. Holy Mother. Big Black became the Holy Mother. You got another clergy? Danny was pleasantly surprised. Yeah. Big Black was also very happy. Then Danny's face changed and she said angrily, "You're stupid. I was hesitating between blacksmith and warrior before, but because I had to smelt steel, I had no choice but to choose blacksmith. But the second clergy, no matter what, should be warrior. How stupid are you to choose to become the Holy Mother before the final battle with the Alliance army? Don't tell me you're still planning to impose benevolence and mercy on those slave traders? I don't know what's going on. You asked me to open the door of faith, and I became the Holy Mother in a hurry." Big Black's spiritual waves were full of grievances. "Hey, you're really, walala?" Danny was about to reprimand Big Black a few more times when she saw the two water droplets spinning gently, like a faucet, spraying out a clear spring. In just a moment, the gushing spring formed a small pool the size of a bathtub in the pond of faith. What's going on? Danny was confused. The next moment she replaced Big Black and became the Holy Mother. She closed her eyes for a moment and said in surprise, "The power of faith is decreasing." The water song and the power of faith combined to become divine power with water attributes. This is not ordinary pool water but divine power. Then she frowned again. The pool water was not completely divine power, it had some material attributes and could be brought into the real world. It was as if the divine power had dissolved in clear water. With the will of the Virgin Mary, Danny separates the droplets of the water song from the power of faith, and the fountain stops abruptly. Let's test it after we return to Astapor. Shaking her head, she and Dahe withdrew from the pool of faith, and their souls returned to their respective bodies. Rumble. The river water was attracted by the water song, and because of the disappearance of the water song, it lost its momentum, and turned into a 3-meter-long waterfall. It fell from the sky and knocked Danny down. She was still fine. The second soul had gone to the pond of faith, and the main soul was controlling the body. She could still take the initiative to avoid the sky-toppling water. But Big Bear and Old Awkward were miserable. The knight only glanced at the real body of water song before his soul could not withstand the pressure and incomprehensible information, and he fainted. At this time, after being washed by the waves, Danny couldn't even see their shadows. Even though the river was flowing back into the river, the water on the shore was too deep, reaching up to her chest. Blackie, get Mormont and Clinton out. Fortunately, before coming down, Danny gave each of the two knights a soul mark. Blackie could sense their position through the dragon spirit state. The black dragon could swim. At this time, like a black fish, it lowered its body and plunged into the river. The ripples were fiercely rippling. In a few breaths, the river water 30 meters away splashed. The black dragon stretched out its neck and picked up Clinton, who was covered in mud, in its mouth. He was not wearing armor and was washed a little far away. After a long struggle, the sky was bright, and the two knights slowly woke up. Old Awkward rubbed his right cheek that was scratched by the wild safflower, and asked in confusion, "What happened just now?" Danny thought for a moment and explained, "When ordinary people look up at the summer noon sun, they will feel dizzy, their eyes will sting and tear, and even temporarily lose their sight. Everything they see is white. That's because the sunlight passes too many light spots to the human eye, and the light spots are too strong for the naked eye to bear. But Megalosaurus can stare at the sun for a whole day without any discomfort. Those two water droplets are beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Just like the noon sun surpasses the vision of ordinary people, the water droplets also surpass the spiritual perception of ordinary people. In fact, I'm almost a demigod, but I can't bear it. So, your souls were oppressed and you fainted. What are water droplets?" Big Bear squatted by the river, his iron boots half a foot deep in the wet mud. He wrung his wet white cloak and asked curiously. "Yes." Danny paused for a moment and turned around. She stepped on the mud and wet weeds and came to the riverside. She shouted at the calm river, "Old man of the river, why are you back?" I had already swam to Godot, but I sensed the turbulence upstream. There seemed to be the breath of water song, so I came back to check. Old Tortoise did not show up, but only sent out spiritual waves from under the water. Why didn't you come out? Danny asked. There are many people on the surrounding cliffs. It's dawn and they are looking here with binoculars, Old Tortoise said. You're the old man of the river, what are you afraid of? There was a flood, an explosion and flames here. After a night of torment, even the blind and deaf would notice. But Danny did not care about the onlookers at all. If they wanted to see, then let them. The more they saw, the more they knew, the more they were in awe of her. Since she was already exposed, she might as well earn a wave of fame. I'm afraid of being remembered. Other than the survivors of Loina who believe in me, I never show my face in front of outsiders, Old Tortoise said honestly. Danny's mouth twitched, but she did not say anything else. This world was so unfriendly to extraordinaires. Even a farmer's rake could knock a bloody hole in the head of this 10,000-year-old divine tortoise. Dragon Queen, did you find water song from the Crab King? Old Tortoise's tone was anxious and hopeful. I don't know what happened, but my little green suddenly ate a drop of water when he was eating crab meat. He was rolling around in pain. I knew it was a treasure, but I couldn't bear it. It almost broke my skull, so I spat it out and caused a flood. After that, that thing disappeared. Other than storing the drop of water in the pool of faith, Danny did not tell any lies. She only blurred her personal secrets such as the dragon spirit and the green prophet's second soul. Old Tortoise could sense the fluctuation of water song from dozens of kilometers away, which meant that even if he was not an expert in this field, he was still an expert. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Such a great opportunity and it was wasted. I should have left later. I missed it, I missed it. Old Tortoise kept saying that it was a pity, but he did not doubt her words at all. Why did it turn out like this? Elder, please explain it to me in detail. Danny asked curiously. Old Tortoise did not refuse and slowly said, at the beginning of the world's creation, all living things could hear the song of principles, but only a few holy spirits could become true gods who could master their own songs. If other holy spirits and non-holy spirits were not compatible, even if they heard the song of principles, they could not sing their own songs. Just like Mother, she was compatible with the song of water, but rejected the song of fire. Therefore, no matter what, the song of fire would not be condensed for her. Your green dragon was probably more compatible with the song of water, so the song of water that escaped from the Crab King's body was absorbed by him, but only true gods could possess the song of water. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. The truth was almost the same as what Old Tortoise said. The song of water was in the core of the Crab King's and the Knife Loach's souls. In a strange state, it entered Danny's space of consciousness along with the divinity and spirituality. If the divinity and spirituality were water, then the song of water would be sugar dissolved in water. But sugar and water were not in the same dimension. The song of water existed in a higher dimension, so much so that Danny did not notice it at all. If Little Green had not absorbed all the sugar, due to its compatibility with the song of water, it might have disappeared quietly. Danny frowned and thought for a moment, but she still could not figure it out. She only asked, you said that only true gods could possess the song of water, but you and the Crab King are not true gods. The song of water belongs to Mother, and us secondary gods are equivalent to a part of Mother. Other than inheriting Mother's song of water, I am the same as your dragon, unable to possess the song of wind and song of fire, Old Tortoise said. I heard that Balerion took Lalo's song of fire. That guy is not a true god, Danny said. I only said that mortals cannot possess a ready-made song of law, but I did not say that mortals cannot condense the song of law. The difference between the two is very big. People are different and their understanding of things is different. The so-called song of law is fundamentally the feeling after listening to the song of the world. Lalo and Balerion were the past and present owners of the song of fire respectively, but the song of fire they sang was different. The so-called taking of the song of fire did not mean that Balerion defeated Lalo and took the song of fire like a bandit robbing treasure. Instead, he relied on his talent that far exceeded Lalo's to condense a more perfect song of fire that belonged to Balerion. The world can only have one song of fire. The strong replace the weak, and the perfect song of fire replaces the incomplete one. When Balerion condenses his song of fire, Lalo's song of fire will be extinguished. The weak are prey to the strong constant evolution. So there is such a rule in the world that forces true gods to constantly advance. Danny was shocked and confused after the realization. With such a progressive rule, why did this world degenerate into such a state? Shouldn't it be thriving and developing into a mythical world with super magic and super martial arts? However, she suddenly understood Door God's great kindness to her. She could not possess Door God's Song of Wind. He was helping her condense her own Song of Wind. This was simply, why is Door God so good to me? Danny was a little confused. Can you condense your own Song of Water now? Danny asked. Sigh, I want to, but I can't, Old Tortoise said bitterly. Why? Only holy spirits can compose their own Song of the Laws after listening to the Song of the World. I'm only a half-holy spirit or secondary holy spirit. Your Megalosaurus and Crab King are the same as me. They were born in the first era after the creation of the world. They are fake holy spirits with some holy spirit characteristics. According to Mother, holy spirits can see beyond the river surface and can see and feel the existence of the origin. Half-holy spirits can be close to the river surface and can vaguely see the scenery on both sides of the river, but it is blurry and unreal. Non-holy spirits are trapped at the bottom of the river and can never see the truth of the laws. It's not that non-holy spirits can't master the Song of the Laws, but it's too difficult to see the whole picture, Old Tortoise said. Danny was stunned for a moment. Being able to condense the Song of Wind meant that she was a holy spirit. It seemed quite easy. Then she thought of the sheep egg. That fellow was also a holy spirit. The cultivation advantages of a holy spirit were great. So you're saying that my dragons will never be able to become true gods? Danny frowned. This was like someone telling a mother that her son was too stupid. No matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. This was too much of a blow. It can't be helped. I've lived for more than 100,000 years, and the Megalosaurus I've met is more than the loaches you've seen, but I've never seen a dragon become a true god. Mother said that the Father of creation is fair. We half-holy spirits are born strong, and it's easier for us to survive than normal creatures. But our comprehension. Old Tortoise sighed. Danny came to a realization. Was the Door God strong? His true form was just a tree. Compared to the Megalosaurus, the giant tortoise, and the giant crab, it was weak. Was Mother Roan strong? She was a river. Was that strong or weak? Chapter 542. Hiss terrifying. Illyrio exclaimed from the red wooden palanquin carried by the four of them. The upper Lorne River, 60 kilometers north of Gadolin. Dozens of acres of low-lying woodland had been turned into a swamp. Large tracts of birch trees had been burned, leaving only charred tree stumps. Near the river bank, there was even a glassy land with a radius of a few dozen meters. A few hundred meters around, trees as thick as bowls had fallen outwards. The spice merchant's expression was solemn. He could imagine how high the temperature had been at that time, and how intense the explosion had been due to the high temperature. Was the Megalosaurus that terrifying? He couldn't help but ask the mage beside him. The Dragon Queen had caused too much of a ruckus here, attracting the attention of countless nobles, mercenaries, and extraordinaries in the western continent. That day, when the Dragon Queen had first appeared on the west bank of the Little Lorne River, a messenger crow had informed Governor Pentos, who was 500 kilometers away. However, Illyrio was too fat and couldn't gallop on horseback. By the time his carriage reached the vicinity of the Dragon Queen's furnace, it was already 3 days later. Then, without stopping, he took a boat north to find the birch forest where the Dragon Queen and the Crab King had fought. In order to better understand the truth of the matter, he had even hired a slightly famous fire mage. At this point, the Dragon Queen had already left for 2 days. Hundreds and thousands of people had arrived. Even now, other than Illyrio's group, there were many mercenaries and spies from nearby cities who had come to investigate the remains of the battlefield. Just a while ago, Illyrio had met with a merchant from Bravos. In theory, the Megalosaurus dragon flames shouldn't have such an effect. It said that the Dragon Queen threw down a bright red fireball the size of a house. Perhaps the dragon flames complemented her fire magic. The fire mage guessed. Fire magic. The legacy of the great Magus Valeglia? Illyrio muttered in shock. Perhaps. In the past few months, there have been rumors in the extraordinaries that the Dragon Queen had regained the glory of the ancient great Magus Valeglia, becoming the strongest of the younger generation in the West. Now that I look at it, you really do live up to your reputation. You truly deserve to be called the #1 mage of the younger generation in the West. The old mage said admiringly. The heavenly Tao is good at reincarnation and never lets anyone go. As the Dragon Queen's reputation grew, and as Mat Eris continued to leak information about her mastery of the Grand Adept's meditation technique to the higher-ups of the Alliance, and as more and more stories of her spellcasting spread, the supernatural world went from being suspicious to being shocked, then slowly accepting it. Finally, they recognized her as the number one of the younger generation. The legacy of the great wizard. A strange look flashed across the fat merchant's eyes. He wondered if the Dragon Queen had taught Aegon the world's most powerful fire wizard meditation technique. He should remind Aegon that only with the combination of the dragon and the great wizard's inheritance could he exert the power to rule the world. Why is she only the number one of the younger generation? Illyrio pointed at the messy forest that seemed to have been attacked by a flaming tornado and asked in confusion, "Who else can surpass her?" If it was before, I would say yes. In the western continent of Ursus, almost every city has its own god. They are all demigods and supernatural mages. But now, a look of confusion and shock appeared on the fire mage's face. He shook his head and sighed. Some mercenaries saw the megalosaurus burning crabs bigger than riverboats and loaches thicker than the pillars in front of the Red Temple. Judging from the flooding around, the one who fought with the Dragon Queen that night must have been one or two water-type demigods. Could very well be the legendary Crab King. The Crab King is as famous as the old man in the river. He was once the master of the Rhone River. The huge waves and the flood that washed ashore were probably his water magic. In theory, water magic should have an advantage over fire magic. Besides, this place is near the river and has plenty of water. However, we are all sure that the Dragon Queen won and it was a clean victory. What does this mean? Perhaps we can remove the younger generation. The Dragon Queen is the Queen of Fire, among us supernatural beings. The Queen of Fire. Illyrio sighed. The timid girl who lived under his roof and did not even dare to speak much had grown to the level where she was like a demon. It had only been 4 years. Why did she fight the Crab King? Governor Pentos asked. Perhaps for the tile steel. Many people speculate that the Dragon Queen moved the tile steel again and perhaps threw it in this river. It had to be said that there was no lack of smart people in this world. As long as there was enough information, they could really reconstruct the truth. Tile steel. The merchant's fat face trembled a few times. He sighed, 18 tons of tile steel. The few tile steel swords that my family kept to preserve their value have depreciated. The news of the Dragon Queen killing the Crab King at the Rhone River spread throughout the cities of the western continent. Singers and poets were once again busy, writing a new legend of the Dragon Queen. In a few days, the story of the Dragon Queen slaying the Crab King was being sung in every corner of the city. However, the Dragon Queen was very depressed these days. Since they set off in the morning, they only reached Astapor the next night because they were carrying a 500 kilograms iron ingot. Then, she changed her clothes and began preparing for battle. Riding the Black Dragon, she brought Little Green, Little White and the 17 pterosaurs to the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay. She was waiting for the allied pterosaur knights. Waiting for the enemy to take advantage of the void. In the end, she waited for 2 days and did not even see a single dragon scale. This time she suddenly understood. The enemy might have enough pterosaur knights, but they might not have enough dragons. Just like how she had more than 20 knights with the Holy Knight seal, but only 17 pterosaurs. She should have taken the initiative to attack Mat Eris when the enemy had completely lost control of the air. Just as she was thinking if she could make up for it, Matari's Raven spies sent news. A group of pterosaurs had landed at the camp outside the city today. There were more than 50 of them, including shadow pterosaurs and swamp pterosaurs. However, their size was generally smaller than the previous 2 groups. Dany was stunned for a moment and began to regret. When she was stealing chickens to smelt the Sphinx statue, Mat Eris was also stealing chickens and took the opportunity to subdue another group of pterosaurs from the Sosrith rainforest. The 4th day after Dany brought back 1,500 kilograms of tile steel, the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapor. Night. The Dragon Queen was having dinner with her vassal. Didn't you destroy the dragon's horn? How can they still capture pterosaurs? Chola was puzzled. The little devil shook her head and put down the wine glass. Among us holy knights, which one of us controls pterosaurs with the dragon's horn? Benny is dead. This time, the one who subdued the pterosaurs may be High Priestess Jenny. With her ability, she doesn't need the dragon's horn at all. The dragon's horn was modified by her own witchcraft to control the megalosaurus. After Dany explained, she began to regret. If I knew that she would come personally, I would have set up an ambush halfway. She really regretted it. The tile steel statue had been in Gidohi for thousands of years. A few days later was not a big deal. If she could kill Jenny, not to mention whether she could have a full meal and then become a god, at least the Alliance would lose the source of pterosaurs. At least until Sheep Egg found a new body. Today was different from the past. There were not many pure-blooded members of the three great families like Jenny and Benny, the three great families of Belarus, Vargas, Mirasis, and Sheep Egg. There are only so many pterosaurs in the Sosrath rainforest? Isn't it too convenient to just take them after using them? Old Yamant frowned. Danny turned her eyes to the little devil and said, General Wildfire, if you had listened to me and went to the old dragon earlier, maybe the situation would have been completely reversed. I heard that the new pterosaurs that Matt Eris tamed are much smaller. The pterosaurs are not endless. Tyrion hesitated. So you should have gone earlier. Danny said lightly. So, it's too late for you to force me to go now. Tyrion thought. I'll go. I'll go to the rainforest tomorrow. Old guy volunteered. Well, after he came back he contracted a shadow dragon. Unlike General Wildfire who was cunning and had a strong desire to survive, old guy was like old Bart. They were both true knights and regarded dying for their king as the highest honor of a knight. He was a man of his word. The next morning, after receiving the iron gut tile steel sword from the Queen and Mormont's iron armor, he carried a big bag of dry food, some dragon essence, 10 leather bags of wine, masks, mosquito nets and other things and set off. Well, since he had 18 tons of tile steel, Deshion was no longer obsessed with the tile steel armor. As for the food and wine, Danny certainly did not want old guy to die in glory. Considering that even viruses were magical beasts in this damned world and might not be able to be disinfected by boiling, it was best not to drink the water or eat the food in Sosrath rainforest. Old guy left in the morning. Dragon Queen's old friend Zal came to Astapor Pier. It's indeed more prosperous than the time of the good Lord. It's also cleaner. Even the confusing red brick debris is gone. Zal's mood was very complicated. Excluding the hostile relationship caused by interests, he still admired the achievements of Danny's old friend. It was easy to occupy a city. Many Centaur Khalasar could do it, but it was very difficult to govern a country with hundreds of thousands of people and even make it better in a short period of time. Accompanied by General Wildfire, Zal took a carriage and went to the manor outside the city to see a group of prisoners before returning to the Great Pyramid to see Her Majesty the Queen. General Wildfire is in charge of the Mage Corps and the Winged Dragon Legion. Now he has become the Minister of Foreign Affairs and even has the only yellow jacket in Slave Bay. He is really the Queen's right-hand man. Zal looked at the dwarf who was wearing the same clothes as him and said with a complicated expression. The dwarf noticed the gaze of Ambassador Queers and looked down at the golden silk jacket. He smiled and said, Your Excellency, Zal is overpraising me. Her Majesty is just flattering me. In fact, I like wine and beautiful women. I don't care about the alliance. What the dwarf said was 100% true. He was willing to serve the Queen, but he had no interest in the cause of freeing the slaves. Zal thought he was being sarcastic. In terms of damage to the alliance, the dwarf was enough to be in the top 3, second only to Klein and the Dragon Queen herself. Especially when he put the wildfire bomb to practical use. Even Matt Eris could not make the wildfire so stable. It could almost change the future of the war. However, he was on the Alliance's assassination list and did not have many days to live. Thinking of this, Zal looked at the dwarf with a more intimate gaze. The dead Dragon Queen's important minister was a good minister of the Alliance. I will see the Queen later. I wonder if you can put in a good word for me to Her Majesty? Zal took out an exquisite ebony box from his pocket and quietly stuffed it into the dwarf's hand. The dwarf was stunned. Just as the Dragon Queen had guessed, Zal took the back door. Chapter 543. Of course, the Chinese were not the only ones who were used to giving gifts. The foreigners were not weak in this aspect either. Otherwise, how did Danny spend the tens of thousands of gold radiance coins back in quills? Wendro, who took 777 gold coins from the Dragon Queen but did not do anything, was still doing the most difficult and tiring work in the labor camp to this day. However, even though the little devil was the son of a duke, he did not have any real power. During his time as the Prime Minister of King's Landing, he was busy trying to survive and did not have time to ask for bribes. The heavens took pity on him. No one had ever given him a gift in his life. At this moment, it was the first time in his life that someone had taken the back door. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still a little stunned. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to the open carriage. He awkwardly used his sleeve to cover the wooden box the size of a harmonica. Playing with it in his hand, the dwarf asked softly, "What is this?" "The Emperor's blessing." Zero lowered his head and explained softly in the dwarf's ear, "The king of barren lands, Bu Hao, invited all the famous doctors and sorcerers in the world and spent millions of gold coins to develop something to liven things up. Just one is enough to make you crazy." The dwarf lifted his chin slightly and put the box into his pocket. He said proudly, "I don't need it." "Yes, you don't need it. It's just a small token." Zero smiled in understanding. "But what do you want me to say to the queen about this small token?" The dwarf glanced at him and smiled faintly. "General Wildfire, as the saying goes, you can't punish the nobles but you can't humiliate the knights. The rules here are the same as the Westeros. Even if the nobles and knights belong to different camps, they should not be humiliated like this. Wendro, a member of the Quill's royal family, is actually picking up dung in the manor. It is unreasonable and chilling to the nobles. General, you should help Her Majesty correct her mistake." Zero was filled with righteous indignation and said helplessly. "Wendro took 777 gold coins from Her Majesty but did not do anything. You know this better than me. How can the queen not hate him?" Tyrion said. The queen still remembers that small matter from a few years ago?" Zero was stunned and said in disbelief. "I remember it clearly." Tyrion nodded. "This." Zero's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that he had taken away her delicacies after the Dragon Queen had rejected his proposal. He had even taken away her favorite peacock tongue. He also demanded the return of the gift he had given her. He seemed to be even more hated than Wendell. "No, that's not right. I'm only giving without getting anything in return. I didn't take advantage of her, unlike Wendro. It must be different. Otherwise, why would she give him a golden mandarin jacket?" With this thought, Zero calmed down. "General, how much salary do you get in a month at Slaves Bay?" Zero changed the topic. "I've been fined half a year's salary." "I haven't received much money recently," Tyrion said. "Sigh, Her Majesty is going overboard. General, you have made outstanding contributions. It is already wrong of her to not reward you generously. How can she deduct your salary?" Zero shook his head repeatedly. "I'm loyal to the Queen's great cause. I don't care about money." Tyrion spoke righteously and sternly like a revolutionary warrior who was not afraid of sacrifice. "This guy really does deserve to be killed." Zero sneered in his heart but said with a pleasant expression, "Being loyal to the Queen and being rich is not contradictory. I didn't come empty-handed this time. If the general can make me not return empty-handed, I will definitely satisfy the general." "How can you satisfy me? Don't look at me because I'm small. I'm actually very hard to satisfy." With that said, Tyrion could no longer continue to pretend to be stupid, and he couldn't reject him harshly. The Queen had arranged for him to receive Zero not because he had too much free time. The Battle of Toros had proven the power of the wildfire bullets. It also showed how much the wildfire bullets were consumed in a single battle. Now the wildfire general rode his dragon to the Liberty Maiden Island to be a pirate on odd days, robbing the Alliance's supply ships. On even days he went to the wildfire factory to supervise the fire mage's smelting of wildfire bullets. He was very busy and didn't have time to be a diplomat. He definitely shouldn't have come to receive Zero. However, the Dragon Queen needed someone to play along with her, to let the Alliance redeem him without any suspicion. After thinking about it, there was no one more suitable than the gnome in Slaves Bay. 10,000 gold coins. Zero raised a finger and said. A hint of greed flashed through Tyrion's eyes, but he forced himself to remain calm. He said, "If Sir Zero has one or two friends in the prisoner camp, I might be able to put in a few good words for you to the Queen. I have traveled widely and have friends all over the world." Zero raised a finger and said with a hidden meaning, "One price, 100,000 gold coins to rescue all the prisoners above the rank of knight." 100,000 gold coins. The greed in Tyrion's eyes grew stronger. His face twitched a few times but he still shook his head. "Sir Zero, not counting the 30 to 40 winged dragon knights who were captured in the last two dragon wars, there are more than 500 nobles who were captured in Toros. Yet you're only offering 100,000. That's too insincere. Are you confident that you can convince the Queen to release all the nobles?" Zero's eyes widened in disbelief. This time his shock was not faked at all. How could this gnome have that much power? He didn't believe it. Let me ask you, where is the queen's hometown? The little demon rolled his eyes and asked. Westeros. But she grew up on the streets of a trading city. What does that mean? Let me ask you again, is the queen a noble? The gnome didn't answer and asked again. Of course, the king is the greatest noble. She is a Westerner and is familiar with the etiquette among Westeros nobles. She is also a knight who values glory. Why can't such a queen abide by the rules of nobles, accept the ransom and release the prisoners? Zaro frowned and said, What are you trying to say? If I can use the normal way to ransom the prisoners, why should I? Why should I use your back door? Moreover, Westeros nobles weren't stupid. They wouldn't accept the ransom and release the prisoners before the war ended unless both sides exchanged prisoners of war. It was almost impossible for someone like Zaro and Dany to use money to ransom their own generals in the middle of a war. Of course, according to common sense, the Dragon Queen couldn't reject them rudely. Otherwise, if the knights on her side were to be captured by the allied forces, would they all immediately be killed? Even if she agreed, the knights under her wouldn't be happy. Even if they were to sacrifice themselves for the queen's cause of freeing the slaves, they would still be treated as knights. Otherwise, what was the point of being a noble? Didn't nobles have to be superior to others in any situation and receive preferential treatment even as prisoners? Therefore, Zaro had a high chance of taking away a few people with important identities but weak abilities. He gave Tyrion a gift just to increase the number of captives to 10. He had never thought of ransoming all the nobles. But the little devil hinted that it was possible. As long as you can take out the money, 20,000 for each, 10,000 for me, 10,000 for the queen, you can ransom as many captives as you want, Tyrion said confidently. 20,000? Are you crazy? Zaro growled. Back in Kors, Dany Rise only spent 10,000 gold coins to request an audience with the royal family. You can wait for the war to end. According to the market price, each captive will cost 1,000 gold coins, about 300 gold royals, the ransom for high-ranking nobles in Westeros. Tyrion joked. I didn't bring that many gold coins this time, Zaro said in a muffled voice. Whatever you have. Tyrion said nonchalantly. Zaro's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, General, I have 5 top-grade bed slaves. How about 100 nobles? 5 bed slaves for 100 nobles. Tyrion widened his eyes and looked at him with a twisted expression. You're not joking? Why would I be joking? They're all beauties who are proficient in the 7 cries of spring. If you don't believe me, we can turn around and go to the docks. I'll show you, Zaro said seriously. Tyrion shook his head and said strangely, 1,000-year-old noble of Tolos, a noble pure-blood of Valeglia, is only worth 1/20th of a bed slave. Zaro was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, You can't calculate it like that. Otherwise, you Westeros knights wouldn't even be worth 1/100th of a bed slave. The cheapest purple saintess in Yuan-Kai is worth 100,000 gold coins. Most of them are still priceless. A Westeros knight is worth about 300 gold coins. This? Tyrion was also embarrassed. If there were no special reasons after a half-human was captured, the ransom would only be half of a normal knight's, which was 50 gold royals. They couldn't even compare to a bed slave's toe? You're not bluffing, are you? 100,000 gold coins to buy a gold man? A gold man isn't even worth 100,000 gold coins. You have to buy a gold giant, the dwarf said with a red face. General, go to Yuan-Kai and ask around. Ask how a top-grade bed slave is trained. You'll naturally understand why it's so expensive. Tyrion stopped talking. Although he didn't know the exact cost of training a top-grade bed slave, he had heard of similar things from the Red Saintess in God's Grace Cathedral. Even the Lord of Yuan-Kai didn't have the ability to train more than 3 purple saintesses at the same time. The purple saintesses were specially trained to serve the Dragon King of Valeglia. After the Great Cataclysm, the purple saintesses became synonymous with top-grade bed slaves. Thinking of this, Tyrion was a little tempted even though he knew it was an act. It's definitely worth the money. If it weren't for the fact that I'm lacking money right now, I definitely wouldn't give my favorite to you, Zaro observed the situation and said with a smile. Astapor can't keep slaves. Every slave who passes through the Freedom Strait automatically gets rid of their slave status, Tyrion said with difficulty. They're not slaves. They're all my bodyguards. With your position in Slave Bay, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get some privileges, right? Zaro said. All right, 5 bed slaves in exchange for 50 captives, Tyrion reluctantly agreed. Not to mention General Wildfire, even the queen's nephew Aegon, shouldn't think about keeping slaves in Astapor. However, the dwarf originally wanted to find an excuse to agree to Zero's request. He didn't agree directly because he was afraid of arousing Zero's suspicion. "Isn't it 100? Zero suppressed his anger and said. "With this price, do you want to trade or not?" Tyrion shrugged with a mischievous look. Zero stared at the dwarf for a while and gritted his teeth. "Trade? I'll kill you sooner or later, you deformed little devil monkey." When they arrived at the pyramid, the Dragon Queen welcomed her old friend with the greatest enthusiasm. Not only did she set up a banquet with fine wine and delicacies, but she also gave him a vermilion feather red tasseled hat in front of everyone. She finally fulfilled the wish that Dany had made that day at the Quill's Pier. During the banquet, the little devil's witty words livened up the atmosphere. He openly and secretly mentioned the preferential treatment that the Westeros gave to noble captives. He also flattered the Dragon Queen. The queen was unparalleled in the world. There was no difference between releasing knights and mercenaries. Neither of them were a threat to her. Chapter 544. Zero witnessed with his own eyes how the dwarf relied on the Dragon Queen's trust in him and how he used his glib tongue to deceive his superiors and deceive his subordinates. The queen actually agreed on the spot and allowed Zero to use 500,000 gold coins to redeem 70 people he wanted. Zero had only brought 500,000 gold coins to redeem Wendro, Piero, and the rest of the most noble Terrasor knights. He did not expect to exceed his expectations. Not only were all the Terrasor knights redeemed, but there were also more than 30 lords of Tolos. Zero's reward for Tyrion was 50 gold coins worth of anonymous deposit notes from the Iron Treasury and 5 top-level bed slaves. The Dragon Queen did not let the captives go unconditionally. Other than the ransom, she also required all the captives to swear a sacred oath. For the next 10 years, they would not participate in any battles against the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen wanted Zero to stay in Astapor for a few more days, but Zero knew his own situation. A month ago, they had ordered the world's top assassin organizations to assassinate the Queen's only relative and most trusted official. Who knew where the assassins were now? If the Queen's eldest nephew was assassinated while he was visiting Slaver's Bay, he would lose his only relative and even his heir. No matter how deep his friendship with the Queen was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being washed in dragon flames. So, on the afternoon of the second day, Zero hurriedly took the 70 dispirited captives and left on a ship. They would first take a ship to New York on the Free Maiden Island and wait for the Zingis Terrasor Knights to pick them up. On the pier by the sea, Tyrion and the Dragon Queen watched as Zero's ship disappeared into the sea. "Tyrion, did Zero ask you about Garth?" Dany asked. In the process of reminiscing, Zero asked about Rhys, Prince Rhys, Lady Hyder, and so on in a roundabout way. She was confused and was stunned a few times. At this moment, Dany remembered that her White Knight's surname was also Hyder, and Rhys only had one Lady Hyder, Mormont's ex-wife Linus Hyder. But she still did not understand what Zero wanted to do. Dany could not be blamed for being confused. Who would have thought that Zero suspected that Linus was her spy? The relationship between Big Bear and Garth was also quite complicated. When they first met at Slave Bay, it was so awkward that even Dany wanted to stand out in advance. "Yes." Tyrion nodded and guessed. "The last time you ambushed Benny and Meereen, you made the Alliance think that there was a mole among them. Zero probably suspects Prince Rhys Chuego. After all, Chuego is the son-in-law of the Hightan family." It had to be said that the dwarf had always been very smart. Zero's question was very clever, but he still managed to guess it. "Oh, I see. Seems like I can make use of it." Dany nodded thoughtfully. Tyrion asked again in confusion, "Your Majesty, I've heard of the Whip of Dugu, but no matter how powerful Hatter's whip is, it can only be used for interrogation. It can't guarantee the loyalty of spies, right? No matter what those winged dragon knights promised before, when they return to New Gith and Mat Eris, when they become glorious and proud winged dragon knights again, they will not be willing to be spies for your alliance." Tyrion was never stupid. Even if Dany did not say it explicitly, he could guess that there were spies among the captives that Zero took away. It was very likely that there were one or a few winged dragon knights. If they could completely grasp the movements of the Alliance's winged dragon army through the spies, then the results of the Third and Fourth Dragon Wars would be no different from the First and Second. Dragon Queen would win, and the Alliance would lose their lives and their dragons. The queen had asked him to receive Zero and was deliberately bribed by him to dispel the alliance's suspicions. She had directly agreed to release the captives. The alliance was not stupid. How could they not be suspicious? The problem was, how could the Dragon Queen ensure the loyalty of the spies? He was also considered one of the Dragon Queen's important officials and knew a lot of secrets. For example, after receiving the letter that Zero was about to leave for Astapor, the Dragon Queen ordered all 36 winged dragon knights to be brought out of the labor camp and sent to the dungeon for interrogation by the whip of Dugu Hattar. In fact, when the Battle of Tolos had just ended, Hattar had already tortured the captives. They even confessed the color of their wives' underwear. This time, Hattar went even further and used his peerless whip skills on almost every winged dragon knight. Tyrion saw with his own eyes that a few winged dragon knights were beaten silly and had a mental breakdown. He did not know what was going on before, but after receiving the mission from the Dragon Queen, he immediately guessed that Hattar tortured the winged dragon knights to subdue them and make them spy for the queen. But this did not make sense. In the face of the devil's tail, even the most determined person would surrender and swear that they were willing to be spies for the alliance. After leaving Slaves Bay, even the most cowardly person would turn from fear to hatred and endless hatred. Of course, they would have to violate the sacred oath of not fighting with the Dragon Queen for 10 years. If he could think of this, then the queen would definitely have thought of it as well. So, if she insisted on doing this, she must have other means to ensure the loyalty of the spies. Tyrion was very curious. What did the queen do? I have a loyal curse. After being hit by this curse, anyone will be completely loyal to me. Do you want to try it? Dany glanced at the dwarf and asked strangely. Distortion of will was indeed a loyal curse. But that day in the northern region, even Dany in her super-godly state could detect the traces of the Green Prophet in her sea of consciousness. Dany's whisper was no more secretive than the Green Prophet's distortion of will, and the sheep egg was definitely stronger than Dany at the Great Wall. So, Dany did not dare to use Dany's whisper on the Pterosaur Knights. In fact, the evil god's whisper did not have much effect on demigods, unless the one who used the whisper was a true god. The whisper was only effective on creatures whose strength and will were lower than the users. It was ineffective on creatures of the same level, and it was impossible to use it above their level. She asked Hattar to torture the knights only to destroy their spiritual will physically. Since they had broken down, they naturally could not detect that Dany had entered the space of consciousness to endow them with spirits. She did not need to distort their will. She only needed to mark the position of the knights. She did not dare to use the soul mark she learned from Kueishi. The sheep egg would most likely be able to detect it, and he might even attack Dany herself through the soul fragment left on the spies. Just like how Dany used Kueishi's soul fragment to use the true dragon roar on the shadow binder. But these words could not be said to the little devil, unless he was really retarded and agreed to accept the loyal curse. Tyrion tilted his head and looked at Dany. He grinned and said, "Your Majesty, I can guarantee that the loyal curse will only have side effects on me. If loyalty could be measured by numbers, then the Scarlet Loyalty Curse could only increase a person's loyalty by 100 points. But my loyalty to you is 10,000 points. Turning 10,000 points into 100 points is too much of a loss." Hee, is your 10,000 points of loyalty positive or negative? Dany sneered. Of course it's positive. It's really positive. Tyrion puffed out his chest and puffed out his belly. Then he did not ask about the Dragon Queen's method of controlling the spies. He changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, no matter what, I have made a great contribution this time. I don't want a single copper coin of the 500,000 gold coins in the Iron Treasury. As for the 5 bed slaves, they are naturally no longer slaves. Can you let me keep them for a year and a half?" "How dare you say such things in front of me?" Dany narrowed her eyes as if knives were coming out from her eyes. "If a year is not enough, how about a month?" Tyrion complained. "After the grayscale disease incident, when I went to God's Grace Cathedral again, the Red Saintess only talked about love with me. She did not even let me touch." "Enough." Dany looked disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. She waved her hand and interrupted him. "Go find the Green Saintess and let the Red Saintess do your business again. If the 5 slaves are not willing to turn over a new leaf, let the Green Saintess teach them. Whatever you want to do, go find her." Tyrion agreed on the surface, but secretly decided to delay the Queen's order for a few days. When he was in the Westeros, he had heard of the famous bed slaves in Yuan-Kai who was thousands of miles away. Only the Dragon King of Valeglia had the right to enjoy the Purple Saintess. But when he came to Slaves Bay and went through many difficulties to become the Queen's Minister of State, the bed slaves were gone. Dragon Queen was better than St. Bailey. St. Bailey closed all the brothels in King's Landing and drove away all the prostitutes. Dragon Queen was still rational and kept the Red Saintess system. But the bed slaves and the Purple Saintess of Yuan-Kai were history. Maybe the 5 Purple Saintesses left by Zero were his last chance. So he did not look for the Green Saintess. Instead he circled around the city. When the sky was dark, he quietly returned to the dock and entered the Great White Shark Hotel, the hotel where Zero stayed while he was in Astapor. Well, Zero stayed in the VIP bedroom of the Great Pyramid, and his followers stayed in the hotel. After all, most of those followers were slaves loyal to Zero. Would they be an eyesore in front of the Queen? The 5 top-level bed slaves and bodyguards were placed in the hotel. After greeting the hotel owner, Tyrion easily got the key to the bedroom. When he thought of the 5 peerless beauties waiting for him inside, even with Tyrion's old composure, he could not help but push open the door. His hands trembled, his face flushed, and his throat went dry. There was no one in the bedroom hall, but there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. He was no longer a virgin. When Tyrion heard the sound of running water, he wanted to have a nosebleed. 5 huh? Seems like I can't handle all of them. After hesitating for a moment, the little devil gritted his teeth and took out a small ebony box from his pocket. He opened it and took out a pill the size of a soybean. The smell of medicine was strong. He swallowed it with a smack. He did not know if it was the effect of the medicine or his imagination. In an instant, the little devil was full of energy. Baby, the Wildfire General is here. He arched his body and rushed into the bathroom while howling. He pulled open the curtain. Zero was a lid, Zero was a lid, Zero was a lid. And it was a completely curved lid within a lid. Facing the Dragon Queen, who was as beautiful as the moon and had an extraordinary temperament, his heart was as calm as still water. He even felt disgusted. It was clear how big of a lid he was. Hence, Zero was not lying. His bed slave was also his bodyguard. Awoo, the Wildfire General's mournful howls could be heard from half a block away. However, the innkeeper had been informed beforehand and knew what the Wildfire General was doing. He stopped all the people who were rushing over to save him. It's a misunderstanding. Everyone has misunderstood, the innkeeper said. On the second day, the Wildfire General did not attend the Imperial Conference. He did not go to work either. He went to New York town to be a pirate or to manage the wildfire factory in the suburbs. On the third day, the Wildfire General was absent from work as usual. At this time, the Dragon Queen, who was busy forging armor for herself, was finally alerted. The winged dragon Tessa of the Wildfire General was nowhere to be seen. Did that fellow escape? After entering the dragon spirit state to sense Tessa's location, Dany told old Ymont and the others with a strange expression. The Wildfire General is about 5 kilometers west of the city by the sea. Aegon volunteered to look for Tyrion. Dany agreed. The salty sea breeze blew Tyrion's messy blonde hair. He faced the sea and sat on a black reef the size of a horse carriage. He used a green cloak to wrap his body. He was like a wooden statue, motionless. Tyrion? Aegon came closer. He was shocked to find that the dwarf's once lively eyes were as dull as a dead fish. His ugly scarred face was as pale as the dragon paper invented by Aunt Dany. What happened to you? Aegon asked with concern. You suddenly rushed out of the inn 2 nights ago and disappeared. We were very worried. At this point, Aegon had an envious expression. He asked in a low voice, I heard that there were 5 top-level bed slaves. Did you collapse? You are not a good friend. You said that you wanted to be my teacher, but you alone. Aegon started complaining. Boo-hoo. Tyrion suddenly cried. Chapter 545. Why are you crying? Aegon was confused. Sob sob, I was fooled. They are even more, sob sob sob. The grievances in his heart burst out like a flood. Tyrion was like a wronged child who finally met his mother. He hugged his younger brother and cried bitterly. Them? Aegon was shocked. He felt something was wrong. Yes, them. They are bed slaves, top-level bed slaves. They are not the bed slaves that normal men imagine, Tyrion wailed. Yo. Aegon pushed Tyrion away as if he was avoiding a pile of dog poop. He rubbed his goosebumps on his arms and said in disgust, Don't come near me. I'm also a victim. Sob sob. Tyrion felt wronged. But the innkeeper said you were in there for 3 to 4 hours. I am small and weak. I could not resist. I also took medicine. The other party was skilled. I did not have the heart to resist. Actually, I did not want to do that. Tyrion covered his ugly face and cried. Aegon, who was looking at him with disdain, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. He asked excitedly, "What medicine can last for 3 to 4 hours?" It was obvious that Tyrion did not want to stay in the innkeeper for long. Since he stayed for 3 to 4 hours, it meant this was the medicine that he had been looking for recently. Ha ha ha. Dragoness covered her mouth and laughed. She was very happy. Retribution. It is indeed retribution. This is the punishment from the 7 gods. General Wildfire disobeyed the king's order and tried to steal food. He deserves it. To be honest, she did not expect Zero to bring 5 beautiful and strong men. But after thinking about it, it all made sense. Zero did not like women at all. This was a fact that everyone knew in Queers. And Yuan Kai's bed slaves were not only women. Tyrion fell into the trap just like that. He even took some fucking pills. Tyrion noticed that the ministers and guards in the hall were looking at him strangely. He was embarrassed and embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I should kill that milkman." In fact, he hadn't been sitting by the beach for the past 2 days. That night, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He called Tessa and went out to sea to search for Zero's ship. At that time Zero was only a few dozen li away from Astapor, and he caught up with him at the crack of dawn. But if he really did catch up, he didn't know what to do. Kill Zero? They weren't lying. Those were indeed 5 top-level bed slaves. This is really... Yimant's old face contorted for a moment before he consoled the dwarf. Don't take it to heart. In the aristocratic circle of Westeros, especially those in the south, this kind of thing is very common. Alright, this is the Imperial Conference. Dany waved her hand, ending the topic. The nomadic Jogo in the northwest of Meereen have begun to retreat. They have discovered the vanguard scouts of the Centaur Khalasar. There was a brief contact between the two sides. It was the Khalasa belonging to Khal Zico and Khal Moro. They were invited by the people of Kolar with the intention of plundering and burning the manors outside Meereen City. Kueishi was the first to speak. Your Majesty, you are the Khaleesi destined to unify the Centaur tribes. I suggest that you ride your dragon to the Centaur King City immediately. Under the witness of the Dosh Khaleesi, you will be crowned as the only Centaur King of the Dothraki Sea. After that, you will command the heroes in the name of the Centaur King. Zico and Moro will submit to you. If they dare to resist, you have the righteousness and the power to defeat them. Kill the 2 Khals and easily take the rest of the centaurs into your Khalasar. Kueishi was indeed more intelligent than the other centaurs. The plan to conquer the Dothraki Sea, that she suggested, was Dany's future plan. But it was only a plan for the future. She wouldn't do it now. The reason was simple. The main forces of the Alliance were still converging on Mat Aris. It would probably take another half a year before they could reach the battlefield of Meereen. Would a frontal attack kill the enemy more, or would a backstab be more vicious? Obviously, a backstab was more terrifying. Is it that easy to subdue the centaurs? Do you just need a dragon? Tyrion was puzzled. It is very easy, but only Her Majesty can do it. Cora nodded and explained, Her Majesty is the Khaleesi witnessed by the gods. Everyone in the Centaur King City and the temples of Dosh Khaleesi knows about it. Since Her Majesty is the Khaleesi and has her own Khalasar, she has the right to follow the traditions of the centaurs and annex any Khal's tribe. She only needs to kill the original Khal and his children fairly. She has to do it herself and can't let the White Knights do it for her? Ymont frowned. Scholar, Westeros are xenophobic, but the centaurs are even more xenophobic than the people of the 7 kingdoms. Other than the centaurs, no one can subdue the centaurs. The centaurs are not afraid of death, but they are stubborn. Ursa smiled bitterly. Her Majesty counts as a centaur? Tyrion asked curiously. Of course, no centaur can deny this. Kuei Luo's eyes flashed as he scanned the people in the hall. Just like the king of the Westeros, whose full title is King of the Undulls, Loinars and Ancestors, Her Majesty is your queen and our Khaleesi. There is no contradiction. If that is the case, then let's wait for Her Majesty to finish forging the armor. With the tile steel armor and tile steel sword, it will be safer to fight the Khals. Old Ymont said. There really is no way to lose. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Yes, there is no rush. We can wait for the armor to be forged. Dany glanced at the dwarf and continued, but we have to be prepared. Before Sir Clinton brings back more pterosaurs, the 14 pterosaur knights will have to work a little harder. Other than plundering the Alliance's cargo ships, we have to add another mission of patrolling Mirene. We can't let something like General Wildfire skipping work last time happen again. The last sentence was specially said to the dwarf. After the day's meeting ended and everyone dispersed, Tyrion found Dany, who was going downstairs to the blacksmith's shop, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, recently when the Alliance's cargo ships passed through the western strait of the Maiden of Freedom, there are many pterosaur knights escorting them. At first, I used the Tyrion ballista to shoot down 1 or 2 pterosaur knights, but they followed suit and began to equip themselves with crossbows. Last time, I was even shot in the back by an arrow. The armor-piercing crossbow even pierced through the inner layer of mail armor. Fortunately, the arrow was not poisonous. It only broke a layer of skin and caused bleeding, but it was not a serious injury." The Tyrion ballista was a long-armed crossbow that used the kinetic energy of the pterosaur's flapping wings to load the arrow. Tyrion had mentioned this theory earlier. Soon, he turned it into reality and even used it on the battlefield. The joints of the Megalosaurus and the pterosaur were not as smooth as the wings of a chicken. The wing bones were entangled with muscles and bones like tree roots, and there were also barbs as thick as an arm. Tyrion chose a barb on each side, ground it through, and strung it with an iron chain. There was an iron ring at one end of the chain, and the 2 arms of the crossbow originally worked by the elastic force of the stretch. The Tyrion ballista had a very simple but extremely exquisite mechanical structure. It could convert the flapping force of the wings into the pulling force of the string. After the string was loaded, even if the pterosaur continued to flap its wings, it would not affect the ballista. The flapping force of the pterosaur's wings was as high as a few thousand kilograms, and the pulling force was only 200 to 300 kilograms. The impact on flight was negligible. At this time, the pterosaur's combat mode was like this. The dwarf rode on the pterosaur's back, holding the crossbow in front of him that was the size of a Gatling gun, and chased after the other pterosaur knight. Biu, the other party also took out a crossbow, and while dodging the crossbow they shot at the dwarf. In theory, the dwarf was a fully automatic machine gun. He had an absolute advantage in artillery fire, and he should be invincible. However, they were riding on dragons, not fighter planes. Fighter planes could not collide, but close combat between pterosaurs was normal. The small crossbow could not kill the pterosaur either. Tyrion had made a few mistakes, and the crossbow arrows had hit the back of Tessa's head. Therefore, in a situation where there were many of them, Tyrion was no match for them, and in the process of escaping to New York town, he could really be hit by stray arrows. "Can you also help me make a set of tile steel armor?" The dwarf revealed a fawning smile. Dany thought for a moment. The Dragon Knights in the Dragon War were indeed dangerous. When Old Tortoise transported the iron ingots over, it was not a big deal to help the pterosaur knight equip with a tile steel armor. So she said, "Do you want plate armor or chain armor?" Seeing that she agreed, the dwarf was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. You are so generous and cherish your subjects. I want plate armor. Plate armor is sturdy and can also withstand high-speed impacts." "No, you are mistaken. The armor is for you to wear, but it will not be given to you for free." Dany shook her head. "Am I also considered to have made outstanding contributions?" Tyrion raised his eyebrows and asked. "Not enough. You will be promoted because of your contributions. When you become a count, we will talk about this again." When they came to the blacksmith shop, Tyrion was shocked to see that the Dragon Queen had taken off her brocade dress and changed into a white shirt and dark blue canvas pants. Her silver hair was tied up high, revealing her delicate and small ears. The top 2 buttons of her shirt were undone, revealing her swan-like slender neck. The hem of her shirt was tucked into her brown leather belt, and her canvas pants wrapped tightly around her 2 strong and straight legs. She was wearing knee-high riding boots, which made her look valiant and elegant. She had a different kind of charm, but she was holding a hammer in her hand. She walked to the stove where the heat waves were rolling. She raised the hammer. Ping ping bang bang bang, the 7 gods above, the Dragon Queen is forging. The Queen is forging. The dwarf murmured. "Oh, Your Majesty's armor has to be forged by herself. It involves a lot of magic arrays." Only she can complete the enchantment during the forging process. Tobu had already recovered from his shock, so he spoke very plainly. "But how can she forge?" Tyrion was puzzled. Tobu glanced at Dany in awe and sighed, "She didn't know anything before. I taught her everything. I have to say that the Queen's blacksmith talent is as extraordinary as magic. Your Majesty, what magic did you add to the armor? After measuring the height, arm length and other data, Tyrion went behind Dany and asked. You won't understand. Dany did not look back and continued to swing the hammer. Standing behind the Queen, Tyrion smelled the fragrance of orchid and osmanthus from her body. He felt a little uncomfortable. He moved to the side of the big iron block and said with a flattering smile, You don't have to talk about the principle. Just talk about the function of the magic circle. Dany squinted at him and said lightly, Don't even think about it. I won't help you enchant it. The dwarf rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with a silly smile, Tell me about it, I'll learn a little. There are two very simple effects. First, it has a similar function to the Great Wall. It increases magic resistance, blocks evil spirits, and effectively reduces the damage of magic and divine arts. Second, transformation into wings. Dany said with a strange expression. Tyrion's body shook and murmured, Transformation into wings sounds very strong. What is it? Chapter 546. In this world it was easy to turn battle chi into a horse, but it had never turned into wings. Well, a fire mage who could control fire could control the flames to change into various animal forms. Even the megalosaurus could be transformed, let alone a horse. Of course, a magical horse couldn't be ridden. But if one wanted to use magic to control the flames into wings to fly, it was almost impossible for mortals, even for true gods. The power of a true god was unpredictable and difficult to judge. The fundamental principle of the fire ladder technique was that the fire wizard power in the fire mage's body resonated with the fire element in a certain way, producing the effect of water and milk blending. Just like a drop of water could easily dissolve in a pool without appearing out of place, a drop of water had no buoyancy or sinking power in water. As for Newton's law, it was not Newton's turn to behave atrociously in this fantasy world. So, Dany came up with an idea. Could she carve a magic array in the armor so that after the armor was imbued with magic, it would have the same effect as the fire ladder technique? Can it be done? Even in the craziest legends, I have never heard of an armor that could grow wings and fly. After listening to the Dragon Queen's introduction, Tyrion doubted. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Clang. Dany put the hammer on the anvil, sneered, stretched out her right hand that was stained black with coal ash, and picked up the dark red iron in the dwarf's sluggish eyes. It seemed to be a piece of shoulder armor. Boom. Suddenly an orange flame rose in her palm, like a piece of red-hot iron igniting her flesh. Tyrion and Tobu both exclaimed. It was not because the queen did not burn, but because the shoulder armor slowly floated in the flame. Like wood floating in the water, the shoulder armor made of steel floated in the fire, like a piece of wood in the fire. What's going on? It doesn't make sense. Where did the gravity go? Tyrion was shocked. Haven't you seen Pogba's fire ladder technique? Why didn't you ask where the gravity went at that time? Dany smiled proudly and withdrew her magic. The flame disappeared and the piece of iron fell into her palm. Tyrion was envious and said pitifully, Your Majesty, the winged dragon knights are very dangerous. Almost half of them die from falling from the sky. Look, can you give it to me? You don't have mana. Enchantment is useless. Dany shook her head. If she hadn't killed Benny and her magic power hadn't increased tenfold, she wouldn't have come up with the idea of magic wings. It was too exhausting. What a pity. Tyrion smacked his lips regretfully. He seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. Then he said with a strange smile, Your Majesty, you've been smart all your life, but you're also stupid for a moment. What do you mean? Dany squinted at him as she continued forging. His Majesty said that he wanted the armor to be like the Great Wall, and that it would have a high resistance to magic and even be immune to magic. Unfortunately, the Fire Stairway spell array on the armor was a spell that consumed a lot of mana. Then, would there be a conflict between the mana immunity array and the mana wings? Just like a spear and a shield, Tyrion said proudly. Do you think that Brandon Stark, who built the Great Wall back then, was a fool? Not only does the Great Wall not hinder the Night Watchers from casting magic, but it also condenses mana and slowly increases the Night Watcher's mana and magic talents under the Great Wall. Dany sneered. The Great Wall blocked deviant ghosts and suppressed evil, but it also increased the red-robed woman's mana and greatly increased Jon's transfiguration talent. It could be said that the Great Wall's magic arrays were the crystallization of the ancient civilization, the children of the forest. Danny not only built the magic armor and magic sword, but she also created the queen's magic mirror. Today she had just come back from the blacksmith shop with sweat all over her forehead. Before she could take a shower, the black girl Larissa hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, the parade is about to start. Do you want to watch it immediately?" "It started? You guys go watch it first. I'll take a shower." "It's going to take a few hours anyway," Danny said. "I don't have enough mana and authority." "The image is blurry and can't last long," Larissa said awkwardly. "It's fine as long as you have something to watch." King's Landing, early in the morning with a cold mist. Dang dang dang. In the great cathedral of Baylor, the monks rang the bell. All the people of King's Landing were summoned by the bell. Even Cersei stood on the balcony of the Empress Dowager's bedroom in Meg Tower, looking at the cathedral a few kilometers away. It was an exciting moment. The Great Sinners Parade was about to start again. This was the second time. Although it was not as important as the Empress Dowagers, the scholars were sacred enough to make the people look up to them. In fact, before today, the scholars who selflessly contributed to the Westeros were far more respected by the people and nobles than Lannister on the Iron Throne. Not to mention that there was more than one scholar on this parade. There were 7 scholars and doctors in total. Actually, there were more than 7, but the Great Sparrow needed to gather 7 people to show her devotion to the 7 gods. The rest were locked up in the dark prison and continued to be trained until there were 7 more scholars. The spacious marble square under the milky white statue of Baylor was crowded with gray-clothed people and sparrows. There were even more sparrows in King's Landing. The Son of War even separated an empty space for the nobles of the Church of Goodwill to watch. It could be said that this was a holy ceremony that was not inferior to Cersei's parade. Silence. The Great Sparrow in linen raised her holy hammer and shouted. Yes, the Great Sparrow forged a silver-plated steel hammer the size of a cantaloupe. The clamorous crowd below seemed to have been frozen by the Ice Queen's magic, and not a single extra sound could be heard. "Bring the sinners," the Great Sparrow said to Lazaire. Immediately, a group of monks in linen walked out of the cathedral gate with 7 bald old men. 3 old monks opened the way. Behind them, 2 monks each held down a scholar and a doctor. Just like Cersei, all the sinners had shaved off their hair. They were smooth and clean like newborn babies. This meant that after today their sins were eliminated, only the crimes that they admitted, and they were once again as pure as babies. "My name is Balin, a doctor of astronomy in the City of Knowledge. I am guilty. I violated the guest's rights. When I found out that the guest was Daenerys Targaryen, I gathered a group of colleagues and ambushed her with crossbows." Ah! The square below the podium was filled with cries of surprise. Although they had heard about it before, when they heard the old professor confess his crimes, they still found it hard to believe. The story of the rat chef was right in front of their eyes. But it was not over yet. Balin continued, "I am guilty. I clearly received letters from the Night Watchers of the Great Wall. I was told many times that there were deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall, but I deliberately turned a blind eye. Because we, the City of Knowledge, want to create a real world, without magic and without gods. Admitting the existence of deviant ghosts is denying the ideals and efforts of the City of Knowledge for 1,000 years. For the sake of the real world, we even directed the Dance of the Blood Dragon. Yes, I am guilty. The City of Knowledge is guilty. The Dance of the Blood Dragon is also related to us. This?" Tyrion's expression changed drastically. It is hard to imagine that the City of Knowledge would be so crazy. Professor Balin's voice stopped abruptly. The image of him confessing his crimes also disappeared. "Oh my, what's going on? What happened at such a crucial moment?" Cora, Aegon, Tyrion, Jichi, Ellie and the rest all cried out. This was the guest room of the Dragon Queen's study. It was a sofa room of more than 80 square meters. Opposite the sofa, there was a 1 meter wide and 2 meter tall full-length mirror, against the wall. The surface of the mirror, made of purplish-black dragon crystals, was polished to the point that it could reflect one's reflection. Beside the mirror stood the black girl Larissa, who was panting and sweating profusely. Hearing everyone's complaints, she smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry. I've used up all my magic. Let's wait for Her Majesty." "How long did you last?" At this moment, Dany, who was wearing a loose skirt, walked over with a smile as she tilted her head and wiped her hair. "About 8 minutes, less than 10, Larissa said. "Not bad. That's enough time to send and receive letters. After all, you've only been training for a few months." Dany nodded and praised her. Then, there was a flash of fire in the purple eyes of the Dragon Queen. The dragon crystal magic mirror flickered, just like a CRT turning on. With a swoosh, an image that was more high definition than 4K and more realistic than 3D appeared. It was a live broadcast of the students parading through the streets. 7 gods above, this is unbelievable. Previously, when I vaguely saw the image of the King's Landing, I thought it was the greatest miracle in the world. Now, it's almost like I'm there. Tyrion said in disbelief. Valeglia's magic network has such an effect. No wonder the great wizard can manage the entire world just by staying in Valeglia, Yimont said with a shocked expression. Can you see every corner of the world? For example, Dorne's son Halberd City. Oh, maybe my father is staying in the flowing water garden now. Quentin had a longing expression. Unless Prince Dowling has a wizard with access to the network. Larissa looked at her cousin and slowly explained, the reason why we can sit here and watch the King's Landing and the trial of the scholars is because these images and sounds came from Professor Marwyn. Through the glass candle, the professor transmitted what he saw and heard to the magic crystal of Dragonstone Island. The Queen's mirror is made of dragon crystal and has the same effect as the glass candle. It can be connected to the magic crystal and receive the signal stored by the professor. Did you notice? Just now, my wizard power was depleted and the mirror went black. The image stopped for at least 2 minutes, but when the Queen activated it again, the image and sound were completely connected. After Blackie's reminder, everyone realized that the scene of Professor Balin's confession was perfectly connected. That means we can watch half of it first and continue at night? Tyrion said blankly. Dany shook her head and said, in theory it's possible, but my magic crystal is far inferior to that of the great wizard Valeglia. His crystal is the size of a carriage while mine is only the size of a human head. The information it can store is limited. It's like a page of paper. Using the same font to record information will definitely not be able to record as much information as 2 pages. But the professor paraded the streets for half a day, and the huge amount of information cannot be recorded on 100 pages. In fact, even in Valeglia, wizards mostly use text to transmit information and rarely do live broadcasts like this. It takes up too much traffic and consumes too much mana. I can understand that it consumes mana, but what's traffic? Tyrion asked blankly. Dany said, the road is only so wide. If you take up all the space with 3 rows of carriages, there will naturally be no space for a 4th carriage, or for knights or passers-by to pass. If there is a 3rd wizard who is sending an urgent message to Dragonstone Island, but the road is occupied by Malfoy and me, his message might not be able to be sent. Or, if he enters he will be pushed out just like how a carriage pushes people off the road. I see. Dany's explanation was clear, and Yimont and the others nodded in understanding. Chapter 547. Tyrion understood it better and said thoughtfully, the information that Larissa received before was blurry, as if it was covered with a layer of gauze. But yours was as if you were there, clear and real. Is there a difference in the flow rate between the two? Is the path she occupies narrower? Very thoughtful. Dany praised, then shook her head and said, the information came from Marvin's eyes and ears, no more and no less. It's just that Larissa's ability is weaker, so the amount of information she can process at one time is limited. The image came from Dr. Marvin's eyes. According to the position of the person in the image, he should be squeezed among the civilians of King's Landing. Why didn't the others notice the glass candle in his hand? Tyrion asked again. Haha, Tyrion, you asked a stupid question. Aegon, who couldn't get a word in, laughed. What? The dwarf raised his eyebrows and turned to the youth. It's simple. Why can't you see the image in the magic mirror from outside the door? Because there's a door blocking it, and Dr. Marvin must have hidden the glass candle in his clothes. Aegon said with a smile. Tyrion was dumbfounded. Ah, Eerie and Jichi suddenly screamed, so ugly, so small. The 7 professors and scholars had finished their confession, and began to take off their robes with the help of the cultivators, revealing their shriveled bodies. The 2 centaur maids were not the least bit interested in the magic theory behind the magic mirror. In their hearts, Calixi was omnipotent. Not to mention a 3D live broadcast, even if she teleported the 2 of them to King's Landing, they would only sigh and continue to watch the show. They had been staring at the image and immediately saw the small piece of meat hanging on the old piece of meat. They widened their eyes, screamed, and had a look of disdain. Dany was a little embarrassed and immediately used Mosaic to blur out that part. Sigh. The centaur maid sighed regretfully. Ha ha ha. Tyrion chuckled. What are you laughing at? Your sister had the same look on her face that day. Everyone at King's Landing saw it. Dany sneered. Sure enough, Tyrion stopped laughing. His face was startled. His eyes flashed with anger and sadness. He sighed. Big Sparrow will not have a good ending. He has gone too far. Shame, shame. The three old cultivators were leading the way with bells in their hands. As they shook the bells, they sang loudly, Come and see the sinner of shame, the sinner who is far more sinner than the rat chef. Shame, shame. The faces of the 7 old professors were ashen. With one hand covering their crotches and the other covering their faces, they shrunk their heads and endured the saliva of countless people, rotten fruits, maggot-infested cats and dogs, and even feces thrown at them. Farmers, merchants, cobblers, stable boys and entertainers, beggars, thieves and prostitutes. Everyone came out to look at the 7 sinners who had committed grave sins. Someone shouted at the scholars, Scum, you bunch of shameful scum. Even Mergal the Cruel is more merciful than you. Mediocre King Aegon is wiser than you. Rat Chef and Waldfred are more trustworthy than you. Poor Queen Cersei is more honorable than you. Mad King Aerys is more rational than you. The scholars and professors who were scolded were filled with regret. However, Dragon Queen and the others who were watching the live stream in the study were also very embarrassed. Can we see my sister? Tyrion rubbed his nose and asked. That depends on whether your sister will come out of the Red Keep. The dwarf's question was as silly as whether he could see the Emperor in the capital. However, after Marvin left the crowd and took out the glass candle in the hotel room, Dany still gave him an order. When the scholars walked past Aegon's Hill, use the telescope to look at the Red Keep. It would be best if you could find Cersei in Myrgle's tower. Coincidentally, Marvin, who was standing on the clock tower, did find Cersei, who was laughing so hard that she fell down. You Luwin, is that you Luwin? Ursa exclaimed. Beside the railing of the balcony, the scarred man with an eye patch over his left eye opened his arms and leaned against the railing, surrounding the short-haired Cersei, who was wearing a yellow dress. The Queen Dowager was saying something, her right hand pointing at the scholars who were parading through the streets as she laughed. There was only the image, no sound, and the image was not very clear. However, it was obvious that the Queen Dowager did not empathize with the scholars at all. Instead, she was gloating. Ah, long time no see. Sister, you still look as good as ever. The familiar face, familiar smile, and familiar style made the dwarf feel emotional. However, what surprised Dany was that Yuluin's lips had turned the same blue as Wizard Queer's. Did he also drink the water of Night Shadow? Where did he get it from? Since he drank the water of Night Shadow, did he become a wizard? At this thought, Dany thought of another old friend, the wizard Haya. According to Zero, not long after she left Queer's, Haya chased after her on a boat with 2 wizards. However, she did not meet him. Did they chase after Pentos and still not return? It had been almost 3 years. Ah, Yuluin's lips have turned blue. He must have drunk the water of Night Shadow and become a wizard. Ursa exclaimed. He had the same thought as Dany. Dany glanced at him and wondered, it's strange. Cersei and Yolen of Scylla fell in love? But didn't she only love the King's Slayer? Your Majesty, you are wrong. My brother only loves my sister, but she also loves other things. She will not fall in love with Yuluin, but she definitely wants something from him. However, my brother is very jealous. He can't even tolerate Robert touching my sister. When he returns to King's Landing, he will most likely kill Yuluin. Tyrion sighed. They did not watch the entire parade, and there was nothing interesting about the repeated scenes. The next day after the parade, the 7 professors and a group of prisoners were sent to Dragonstone Island. After confirming that there were deviants beyond the Great Wall, the Great Sparrow began to actively search for criminals to guard the Great Wall. Dragonstone Island was the transit point. However, there was a small interlude. Because of 3 of the prisoners, Dragonstone Island received an envoy from Uncle Finger. His name is Oswer Catterblack, a tall white-haired warrior. He represents Peter Baelish and conveys a request for loyalty to the true dragon, Professor Marwyn said in the magic mirror. Why is Pinky pledging loyalty to me? Isn't he living a carefree life in Arryn Valley? Dany asked. Perhaps he wants to live a carefree life forever. After all, his title of Duke of Hellenberg came from Lannister, waiting for you? Marwyn said with uncertainty. Has anything special happened in Arryn Valley recently? Dany asked. Special? I've been busy with the magic network. I haven't paid attention to Arryn Valley, Marwan said blankly. Danny thought for a moment and said, "Call Scholar Pylus here. He's in charge of the crow's nest and often communicates with scholars from other places. Perhaps he can answer my question." Scholar Pylus had indeed been collecting information on the various kingdoms. Not just Aran Valley but also the Northern Territory, the Western Territory, Dorne and the Stormlands. The scholars of each duke's territory will regularly exchange information with the scholars of other duchies. This is their daily work, the gray-haired youth said solemnly. If the scholars knew nothing about the seven kingdoms, why would the lords keep them? Of course, this also allowed the scholars to easily control the information network and the power of public opinion that connected the seven kingdoms. Your Majesty, I think there are 3 points worth your attention. First, Duke Baelish suddenly has an illegitimate daughter called Elaine Stone. He once tried to marry Elaine to the heir of the valley, Sir Hatton. If Robert Arryn dies, Duke Baelish can continue to exert influence in the area. But recently the Duke seems to have changed his mind. Miss Elaine and Sir Hatton rarely contact each other. Second, the roseless Iron Guard Brienne Tass went to the area to find Sansa Stark. After finding no results, she insisted on not leaving, and the nobles of the valley did not chase her away. Third, Duke Baelish is close to you. He once let the ships of Seagull Town help Sir Rhaegar Setigar transport food relief across the river. At the same time, Duke Baelish rejected the Iron Throne's invitation to go to King's Landing to be the finance minister. Elaine Stone. Dany had a strange look on her face. Scholar, do you think Baelish really wants Elaine to marry that Harold? How can this be faked? Harold is the heir of Duke Robert Arryn. How can he lie to him? Of course, both parties only have intentions and there is no marriage contract. Terminating it now does not count as a breach of contract. Could it be that Uncle Finger is really capable of sending a cannon from 1,000 miles away? Elaine is most likely Sansa, and Uncle Finger and Sansa seem to be in an incestuous relationship. Giving his woman to another man, what kind of fucking spirit was this? Is Brienne alone? Dany asked again. She has always been alone since Riverside, Scholar Pylus said. Not necessarily this time. Madame Stoneheart is definitely behind Brienne. Dany's guess was right. Madame Stoneheart had already infiltrated the Eagle Nest without Littlefinger's knowledge. Tom Sevenstrings, who sang the ballad of the Violet Knight for Sansa, was a spy for the Brotherhood without banners. Tom Sevenstrings often used his identity as a singer to gather information for the Brotherhood, and he had already met Sansa. Tell me about that messenger. What did Littlefinger promise and what did he want from me? Dany asked. Like the other vassals, Duke Baelish is willing to lead the Valley of Arryn to pledge loyalty to the true dragon, but there is no substantial promise. Then he wants Dragonstone Island to secretly hand over 3 prisoners to him, Marwan said. Which 3 prisoners? Dany asked curiously. The 3 Catebrakes, the sons of the emissary Oswell Catebrake, hope that you can spare the lives of his only 3 sons, Marwan said, his face contorted in disgust. Clearly he understood what this meant. I see. Dany sighed as she thought of more things. If Uncle Finger could plant 3 spies around Cersei, it was very likely that Uncle Finger also had spies on Dragonstone Island. Reject him, she said. Uncle Finger's loyalty, Cersei's oath and Waldfrey's banquet. She would be a fool to believe in Uncle Finger's loyalty. Reject who? Marwan was stunned. Reject Littlefinger and I will keep my oath. I don't need his loyalty. Reject Old Cat Black and I sympathize with him. But Dragonstone Island is only a transit point. I will not break my oath, the rules between the nobles and the Night's Watch, and I will not release the prisoners of the church, Dany said. Yes, your majesty. Marwan bowed. Any news from the Northern Territory? Dany turned to Pylus. White Harbor scholar Ormer sent news that Duke Stannis has taken Deepwood Castle and obtained the loyalty of Countess Alysanne of Bear Island. He is marching towards Winterfell. Roose Bolton wants Hugh Lewin to give up Carlin Bay and let his army return to the north. Are the people of Bear Island stupid? Dany's mouth twitched. Bear Island only had a pitiful amount of land. They couldn't even form an army of 100 people. If they didn't have the strength, they should have stayed on Bear Island through the winter. Why did they have to come out? Even if they wanted to participate in the struggle for power, they should have chosen a better leader. After ending the communication, Dany called Big Bear over and told him about the Northern Territory. Do you want to go back? Big Bear hesitated. There's no point in going back. Alysanne only joined Stannis because of Stark. She wants to kill Bolton to avenge those who died at the bloody wedding. I have no reason to. At this time, Misan's voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, something has happened. Prince Aegon and General Wildfire were assassinated. Chapter 548. Because of the stone chicken, little Aegon was somewhat half-spirited. Because of the 5 top-bed slaves, the little devil had a serious psychological shadow. Both of them needed to rebuild their male dignity and masculinity. Thus, one night, the apprentice and the mentor once again walked into the Desire Garden of God's Grace Great Cathedral hand in hand. The Emperor's blessing provided by Zero was really useful. With the help of the pill, both of them successfully got rid of the past and turned over a new leaf. However, this fixed schedule also gave an opportunity to those with ulterior motives. If they stayed in the Great Pyramid, even if the Faceless One came personally, it would be difficult for them to pass through the layers of defense. However, the two of them went out in the middle of the night without a single guard by their side. Dany went down to the top 2nd floor. As soon as she entered the hall, she smelled the smell of blood. 2 stretchers were placed on the table. Yimont led a few doctors to surround the stretchers, busy saving people. There were also a few people standing at the side. The Duck Knight sighed, the female dwarf Fenny sobbed and wiped her tears, Jichi poked her head out and looked around like an onlooker. Quentin frowned with a serious expression. The Queen has arrived. Everyone stopped what they were doing and bowed roughly. Don't worry about me. You guys continue to treat the two of them. Dany waved her hand and roughly looked at them. Tyrion's right palm was injured to the bone. There was a deep scratch on his left cheek as if his skin was cut open. She could almost see his tongue in his mouth. It was only a superficial wound, so it was not a big problem. He drank the milk of the poppy and was groaning in a daze. Aegon was more miserable. His face was pale and his eyelids drooped. The left side of his gorgeous beige brocade robe was already wet and red. When the robe was lifted, the flesh on the left side of his waist could be seen. His skin was dark purple with a hint of purple. The blood that flowed out was also dark purple with a fishy smell. Obviously, he was stabbed a few times on the left side of his waist, and the knife was smeared with poison. Is there no hope? Dany frowned and said softly. Sigh. The Duck Knight covered his face and sighed. I should have been with His Highness at all times. Yimont picked up the gauze that was used to wipe the wound and sniffed it. He said in a deep voice, there's still hope. I recognize this poison. It's the poison of the Widow's blood and the lion body scorpion tail beast. The Widow's blood is a slow-acting poison, so we can put it aside for now. As long as the lion body scorpion tail beast's poison doesn't enter the heart, there is a chance that it will be neutralized. I have already given him the antidote. Fortunately, there are always immaculate people, trainees, patrolling the city, so we discovered it in time. His kidneys are rotten. Dany covered her nose to block out the stench. No, it's just a flesh wound. My internal organs aren't broken. It's all thanks to Aegon's pterosaur leather armor. Yimont said with great relief. Let me see. Dany went over to take a look. Just as old Yimont had said, the assassin's dagger didn't seem to be long enough. Or perhaps he thought that there was poison, so he didn't stab hard? Well, the assassin had stabbed Aegon many times in a short period of time, so he probably didn't stab hard enough. Aegon's internal organs were only slightly scratched and swollen due to the poison, but they weren't broken. Your Majesty, you are highly skilled. Why don't you operate on His Royal Highness? Yimont said. Of course, the word operation came from the Dragon Queen. Alright, you help him detoxify. I'll clean up the wound. Dany nodded and went back to her old job from her previous life. Perhaps it was because of her daily practice of swordsmanship, her speed was fast and precise. She rarely operated on people in the past few years, but now she wasn't rusty at all. Very quickly, she cleaned up the dirty blood in the cavity and used the steel dagger to cut off the purplish-black rotten flesh. After everything was done, Dany remembered the technique of using the witchcraft lens to test blood type. She secretly got a few guards to draw blood and secretly transfuse it to Aegon. Speaking of which, this technique was invented by Dany. She used the spies who threw the stone men into Astapor as an experiment. Based on whether there was any rejection after the blood transfusion, she invented the blood type test method. Well, the people of Valeglia didn't invent the blood transfusion technique. In this world where bloodlines were supreme, wouldn't it be denying one's noble bloodline if another person transfused their blood? So, even though the people of Valeglia had the potential to invent the blood test, They had never tried it. In fact, even old Yimont was extremely against it. That day, when Danny excitedly told him about her invention, the old scholar was shocked. He was very opposed to her publicizing it and even suggested that she destroy the technique. It was obvious that Targaryen was the biggest beneficiary of the supreme bloodline. First of all, Yimont didn't want Targaryen to step down from his pedestal. Second, he was afraid that others would usurp Targaryen's bloodline. They would seize Targaryen's blood and transfuse it into their own body to obtain the power of Targaryen's bloodline. That was the problem. Targaryen's blood really did have power. At first, Dany was also moved by Yimont's reason. After all, the future Targaryens would be her children. And she remembered very clearly that day in the imperishable temple, when she contacted the great wizard of Valeglia across the timeline. He had warned her that there was a blood mage, Immortal, who was vainly trying to seize her true dragon bloodline. This meant that usurping the bloodline wasn't a fantasy and could happen from time to time. So, she really did listen to the old man's advice and destroyed the research data. She hadn't made it public until now. Making it public was meaningless to ordinary people. They didn't have the magic lens to test blood. Until later, when she studied her own blood again, she suddenly found something interesting. The people of Valeglia had long added a lock to their bloodline. Those with higher bloodlines could accept the blood of those with lower bloodlines, but those with lower bloodlines couldn't accept the blood of those with higher bloodlines. In short, Dany could accept blood from others, but ordinary people of the same blood type would reject her blood. It was as if they were of different blood types. And they were indeed different. Their energy levels were different. In the end, Valeglia was the ancestor of blood witchcraft. Since they encountered a thief, it was reasonable to lock them. So, Dany had a new idea. In the future, she would specially research a stronger lock for the Targaryens. After all, science and technology had been developing in advance. Sooner or later, the technique of blood transfusion would be invented by humans. As soon as I got on the carriage, I felt that something was wrong. The carriage was more bumpy than usual. The coachman was obviously a novice. Astapor's coachmen were all slaves driving the carriage. There couldn't be a novice. Then, when I opened the curtain in front and was about to ask, I realized that the carriage wasn't going to the Great Pyramid at all. Now, I knew that I was in trouble. The dwarf sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. There were also two of them, but Prince Aegon took 2 pills and collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, there were unsullied patrols on the street and heard my call. It was already the second day. Aegon's face was still gray and his lips were purplish-black. He lay unconscious on the bed and the little demon slowly woke up after the anesthetic effect of the poppy milk wore off. "Why weren't you poisoned?" Duck Knight frowned. "I said 2 assassins." Tyrion looked helpless, but in his heart he was praying for the blessings of the 7 gods. 2 regretful guests, Dany said. The assassins wanted to escape. They had indeed fled into the dark alleys last night, but they couldn't escape the city. Before dawn, the patrolling Unsullied received a report from the citizens of Astapor and arrested the 2 suspects. Less than an hour after they were sent to the dungeon, Hattar interrogated them for all the information. Quell's regretful guests? Tyrion sighed and said with grievance, "We were caught in the crossfire. The assassins were clearly here to kill you, but the 2 of us ran into them. How unlucky." Dany's expression was strange as she shook her head and said, "You're wrong. They were trying to kill you." "No way, how did we offend?" Tyrion was stunned. "Just the 2 of us?" He tried to ask. "I'm not sure. I knew it. After doing so many atrocities, how could they not hate me?" The dwarf covered his face and wailed. "Atrocities?" Dany raised her voice, her expression unfriendly. "Sigh, isn't that how the Alliance sees it?" The regretful guests weren't faceless and couldn't change their faces. They disguised themselves as sailors and were hired by sea merchants who were doing business with the Alliance at both ends of Slave Bay. After entering Astapor, they quietly left the merchant ship. Originally, the assassins didn't even have the chance to get close to Aegon and Tyrion, but the 2 of them started to grow solid and started to go out in the middle of the night to visit the Passion Garden. The regretful guests didn't intend to kill the 2 of them on the spot. They wanted to interrogate the Wildfire General about the secret of how the wildfire bomb was stable. The regretful guests weren't faceless and didn't have a rock-solid will. Dany knew all the secrets of the regretful guests organization. That morning, she rode the Black Dragon and brought Morona and Whitey to Quells, which was 2,000 kilometers away. Early the next morning, they quietly returned to Astapor. A few days later, a terrifying news spread to New Jis. The regretful guests organization with 1,000 years of history had turned into dust. The Quell's royal family with 1,000 years of history was also on the verge of extinction. The palace where the Dragon Queen once visited was destroyed by the dragon flames. The 13 magnates, their mansions were burned and 5 magnates died. The Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Ancient Spice Guild couldn't escape their fate either. Just like the regretful guests, their guild headquarters were destroyed by the dragon flames and no one escaped. The 3 commercial docks that belonged to the 13 magnates, the Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Ancient Spice Guild were also baptized by the dragon flames and half of the Quell Strait was ignited. Of course, Quells has dragon-slaying crossbows, but there aren't many of them, only 300. Zero's face was dejected as he held his head and sighed. A few days ago when he brought 70 noble prisoners of war back to New JS, the entire city came out to cheer. The Alliance's representatives all stood up and clapped at him. The officials and nobles all toasted him at the banquet, fresh flowers, fine wine, applause, praise. How high-spirited was that? Now he was like a rooster that lost a fight, his head drooped and his face was dejected. The other party only had 2 dragons and didn't carry any wildfire. Even if 300 crossbows aren't enough, they shouldn't have been burned so thoroughly. They almost wiped out the upper echelons of Quells. Chuegu was confused. Sigh, it's most likely camel cavalry. The bald milkman said bitterly, Quells has a special environment with the Red Wasteland as a barrier. There has never been a threat from the land before, so the camel cavalry army that was supposed to protect the city was just a decoration. They were just guards of honor. They didn't build a dragon-slaying crossbow base, they didn't set up the crossbow mechanism. On the night the devil dragons attacked, those idiots weren't even on night duty. War god Yuan Kai slammed the letter on the table and took over the conversation, cursing loudly. How is that possible? The representatives were shocked. Not just them, even Danny was shocked. She only wanted to burn down the regretful guest's nest without any crossbow mechanism, but after Morona checked, she found out that Quells didn't have any air defenses. Chapter 549. 3 years ago when Danny went to Quills, the city guards came out of the city to welcome her. They rode on camels covered in colorful blankets and sat on saddles inlaid with gems. They wore red copper scale armor, red copper long snout helmets, and bronze scimitars at their waists. They were beautiful and luxurious, but exaggerated was not suitable. She looked down on them until she met the yellow silk cloaks of the Gith people in Astapor. As it turned out, the strong were all created by the weak. In the next few years, Danny looked down on the yellow silk cloaks. She thought that they were the worst, rotten beyond redemption. Until a few days ago when she launched a surprise attack on Quills. As it turned out, the strong were really created by the weak. At least the yellow silk cloaks dared to fight, were able to fight, and were willing to fight. After Dragon Queen launched a surprise attack on so many cities, the camel cavalry did not even set up a crossbow formation. No one was even on night duty. They did not enter a state of battle readiness. Needless to say, under the cover of night, Dragon Queen's first attack was to burn down the warehouse where the crossbows were stored. The second attack was a waterfall of dragon flames that cleansed the camel cavalry's camp. The palace was equipped with a spacious drill ground and a group of extravagantly decorated buildings. Then she started to do whatever she wanted. In order to deal with the dragon that could come at any time, Danny brought the steel ingots back to Astapor and gathered all the blacksmiths in the city to remelt the steel ingots and forge scales. On the day that Danny attacked Quills, the scales that were forged weighed 150 kilograms. It was barely enough to assemble 2 sets of belly armor for Blackie and Whitey. Therefore, as long as she did not take the risk to attack the enemy's fleet, the warships were equipped with ballistas and scorpion crossbows, she could really do whatever she wanted in the city that had lost its crossbows. She did whatever she wanted. She took the 2 dragons with her and burned for 7 or 8 hours from nightfall until dawn of the next day. No one stopped her. She even had the leisure to plunder a total of 35 steel swords from the royal family and the merchant family. Chuegu read the contents of the letter and said in disbelief, "Is Quills that weak?" The pirate king of the Snake Lizard Archipelago's eyes flickered. He muttered, "If I had known I would have. The entire Quill Strait is more than 1,000 kilometers long, but no pirate dared to enter." Zero seemed to have guessed the pirate king's intentions. He also wanted the other representatives to not underestimate Queers. The camel cavalry belongs to the royal family, and there are only 800 of them in total. They have been invincible for hundreds of years, and they are almost crippled. But Queer's defense was focused on the sea. Just the city's fleet alone isn't any weaker than the Purple Sail fleet of Bravos, not to mention the armed caravans of the Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Ancient Spice Guild. Isn't the third allied fleet that I'm in charge of right now built with the 13 giants as the foundation? Even the crazy mother of dragons only burned our merchant ships and didn't dare to go to the docks where the warships were docked. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Battle God Yuan Kai muttered, "What should we do now?" Apart from a few people who ran fast enough and were lucky enough to escape the calamity, more than half of the royal family and wealthy merchants were killed or injured. Even if he managed to escape the previous time, what about the future? What if the Dragon Queen goes to Quars again? Sigh, this is also our fault. Zero sighed and said slowly, "We have always suppressed the royal family and did not allow them to control the overly powerful camel cavalry. To this day the cavalry was still using bronze weapons. Perhaps it's time for a change. The royal family's power will continue to be restricted, but the city guards must be developed. First, we will recruit a group of mercenaries from the docks, then we will slowly train the brave among the freedmen. Finally, we have gained something." Toros smiled on behalf of Perlo. "The regretful guests have done a great service. Aegon Targaryen was assassinated and most likely did not survive. That was why Dany Rise was so angry that she burned down the Assassin Guild. Sigh, we even hit the jackpot and encountered the unguarded Quars." Chuegu was both happy and upset. If Quars had been more vigilant, even if the regretful guests had been wiped out, it would have been worth it to kill Aegon. However, after this incident, the world's major assassin organizations will be terrified. Even the rulers of the cities will strictly forbid the assassins in their territories from taking on missions related to the Dragon Queen. The revenge was too quick, too ruthless and too cruel. Zanetti frowned. After the Dragon Queen burned down Quars, she naturally had to launch an attack of public opinion to let the people of Quars and the whole world understand her determination. "If anyone dares to harm my precious nephew, I will take their entire family's lives." But it was a pity that her precious nephew did not die. There was no need to doubt old Yimant's abilities. The antidote to the manticore tail beast poison he had concocted had taken effect. The next morning, Aegon slowly woke up. There was only one thing. Aegon had been poisoned by a mixture of poisons. Other than the manticore tail beast poison that could cause the heart to stop beating, there was also a slow-acting poison, the widow's blood. "Oh, I want to pee. My stomach is bloated. I can't take it anymore. Save me. Master Yimant, save me. I feel terrible." Aegon hugged his bulging stomach and wailed at the top of his lungs. Even the stitched wound on his waist had split open. Blood that was a mixture of bright red and purplish black oozed out. He looked extremely miserable. The widow's blood was extremely poisonous. It got its name because it was as red as blood. Those who were poisoned would have their bowels obstructed. Within a few days, they would die from the explosion of their stomachs due to the inability to expel their own excrement. Since you know that you have been poisoned by the widow's blood, you should eat less and drink less. At least you can last a few more days, Dany said helplessly. This world's martial prowess was very low. It looked like a normal medieval world, but the strange creatures and beasts would constantly remind you that this was a fantasy world. She could not do anything about the widow's blood either. "I feel terrible. I'm dying. My stomach is going to explode." Aegon only cared about wailing. He was about to lose consciousness. "Can you insert a tube and expel the feces?" Tyrion asked. "I tried." "I can't insert it," Ymont said, shaking his head. "Does anyone know the antidote for the widow's blood?" Dany asked. "Maybe the City of Knowledge has it. I found the antidote for the lion body scorpion tail beast's poison in the City of Knowledge library," Ymont said. Then, Dany contacted Marvin and Paris Tan, the red-nosed old man that Jared Dane found, but they clearly said that there was no antidote for the widow's blood. In fact, the City of Knowledge had not even figured out the antidote for the widow's blood. Many scholars, such as Grand Scholar Pycelle, were used to collecting large amounts of poisons. However, most of their poisons were imported from Rhys. Rhys's Lust Garden was famous all over the world, but its business was poison. Tyrion reminded Dany, "Go and find the best of the young generation in the East, Grand Wizard Kuei-shi." Kuei-shi was indeed awesome. He gave a solution on the spot. "Swallow the roundworm first, excrete the accumulated excrement in the stomach through the mouth, then apply a plaster to the area. The roundworm, which was as long as an arm and as thick as a chopstick, was stuffed alive into Aegon's mouth. That scene, let alone seeing it, Dany even felt her hair stand on end when she heard Aegon's howling and vomiting. Just as Aegon was being tortured to death, Marvin sent a message. The Great Sparrow has invited the Duke of Dragonstone's representative to participate in Cersei's trial. In theory, Dany occupied Dragonstone Island, and Prince Regent Kevin also recognized Targaryen's inherent right to rule Dragonstone Island. Just like Casterly Rock to Lannister, Son Halberd City to Martell, High Court to the descendants of the Gardener's family was the eldest son of the Green Hand Garth, and Winterfell to Stark. Regardless of the outcome, unless Dany followed Robb's example and declared the independence of the Northern Territory and Dragonstone Island separated from the Seven Kingdoms, she would at least have the title of Duke, Prince, of Dragonstone Island. This title would also be recognized by both sides. Therefore, the Great Sparrow would send an invitation to Dragonstone Island for the trial of Cersei. The Big Sparrow is courting death. That Robert Strong is the Magic Mountain. If he doesn't use magic, even I am not his opponent. He actually wants to compete with him in martial arts? Dany sighed. I heard that the Great Sparrow was blessed by the Holy Mother and has the divine power of a blacksmith. Below the lecturing platform, I saw with my own eyes that he raised the silver hammer high, and a ball of red and white holy flame rose out of nowhere. I'm afraid all the wizards are wrong. The seven gods are not seven pieces of wood, but real existences. Just like the Great Sparrow announced, the seven gods are located outside the astral plane and are too far away from the material world. Marvin said solemnly. Is that so? Dany was a little embarrassed. The Great Sparrow is too much. You should listen to the Holy Mother's words. How can you use it to fool others? Your Majesty, you must believe me. I can feel the strong divine power in the holy flame. It is much stronger than the evil god's divine power I saw in Asha. The bull-necked doctor said solemnly. When will the duel begin? Dany asked. In 3 days. Go take a look. It will be broadcasted live like last time, Dany said. Well? Marvin hesitated. Your Majesty, the duel will be held in the great cathedral under the witness of the seven gods. Using magic in the Temple of the Gods is the biggest taboo in the supernatural world. If you really do that, the seven gods will be angry. Even if they don't punish me, they will notify the believers of the seven gods to arrest me. The doctor said with a pale face. Don't worry. I'm also the head bishop. I will notify the seven gods in advance at Slave Bay. Dany said casually. Marvin was stunned. By the way, is Queen Marjorie's trial over? Dany asked again. Yes. The queen was tried by the church. It was a fact that Pycelle provided her with moon tea several times. Marjorie could only admit to adultery. Wow. Dany cheered and clapped. Finally, the Virgin Queen's true colors are exposed. How did Big Sparrow deal with her? She was acquitted, but an old nun will represent the young girl, to monitor the queen's behavior until she gives birth to a child for Tomon. Marvin said. Sigh, isn't Tomon a little too oppressive as a king? Dany was speechless. It can't be helped. King Tomon is too young and Queen Marjorie is already an adult. She is willing to remain chaste, which is a great virtue. It's normal for her to cheat when she can't stand it. How do the people of King's Landing view the former Virgin Rose? Dany asked curiously. Marvin shrugged and said calmly, in the past few months, there are grain boats from the river every morning to King's Landing along the Blackwater River. The people still recognize the Queen's kindness and mercy. Even if she is unfaithful, it's the King's fault for being only 9 years old and not being able to bring happiness to the Queen. She lied, she cheated, she brought food to King's Landing to save lives, and she was still the good queen of the people. The unruly people of King's Landing were too realistic. Did you kill the deviant ghost? Before ending the conversation, Dany asked one last time. Kill. Why kill? Marvin was confused. Didn't Big Sparrow send 7 professors? Why did Sam go to the City of Knowledge? He left with the box before the professors arrived. Chapter 550. Dang 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 dang. The bell of the great cathedral of Baelor rang 7 times, reaching the ears of everyone in King's Landing. Often, the bell of the great cathedral would ring 7 times only when the most important events happened. For example, the death of the old king or the ascension of a new king. In previous years, many people would never hear the bell of the great cathedral ring 7 times in their entire lives. In recent years, the people of King's Landing could hear it once, twice, or 3 times every year. But every time they would not be bored by it because every time the bell rang, it meant that something big had happened and there was a show to watch. In this year of winter snow and north wind, watching the show had become the only pursuit of many people. In other words, the laughter of seeing a happy place had become the only meaning of their lives. According to the Archbishop, the deviant ghosts were real. The long night was coming, and the people of King's Landing no longer expected to see the next harvest and fruit summer. Quick, go to the great cathedral. The bitch Empress Dowager's trial is about to begin. The Archbishop against the mysterious White Knight, Robert Strong. 7 gods above. Since ancient times, there has never been an archbishop representing the 7 gods to participate in the trial. Striker of the Flea's Nest gathered his tattered leather jacket and said with a thick white gas coming out of his mouth. Since ancient times, there has never been an Empress Dowager in front of the people of the city. The butcher's face showed 70% nostalgia and 30% obsession as he said cheerfully. Shoo, let the deviant ghost plug your shit-spewing mouth. Striker's generous face was full of fear as he looked around vigilantly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't find the golden-robed figure and scolded the bearded butcher in a low voice. You're simply courting death. Some time ago you personally dealt with the corpses that were sent to our shop. Didn't you recognize their identities? They were all unlucky people who flirted, insulted, and cursed the bitch Empress Dowager on the day of the parade. You don't want to go back to the brown soup shop in another way, do you? There are too many people talking about it. Can the bitch Empress Dowager let her White Knight kill everyone in the city? The butcher muttered. You think she doesn't want to? As long as she can do it, that bitch doesn't mind killing all of us who have seen her ugliness. A few months have passed since that day, but the number of people who die in the hands of Robert Strong every day has not decreased, indicating that the anger in her heart hasn't subsided yet. Striker sneered. Sigh, I'm a little worried about the big sparrow. Big Beard heard this and sighed. Many people who have lost their family and friends have ambushed Robert in the alleys. At the most exaggerated time it was almost 10 against 1, but White Knight Robert still completed the mission safely and returned to the Red Fort. Who do you think Robert Strong is? A pockmarked youth who was about the same age as Aegon shrunk his neck and asked. I don't know where this monster came from, but I dare say that even fearless Barristan is no match for him. Big Beardy shook his head. I wonder if he's human, whispered Striker. I've heard that no one has ever seen Robert eat or drink or go to the toilet. Big Beardy was startled and murmured, either a god or a demon. While talking, the 3 of them walked to the end of Sister Silent Street and climbed up the Vezania Hills. Like countless people who had rushed to King's Landing, they were like a drop of water that blended into the crowded sea of people. In front of the square, under the stairs to the Holy Church, several people were stopped by gray-clothed sparrows with sharp axes and rusted swords. I am the owner of the brown soup shop on Flea Street, Striker. I was invited to witness the trial of the Empress Dowager, Striker shouted. The leading sparrow recognized Striker's identity, nodded to his companion and gave way to a passage. You go in, your companion stays. In front of the blacksmith's door, Striker stood on the steps and tidied up his straw-like hair and old worn goatskin coat. Looking at Count Tali who walked through the warrior's door, on the side in a gorgeous velvet suit, and then looking at his leather coat stained with a large piece of oil, old Canon of King's Landing suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. There were 7 doors to enter the Holy Church. The monks went through the Father's door, the nuns went through the Mother's door, and the Sisters of Silence went through the Stranger's door. Believers could choose the corresponding door to enter according to their beliefs. Beyond the door there was a long corridor, the Hall of Lights. Striker had been to the Holy Church many times. Except for the first time, he had never been attracted by the colored lead glass balls hanging on the ceiling. Through 2 doors he came to the Holy Church of the 7 Gods. The reflective marble floor, the heptagonal walls were all equipped with huge glass windows, and the arc-shaped dome was made of glass, gold, and crystal. Under the wall opposite the entrance, there were 7 altars lined up in order. The altars were filled with lit candles, illuminating the statues of the 7 gods standing on the back of the Megalosaurus. Even though he had seen it several times, Striker still felt strange when he saw the 7 gods riding dragons. However, he also admitted that compared to before, the 7 gods riding dragons looked more powerful, and there was more, a kind of indescribable sacred vitality that he could feel. It was as if the previous statues of the 7 gods were just wood carvings, but now they were the incarnations of the 7 gods in the mortal world. This wasn't an illusion. Many people had a similar feeling as him. Therefore, like Count Tully on the side, he respectfully and devoutly walked to the statue of the blacksmith god, knelt down and silently recited the blacksmith's book. After that, he silently got up and walked to the position belonging to the ordinary citizen representative. The Holy Church of Baylor was almost the size of 3 volleyball courts, enough for thousands of believers to squeeze together to pray. At this time, 200 to 300 people had already arrived one after another. There were about 30 ordinary people like Stryker, who were famous in the various neighborhoods of King's Landing. The rest were nobles or representatives of nobles. As a veteran of King's Landing, Stryker knew every civilian representative. He didn't know the names of the nobles, but he recognized most of the clan emblems of the nobles. For example, just 3 meters away from him, there was a scholar with a bull's neck, a slate chin, and 2 tufts of white hair standing up from his nostrils. Even though he was wearing the gray robe of a scholar and had a long necklace around his neck, there was a blood-red 3-headed dragon emblem pasted on his chest, revealing his identity as scholar serving Targaryen from Dragonstone Island. After the 7 doctors paraded through the streets, the gray-robed and chained scholar was almost reduced to the state of being reviled by everyone. But anyone who saw the 3-headed dragon emblem on his chest would communicate with him with the most modest smile and the most amiable attitude. Stryker also gave him a friendly smile and said modestly, "Sir, you were also invited?" "What's the matter?" Marwyn frowned. "I'm the owner of the brown soup shop in Flea's Nest, nicknamed Immovable Stryker," the square-faced man said proudly. "I've been on Dragonstone Island for less than half a year, so I don't know much about the heroes of King's Landing. May I ask what is immovable?" Seeing that the Great Sparrow and Cersei had not appeared yet, Marwyn also patiently talked to the big man. "Once, there was a female knight who was as kind as the Holy Mother, as beautiful as a young girl, and as wise as an old woman. She entrusted me with a gold note of 20,000 gold royals. I didn't have any selfish motives and handed it all to the church. She praised me as a true knight who was immovable. After the Archbishop knew about this, he also agreed with her evaluation of me." Stryker's face was flushed as he said proudly. Marwyn's heart moved and he faintly guessed. In this world there was only one beautiful female knight who could be so extravagant and give out 20,000 gold royals as a charity. Did the gold note come from the church's bank? The female knight was followed by a tall old knight? How did you know? Stryker was surprised. He. Marwyn revealed his teeth that were dyed red by the sour grass leaves and smiled meaningfully. Could it be? Stryker was not stupid. He had a flash of inspiration and said dumbfoundedly, "She is." Marwyn smiled and nodded. Stryker howled, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. "I'm so stupid, really, isn't that Sir Barristan?" He pulled up his mask, but I didn't recognize him. I've seen him hundreds of times before for decades. Shall lower your voice. Marwyn took a few steps back, closed his mouth, and reminded him softly with a nasal voice. At this time, Stryker also noticed his gaffe. Looking around, the commoner representatives quietly distanced themselves from him like Marwyn, and the nobles who were originally far away from him were pointing at him with disdain in their eyes as if to say, "Look, this is a commoner." But there was an exception. Count Tully, who came in with him, had an expression like a seal carved from granite, stiff and rigid, and was hesitant to approach him. "Why are you looking for me?" Marwyn had a good impression of the Dragon Queen's old friend. "I had something to do before, but now, it's gone." Stryker sighed and explained, "In addition to the 20,000 gold royals and gold notes, the Dragon Queen also gave me 20 gold royals and taught me to help the orphans. I kept my promise and used all the money to take in street children, and now there are 100 or 200 people living in my house. I can't afford to raise them, not to mention that more and more children are joining in. So, I heard about the Dragon Queen's oath about joining the Night Watchman having a salary of 2 silver coins and a bounty of 50 gold royals for surviving the long night. I was wondering if I could arrange for a group of older children with families to be night watchmen at the Great Wall. Not only could they support themselves, but they could also send money to their younger siblings. But I wasn't sure if such a wonderful job was real or fake, so I wanted to confirm it with you." But since I know that the knight Keisha Alexander is the Dragon Queen, there's no need to doubt it. I'll arrange for a group of people to go to the Great Wall later. Well, you can send them to Dragonstone Island with our fleet. Marwan nodded. Thank you. Stryker glanced behind the short and fat doctor and whispered, Count Tully is here to see you. After saying that, he automatically took a few steps back and gave the position to the two of them. Count, you were looking for me? Marwan took the initiative to speak. Tully's steel-like expression eased awkwardly as if he wanted to smile, but his muscles were frozen. My son. Night Watchman Sam. Thank you for taking care of Dragonstone Island. It was as if two souls were controlling the Count at the same time, wanting to say two different words with different tones but the same meaning. Marwan sensed it and took the initiative to say, Sir, Sam is a qualified night watchman, and his bravery has even been recognized by Her Majesty the Queen. Tully's lips curled into a sincere smile, but it immediately froze into cold black iron. Humph, Dr. Marwan, you don't have to speak up for him. He has disgraced the night watchman and the Tully family. Chapter 551. These days, there were only a handful of Westeros who could gain the recognition of the Dragon Queen. Brenny, the Roseless Iron Guard, who came from Taz Island in the Stormlands and was famous in the Trident River, was one of them. Marabad, the old monk who had been riding a donkey in the king's territory for decades to help the poor villagers and provide church services for the people, was also one of them. Stryker, the old fox of King's Landing who had a booming business at the brown soup shop but was getting poorer and poorer, was half of them and was still unknown. Anyway, Bullneck Marvin only knew these three people and Sam was the other half. The Dragon Queen also admired Sam a lot. However, it was not that she approved of his virtue. Fat Sam's integrity was also good but his bravery. He had the courage to eat anything and dare to eat anything. Of course Marvin would not say that. It's true. Your son is very brave. He was actually the first person to kill a deviant ghost. After him, the Queen sparred with a dozen deviant ghosts under the Great Wall. Marvin seemed to be praising Sam on the surface, but in fact he took the opportunity to publicize the Dragon Queen's heroic fighting against the deviant ghosts. After all, he also knew the identity of the person in front of him, the most popular general in the Seven Kingdoms, the third Duke of River Bend. Even if he could not rope him in, he could erect the image of the Dragon Queen in his mind. Perhaps it would be useful when the right opportunity came. There were many legends about the Dragon Queen, but few people mentioned her battle record against the deviant ghosts. The main reason was that people did not believe in the deviant ghosts at all, or rather, they were skeptical. The Queen fighting a deviant ghost alone sounded like a legend. Secondly, the Great Wall was too remote, and the transmission of news was distorted and slow. Perhaps as more and more night watchers appeared, the business of Mole Village got better, and more prostitutes came to make a living, or even attracted a group of bards and singers. Only then would the story of the Dragon Queen truly spread. However, Marvin's calculations were in vain. Randall Tari's focus was not on the Dragon Queen at all. Sam can kill a deviant ghost. Are you sure? Count Tari's expression became strange. Were deviant ghosts that weak? Even the weakest man in the Seven Kingdoms was able to kill a deviant ghost for the first time. Even if the Long Night was real, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Jiaoling soldiers under his command were all great men, and each one of them could fight against 20 Sam warriors. It's not a secret in the Great Wall. Everyone calls your son the deviant ghost killer. When the Count saw a large number of cultivators walking in, he guessed that the martial arts competition was about to begin. He skipped the part about the deviant ghost killer, and asked the main purpose of his visit to Dr. Bullneck. The child. That bastard betrayed the oath of the Night Watchers and threw away the honor of the Tully family. He actually gave birth to an illegitimate child, and it's a female savage. Randall Tully's thin lips pursed into a blade-like arc. His stone-like face flashed with 9 parts embarrassment and 1 part helpless concern. Now Marwan understood. Sam had intended to hand the baby over to his father, but the old man refused. Instead, he left the child on Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island and the King's Landing were separated by Blackwater Bay, and Dragonstone Island and the Iron Throne were enemies. The daughter of a wealthy merchant, Zhuo Wenjun, eloped with a poor scumbag, Sima Xiangru. Her father was ashamed and unwilling to help his daughter. Zhuo Wenjun sold wine on the street across from her father's house. Her daughter sold wine on the street. As a famous person in the city, her father was naturally embarrassed. Under the shame, he could only fork out money to support his daughter and son-in-law. In this way, Zhuo Wenjun not only kept her marriage, forcing her father to admit that what was done could not be undone, but also ensured that her family would not have to worry about food and clothing. This was the allusion to Zhuo Wenjun selling wine as a prostitute. A straight-A student was indeed a straight-A student. She was much smarter than Wang Baochuan, who was struggling to stay in the cold cave. Alright, I've digressed. In a way, Fat Sam had unintentionally done the same thing as Zhuo Wenjun, leaving the child on Dragon Island and shaming the father. Lord Count, you're thinking of, give the child to me? Count Tully tried his best to keep his face emotionless. Marvin was in a dilemma. That's not your grandson. Your son can't even be compared to Pan Xia. What do you plan to do with the child? The short doctor asked. Randall Tully coldly glanced at the meddlesome doctor and said lightly, the glory of the Hornhill Tully cannot be tarnished. I will secretly send the illegitimate child to a sacred hall in the bay and let him become a nameless monk. This is the best way for him to atone for his sins. Damn it, I thought you brought him along to educate him. What a waste of emotion. Marvin shook his head with a straight face and said, I'm sorry, Count. The Queen has already handed the child over to Count Balin Blackwater. He has become his adopted son. Blackwater Balin, a mercenary who used despicable means to seize Stockworth Castle? Is he worthy? Randall Tully's eyes were cold as he growled, this is humiliation. The Duke of Dragonstone Island is humiliating me, humiliating the Tully family. The Duke of Dragonstone Island, mentioned by the first general, was naturally Dany. He did not acknowledge her status as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms and was not at all interested in her status outside of the Seven Kingdoms. That was why he only called her the official title of the Westeros, which was recognized by the Iron Throne. Marvin said seriously, who can say for sure about the dark secrets of the noble families? You should go and find out what Queen Cersei did. The Count of Blackwater's methods may not be honorable, but he had no choice but to retaliate. Do you think his past as a mercenary can be erased? What honor does a mercenary have? Randall Tully said coldly. Count Tully, the Count of Blackwater is of the same rank as you and has the same status. You are an important minister of Lannister, and he is also one of the 3 ministers of Dragonstone Island. Insulting him is the same as insulting the Queen. Marvin was getting impatient. He was filming a live broadcast for the Queen. The Queen definitely did not like to see Count Tully's stone face. He was wrong. The Queen was watching it happily. Doctor, are you the one insulting me? When Randall Tully heard this, he really felt humiliated. He was the Count of Horned Hill, the descendant of Garth the Black Hand, the Minister of Justice, and the #1 general of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, he was actually of the same status as a mercenary. Look at the subordinates of the Duke of Dragonstone Island. A heartless mercenary as a count, a Dark Star who murdered a child as a White Knight, and that Ordway Shui who betrayed the Queen. These scum are the important ministers of your Queen. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Marvin was also angry. He retorted, no matter how bad they are, they still follow a great Night Queen and walk on the path of glory. Count Tully, you are righteous and brave, but you are loyal to the bastard son you despise and hate the most. Randall Tully was so angry that his right hand unconsciously reached for the left side of his waist. He was dressed in formal attire today without any armor or sword. How dare you slander the king? Count Tully, have you forgotten why we are here today? Marvin was not afraid in the face of the general's murderous gaze. The 7 gods will clear the Queen's name. Randall Tully was not confident anymore. The person who said that is either bad or stupid, Marvin muttered softly. What did you say? The Prince Regent, Queen Cersei, and Queen Marjorie have arrived. A monk's shout interrupted the quarrel between the two. Randall Tully glared at the short doctor and returned to his seat. The messenger naturally would not shout in front of the 7 gods in the great cathedral. In fact, Cersei and the others had just stepped onto the Visania Hills. The cathedral was too quiet, so the voices from outside could be heard. Bitch Queen, shame on you. Bitch Queen, the 7 gods will punish you. Long live Marjorie. Rose of Mercy. Holy Mother Marjorie. Outside the square, the people of King's Landing shouted like a tsunami. The 2 women who had cheated on each other received completely different treatment. Cersei wore a dark green velvet low-cut dress that matched the color of her eyes. There was an emerald belt around her waist. Her chin was slightly raised and there was a faint smile on her lips. Marjorie wore an ivory dress that was woven with silver thread. The dress was long and large, but the waist was extremely thin, showing off the queen's alluring figure. The Empress Dowager was holding Yu Luan, who was wearing a long leather coat embroidered with golden sea patterns. The Empress Dowager was holding Prince Regent, who was wearing a golden red cloak. King Tommen did not come. The 4 members of the royal family were not too ostentatious. Other than the 3 white knights, there were no servants or maids. Like the ordinary people, after entering the quiet and solemn cathedral, they separated and prayed before the statues before getting up and being surrounded by the nobles. Kevin prayed to the Holy Father, Marjorie prayed to the maiden, and Yu Luan sneered and walked to the side. The key was Cersei. She prayed to the Holy Mother of Mercy, please let Robert tear the Sparrow into pieces, the more miserable the better. It would be best if the Sparrow Rebellion could take my Uncle Kevin and the bitch Marjorie away, just like the Bread Rebellion years ago. Oh, and the nobles in the cathedral, kill half of them. If she did not kill a bunch of nobles, how could she have an excuse to massacre the beggars in King's Landing? Needless to say, after being trained by the Sparrow for a few months, Cersei's faith was quite high. It was almost 1:3, which was over the standard line of believers. She could let the Holy Mother hear her prayers. The question was it really okay to pray to the Holy Mother like this? Dong 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 dong. The bell on the cathedral tower rang again 7 times. Inside and outside the cathedral there was silence. Everyone knew that the trial of martial arts was about to begin. Cersei stepped out, guarded by the White Knight Meryn Tran and a Son of War, and stood in the middle of the cathedral. Then 2 duelists entered the arena. Robert Strong wore milky white plate armor and a helmet with colorful silk feathers symbolizing the 7 gods. The Sparrow walked in hemp clothes, followed by 2 Sons of War who were holding armor and silver hammers. In front of everyone, the Son of War put on a hard leather coat for the Sparrow, a shiny light gray ring armor, a metal helmet, and a half-round helmet with only a nose guard. Compared to the White Knight who was covered in steel armor, the Sparrow was almost naked. In fact, his bare feet, which were as dark as old tree roots, were exposed. The big Sparrow was also tall, 185 meters tall, but it was especially thin like a hemp pole. But standing next to the White Knight who was 2.4 meters tall and had legs as thick as tree trunks, the Sparrow is dead. I don't know where this Robert Strong found him. He is almost another Magic Mountain, but the Sparrow is definitely not as good as the Red Viper. I have personally experienced it. The Red Viper hitting the Magic Mountain 10 times is not as effective as the Magic Mountain hitting the Red Viper once. Tyrion sighed. Chapter 552. The Great Sparrow and Robert Strong walked to the statue of the Father of Justice and knelt on one knee facing each other. Cersei stood between the 2 of them. An old monk walked forward with a polyhedral crystal in his hand and held it high. When the candlelight and skylight from the dome met the crystal, it immediately scattered a thin layer of rainbow light. The monk turned the crystal and adjusted the angle of the rainbow light so that it shone on Cersei's face. Then, with a holy and pious expression, he shouted to the statue of the Heavenly Father in a high, solemn, almost sing-songy voice, "Just Father, Mother of Mercy, Maiden of Light, Industrious Blacksmith, Brave Warrior, Wise Crone, Mysterious Stranger, please look carefully and be the witness of your lamb. Find the truth in Cersei Lannister's soul. If she is innocent, please return her freedom. If she is guilty, please punish her." That's a bit low. He even used the crystal to create momentum. Dany commented softly with her right hand under her chin. "Who do you think will win?" "I'll be the banker. The Great Sparrow will be torn in half. 10 to 1. How about that?" Tyrion raised his right hand wrapped in gauze and grinned. "Who's betting with you?" "The big guy will definitely win. Everyone knows that." Jiki pouted. "Everyone knows." Eerie nodded in agreement. "He's so strong and has iron armor. He's definitely going to win." Korra shook his head and sighed. "Your Majesty, do you want to bet?" The dwarf moved closer to Dany and asked with a smile. "How much money do you have to bet with me? It's fine if I lose, but if the Great Sparrow gets the help of the 7 gods and turns the tables, can you afford it?" Dany gave him a sideways glance. "There's no losing. Everyone knows that." Tyrion shook his head. "Okay, let's bet a little less. 100,000 gold coins. Take it as a reward for the bribe you gave to Zero last time." Danny didn't think that the 7 gods could really protect the Great Sparrow, but she thought that if he got a lot of money, maybe the dwarf could move out of the Great Pyramid. It was one thing for him to freeload here, but he also liked to go out in the middle of the night to fool around. While they were chatting, the cultivator had already nodded to the aristocrats and commoners. Seeing that no one objected to being a witness to this martial arts competition, he put away the crystal and quickly left. Queen Mother Cersei was also taken away by Sir Marlon and the Son of War. Before she left, Cersei gave the Big Sparrow a smug smile, just like the day she encouraged the Big Sparrow to capture Marjorie. After that, Lancel handed Big Sparrow a spiked hammer. It had a 30-centimeter long oak handle and a corncob-shaped head. It was very small and looked very light. White Knight Palos handed over a 2-handed sword with a golden handle to the sworn brothers. The girl's palm was as wide as a palm, and it was as tall as a sparrow's neck. It was shining with a cold light, and there were many rice-sized gaps on the edge of the blade, but it was polished to an extremely sharp point, emitting an oppressive baleful aura. It was truly a weapon of death. Hundreds of people from King's Landing who had said obscene things on the day of Cersei's parade had died under the sword. Big Sparrow turned around, raised the hammer to the blacksmith statue and shouted, "Fight for the 7 gods and justice." There were no seats in the holy hall. Cersei stood under the glass window on the east side, surrounded by great nobles such as Kevin Yuluin Randall Tari. Robert Strong did not speak. He just turned his huge body and respectfully saluted the Queen Mother with his sword. As the Chief Justice of the 7 Kingdoms, Randall Tari had part of the right to judge. As the 7 gods bear witness, the trial of martial arts begins. Robert Strong took a step forward, held the sword in one hand, and slashed at Big Sparrow's head like a normal person chopping a wooden steak. A white light flashed in the holy hall. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere, and a wine-sized hole appeared in the marble floor. 7 or 8 floors around it all cracked. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. It was not only because of White Knight's strength, but also because of Big Sparrow's agility. Not to mention the live audience, even Dragon Queen, who was watching the live broadcast, was sweating for her good church member at that moment. White Knight did not stop. After the downward slash, he swung his sword again. His right arm was thick like a tree trunk and the nearly 1.4-meter-long blade covered an area of 2.5 meters. The wind brought by the giant blade even made the candle flame in front of the statue sway in one direction. What a big sparrow! At this moment, the archbishop seemed to have really become a sparrow. He actually bent his body in the direction of the giant sword, landing on his knees and tilting his head back. The blade of the sword was a palm's width away from the tip of his nose. Just like that, he skillfully avoided the attack by sliding to his knees. What did Big Sparrow do before? Tyrion's eyes bulged in shock. He must be a warrior. He used to be a soldier. Cora said with absolute certainty. Maybe he's a juggler, Danny said uncertainly. In fact, Ursa was right. Big Sparrow was not a juggler, but a veteran of hundreds of battles. Big Sparrow's experience was very similar to that of Meribad's monk. He joined the army as a young boy, experienced hundreds of battles and became a cripple. He converted to the 7 gods, became a barefoot monk, and spent the rest of his life serving the people of the 7 kingdoms. In just a few words, Big Sparrow dodged White Knight's attacks 7 or 8 times. He was as weak as a sparrow but also as agile. Coward! One of Cersei's henchmen shouted. 7 gods above, Big Sparrow, do you want the 7 gods to see what a comical coward the archbishop is? If you have the guts, then fight fair and square. Many nobles echoed. Big Sparrow did it on purpose. Even if the real Robert was here, fully armed and wielding the giant sword with all his strength, he would not last long before he got tired, Ursa said hesitantly. He was a little unsure himself because White Knight Robert did not even pant. He was like a perpetual motion machine without any sense of fatigue. A normal person would at least pant after swinging the sword 10 times, but his movements did not even change. Strange, Quentin of Dorne frowned. Sir, look at the ground, Tyrion suddenly said. Robert was very strong. Every time he hit the floor, stones would fly everywhere and potholes would appear. Big Sparrow's estimation is wrong. Robert is not tired, but he is starting to sweat. The key is that he is barefoot. I don't believe that stepping on sharp stones will not affect his movements, the dwarf sighed. In theory he was not wrong, but Big Sparrow also noticed his predicament and quietly changed his tactics. White Knight approached step by step. Big Sparrow's expression was blank. His eyes were fixed on the enemy's right shoulder, and he kept retreating while calculating the 2 steps. Robert swung his sword and attacked fiercely. He judged the direction in advance and jumped back lightly. He jumped over a pothole. He prayed in the holy church every day and scrubbed the marble floor countless times. He clearly remembered the position of every pothole. Then Robert took a step forward. The back of his iron boots sank into the pothole and his body tilted. "Ah!" Cersei exclaimed. "Oh no." An experienced knight in the crowd of nobles said excitedly. 7 levels of hell. Is he really going to turn the tables? Tyrion was dumbfounded. Is he? Robert reacted quickly. He immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and used it as a crutch to support his body. The fallen giant steadied himself again. But Big Sparrow did not stop. Or rather, this was the situation he had painstakingly created. He rushed forward like lightning, jumped up, raised his corn hammer and smashed it down on Robert's left shoulder. He even shouted, "Blacksmith's wrath." Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the corn-cob-shaped silver-plated hammer exploded into a watermelon-sized holy white flame. A sacred and solemn aura spread out from the white flame. According to the Big Sparrow's original plan with the blacksmith's hammer, that could break an iron shield, he should be able to cripple Robert's left arm. Then he would turn around and swing the hammer at the back of the White Knight's head. The reason why he did not directly attack the head was that White Knight could use his empty left hand to block. But he encountered an accident. When others saw the holy fire on the hammer, they were only shocked that the 7 gods might be manifested. Robert Strong was an evil being. When the holy fire approached him, it was as if hot oil had been poured on him. Even Saint Dany herself had neglected one point. The dragon flame was already the strongest anti-magic fire, and the dragon flame with the blacksmith's divine power had increased the holy and righteous order and kindness attribute, which would double the anti-magic effect against the evil power. Yes, the white flame on Big Sparrow's hammer was dragon flame driven by the blacksmith's divine power. Dragon flame was also a type of magic. Evil gods could bestow their divine spells on those who sacrificed themselves. Our healer could bestow believers with the ability to revive the dead and control fire. As a proper blacksmith, Blackie could also bestow divine spells on his believers. Robert, who had not uttered a single syllable since he was born, was like a beast in a trap. He let out a soul-shaking howl. Then, he let go of the hilt in his right hand and hugged Big Sparrow tightly as if he was hugging his lover. Oh no. Dany's expression changed. She hurriedly informed Blackie to increase the support for Big Sparrow's divine power. Don't deduct the 50% profit anymore. Big Sparrow is in trouble. Tyrion and the others also exclaimed. The hammer bellows, the fire burns, a prayer in the blacksmith's book. Big Sparrow's face twisted in the face of the sudden change. He roared wildly. Boom. The holy fire on the hammer suddenly increased in size. It was like a sun falling directly on Robert's left shoulder. Ouch! Crack! Big Sparrow's body was hugged. Robert's left face was burned by the fire, and his left shoulder was hit directly by the fire hammer. Both of them screamed at the same time. Big Sparrow's spine was broken. Robert's left shoulder was burning with holy fire. Cracks appeared on his shoulder armor, and his snow-white cloak burst into flames with a boom. Archbishop. The monks and Sparrow wailed. Witchcraft! Big Sparrow used witchcraft. He's an evil wizard. Cersei screamed. Both sides are injured. That flame, what is it? Is it really the blacksmith's wrath? The nobles and civilians were shocked and confused. If they had seen the white flame for the first time, and if this was not the great cathedral of Baelor, they would have thought that Big Sparrow was a wizard playing with fire witchcraft like Cersei. But more than half a month ago, the church spread the news that the archbishop had received the blessing of the Holy Mother and obtained the blacksmith's divine power. Everyone was confused. Why did the blacksmith's divine power not come from the blacksmith, but from the Holy Mother? But they also heard the follow-up story. Big Sparrow, who never knew how to forge, suddenly became a blacksmith grandmaster and forged a steel sword of a higher level than the missing blacksmith grandmaster Butamort. The above thoughts appeared and disappeared in an instant. The situation in the arena changed. Big Sparrow's spine was broken and his ribs were crushed. Blood foam was spurting out of his mouth, but his hands did not stop moving. He raised the hammer again and hit the left side of Robert's iron helmet, which was probably the temple. Clang! The nut that fixed the helmet fell off, and the bucket-like fully enclosed helmet cracked into several pieces. A small part of Robert's long face was exposed to the eyes of Big Sparrow and the audience behind him. "You. What are you?" Big Sparrow's pupils contracted, and he swallowed the blood foam in shock. Chapter 553. After obtaining the stigmata of blacksmith, Big Sparrow could not only use the blacksmith fire, divine dragon flame, but also learn many forging techniques out of thin air. Therefore, he could instantly determine the weakness of the opponent's armor, and he could also break the gap of the armor with his hammer to destroy the complete structure of the armor. So he broke Robert's shoulder pads and broke Robert's helmet with one blow of his hammer. Half of the helmet fell off, and half of Robert's face was exposed. What a tragic face that was. Eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light, black lips without white breath, a greenish-gray nose, pale gray skin with a hint of purple, and a face covered with a network of purple-black blood vessels. No, those were not blood vessels but traces of stitches. Ah, is he still human? He's even uglier than Yuluan Duke? Someone in the audience exclaimed. Yuluan looked over with a dark face. He had always heard rumors that Robert did not eat, drink, or poop, and was curious about his true identity. Kill him, kill Big Sparrow? Cersei's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear as she screamed hysterically. In fact, Big Sparrow probably would not survive even if she did not shout. How could he live with a broken spine? You're not human. Big Sparrow suddenly understood. He struggled to lift his hammer and shouted, "Sacred fire of the seven gods, burn the sinner of the impure." Boom. Flames rose from the hammer again, and the high temperature and holy aura made Robert want to dodge. If he did not dodge, he would die. If he was hit in the head, he would definitely die. Subconsciously, White Knight, who was kneeling on the ground, grabbed Big Sparrow's armor with his right hand and threw him out. Clang. The Big Sparrow was thrown out without any resistance, but his hammer did not completely miss. It hit Robert's loose faceplate and holy flames splashed everywhere, landing all over his head, face and chest. Together with his left shoulder and cape, which were already burning, Robert was almost a man on fire. Awoo! The White Knight slapped the flames on its face with all its might and let out a terrifying roar that could grab one's soul. The duel is over. Robert Strong wins. Go put out the fire. Cersei shouted to the nobles around her for help. Your Majesty, the Archbishop isn't dead yet, nor has he admitted defeat. Count Tali pointed with a solemn expression at Big Sparrow, who was coughing blood while struggling to get up. Kill him, Robert. Kill the sparrow. Cersei yelled at the White Knight who was writhing on the ground. What kind of fire is that? It seems to be as scary as the dragon flame. Maybe Big Sparrow can really win. If he can hold on for another half an hour and doesn't die, Tyrion said blankly. Take off your helmet and cloak, Yuluan reminded. Cersei hesitated. She was not stupid. Did she not know that taking off her helmet would free her from most of the holy flames? But after taking off the helmet, how much of a commotion would the human face under the helmet cause? However, when the mask fell off just now, many of the nobles had already seen half of his face, but they did not recognize him. Perhaps, now that he had been burned, even if his mother came over, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Thinking of this, Cersei made a decision and shouted, Robert, take off your burning armor. Even the dragon flame couldn't ignite steel. If it wasn't for the blacksmith's divine power driving the holy flames, it would have extinguished itself after burning the cloak. At this time, the flames were getting smaller and smaller, but the blacksmith's holy flames were too damaging to the corpse monster, causing Robert Strong to struggle and howl like crazy. At Cersei's command, Robert immediately used his iron-gloved right hand to tear off his helmet. His left shoulder was hit by Big Sparrow's full strength, his shoulder blade was broken, and he was burned by the holy flames. He had lost most of his vitality. Clang! Robert took off his bucket-sized flat helmet and threw it far away. Ah! The monks, nobles, and commoners at the scene all saw Robert's true face. 1/3 of his face was burned, and the remaining 2/3 were still visible. Large patches of greenish-gray scalp were exposed on his head, and his dark black hair was like weeds in the wilderness. There were clumps here and there, and a few of them were connected together and withered like winter reeds. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Knight Strong's head was far smaller than expected. It also looked a little bloated, but compared to the giant's height of 2 4 meters, his head and torso were a little out of proportion. Ah! Suddenly, Big Bear pointed at Robert in the magic mirror in horror and howled. He was so shocked that he could not speak. 70% hell. Tyrion slapped his forehead and shouted out Big Bear's thoughts in disbelief. Rob? Robert is Rob. How did my sister do it? Rob? Which Rob? Quentin hurriedly asked. Could it be Robb Stark? Old Ymont blurted out. Yes, it's Rob. Since I'm not the only one who thinks so, it must be Rob. Big Bear's face was pale. He glanced at Tyrion and nodded heavily. But the young wolf master is already dead? His head was chopped off and sent to King's Landing, and his neck was sewn with a dire wolf's head. Quentin was confused. That's right. Dany suddenly understood. She had always thought that Robert Strong was the Magic Mountain. After all, that was how Game of Thrones was acted out. But the news from the Seven Kingdoms proved that in order to appease Prince Dowlong's anger, the Magic Mountain killed Dowlong's younger brother, the Red Viper Oberyn, during the trial of whether Tyrion killed Joffrey. Tywin had already chopped off the Magic Mountain's head and sent it to Dorne. The Magic Mountain's body was too big, and his head was almost impossible to fake. More importantly, Tywin did not need to fake it. The Magic Mountain was poisoned by the Red Viper's black witchcraft and would definitely die. Not to mention the dead Magic Mountain. Even if he was still alive, Tywin would offer the Magic Mountain's head if there was a need to appease the people of Dorne. There's a witchcraft school in the East, necromancers. They specialize in magic that can revive the dead. Necromancers search for limbs that are rich in Ian spirit and sew them together into a complete, controlled demonic corpse. Dany explained simply. Obviously, Stark's corpse had a high concentration of Ian spirit and was the best material for demonic corpse. It was also the best material for deviant ghosts. It was also the best carrier for the Green Prophet. Cersei also knows necromancy? Ursa asked in surprise. Tyrion said with certainty, Cabo Ern, it's Cabo Ern. That guy was originally a scholar in the City of Knowledge. After he was discovered to be secretly researching necromancy, the professor stripped him of his necklace and chased him out of the City of Knowledge. After that, Cabo Ern joined the most notorious warrior group and continued his evil experiments on human bodies. After that, the warrior group chopped off Jaime's dominant hand. Cabo Ern helped treat Jaime's injuries and followed them to the King's Landing. Lannister would definitely repay his debts. No matter how bad Caborn's background was, he was still valued by my father and sister. Roar. At this moment, Robert had already taken off his burning shoulder armor and cape. Purplish-black blood flowed from his burns as he walked to the side of the big sparrow. With a kick, he sent the hammer in his hand flying and stepped on the Holy Son of Light's chest. His two large metal hands grabbed the big sparrow's head. The bloodiest and most tragic scene took place. It was like pulling a radish out of the mud. Poochie. The big sparrow's head was pulled off, and the jagged broken neck was still connected to a few white and red vertebrae. Chi. Blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Brr. Robert Strong threw the head away and let out a soul-twisting roar at the Heavenly Father's statue. The Holy Church was filled with blood, and it was as quiet as a tomb. Only the candlelight was swaying, and the Heavenly Father's angry eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of dim blood. I won. Suddenly, Cersei laughed loudly. She excitedly shouted to the surrounding nobles, I won the tournament, I am not guilty, the 7 gods have proven my innocence. Ah. You cheated. Robert Strong is not human. Lancel's angry roar came from the crowd of monks. Cersei turned around and saw her cousin's eyes were red, his face was distorted, and he was about to collapse. Yes, Robert is not human, a human cannot look like this. As the representative of the commoners, Stryker decided to be fair. This monster looks very similar to young Wolf Master Robb Stark. This is witchcraft, a vicious blood witchcraft. A noble from Hudgien said angrily. Yes, the trial of this tournament was very sensational. More than half a month ago, even Dragonstone Island sent a representative, not to mention the other nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Those who could come were all here. This is not fair, the queen cheated with witchcraft. Someone started, and more than a dozen nobles who were not part of the Iron Throne's faction immediately agreed. This is necromancy. Don't think that no one knows, go to the other side of the narrow sea and invite the red-robed monks or necromancers to identify it, everyone knows. Marvin's face was pale, and he also spoke on behalf of Dragonstone Island. Don't slander me. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Cersei quickly stood up and pointed at Marvin, cursing, Look at his chest, he is from Dragonstone Island, that little bitch Danny Rise. Ahem. Prince Regent Kevin hurriedly coughed a few times and interrupted his niece. Queen Dowager, Dragonstone Island is Targaryen territory, and the Iron Throne has acknowledged this. You should call her Prince Danny Rise. It's all the same. Cersei waved her hand and continued, Danny Rise definitely doesn't want me to be well, everyone knows that. Just like how I don't speak well of her, her evaluation of me should also be heard in reverse. So, Robert Strong is a human, he just looks a little strange. Look at my fiancé. Yu Luan was pulled over by his fiancé without any warning. Look, he looks 30% human, 70% ghoul. Cersei pointed at Yu Luan's scarred face. He's even uglier than Robert Strong, but who can deny that he's a living person? Marvin's mouth was wide open and his expression was blank. Yu Luan's facial muscles contorted, and he looked even uglier, as if he was scarier than White Knight. Everyone was also skeptical. There's also the White Knight who escaped, the Hound. Everyone knows how ugly he is. Oh, there's also the White Knight Loras. You should really see him. I swear, after seeing him, everyone will think that Robert is a handsome man. Little Rose Marjorie and Prime Minister Blow Up Fish, Mace Tyrell, Hand of the King, father of Loras and Marjorie, both had dark expressions on their faces. The dwarf in front of the magic mirror held his stomach and laughed. Look, this is my sister. Isn't she cute? She always has a gift that makes everyone hate her and Lannister. His cute sister continued, as for his small head and big body, haven't you seen a little demon? Deformed and twisted short legs, deformed and thin arms, a deformed head that's bigger than a normal person's, even his penis is. The dwarf's laughter stopped abruptly. The audience in the Holy Cathedral fell into deep thought. The audience in front of the magic mirror turned around and looked at Tyrion strangely. I'm so touched. I never knew my sister cared so much about me. Tyrion clamped his legs together, his ugly face twisted. Chapter 554. He's not Robb Stark either. Cersei's performance continued. There are too many people who look alike in this world. Take that little devil who killed his father, king, and betrayed humanity as an example. You all know that I'm a filial daughter. In order to avenge my father, I offered the title of Earl and 100,000 gold royals as a reward to hunt down that devil who deserved to fall to the 7th level of hell. Many mercenaries brought me gnome heads, dozens of them, hundreds of them. Why? Don't the mercenaries know that I'm wise and powerful, able to distinguish between truth and falsehood? They all know, but they don't want to deceive their king. Those mercenaries just can't tell the difference between a normal dwarf and a little devil. If even that deformed little devil monkey has so many similarities, is Robb Stark the only one in the world who looks like him? There are also those with evil intentions who say that this is black magic and want to go to the other side of the narrow sea to invite the necromancers. Please use your brains. Where is this? The great cathedral of Baelor, the residence of the 7 gods. If there's really something evil, why don't the 7 gods show themselves? Or do you doubt the sanctity and dignity of the 7 gods? Cersei spoke with conviction. The more she spoke, the more she felt that her words made sense. Her voice became louder and louder, and her tone became more and more confident. It was as if, as long as she convinced herself, she would be able to convince the whole world. Needless to say, most of the spectators, even the cultivators and sparrows, were intimidated. Even the evil Marvin looked at her in shock. His mouth opened and closed quickly. He didn't retort, nor did he know how to retort. I didn't expect Empress Cersei to be so capable. It sounds real. Could we have guessed wrongly? The bear said in a daze. Sigh, my sister has never lacked cleverness. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are those cultivators doing? Ymond exclaimed. Marvin turned his head away from Cersei and looked at the sparrow's corpse. The scene changed as well. The scene changed again. While Cersei was arguing with the crowd and suppressing the disgruntled crowd, several silent nuns and the gray-robed friars moved forward together and formed a circle around the archbishop's corpse. Silence and her sister were strangers' wives and could be considered as Westeros embalmers. It was their professional job to stitch up the mutilated corpses. At the same time, several Sister Silents were helping Big Sparrow to fix the body. The dislocated and broken bones were restored to their original positions, the severed head was put back in place, the torn flesh was stitched up, and the dirty blood was cleaned up. The rest of the monks, nuns, and the church's armed forces were all kneeling on the ground and reciting the chapter of the Holy Mother from the Seven Stars Bible. Circle after circle, more and more believers entered. There were members of the church who had rushed over after hearing about the archbishop's death, as well as representatives of the commoners and some devout nobles. As more and more people joined in, the solemn chanting drowned out Circe's eloquence. "Hey, the martial arts trial has already ended. Many people are waiting here. I'll announce the results first and then you can do whatever you want." Circe shouted at Archbishop Matthew, who had been holding a crystal in front of her face. The Archbishop of Baylor wasn't the only one in the cathedral. There was also a group of archbishops under him. In fact, as the headquarters of the Church of the Seven Gods, the cathedral was one of the training centers for the archbishops of the Seven Kingdoms. The other one was in the Old Town, the Starry Cathedral. There were more than 10 archbishops stationed there all year round. As a participant, Big Sparrow naturally couldn't be the judge of the martial arts trial. Matthew, who had been picked out by Big Sparrow, became the judge of the martial arts trial because he was devout enough. However, the martial arts trial didn't need a judge. It was as simple as that. "Your Highness, you have won. Everyone saw it. There's no need to announce it." Randolph frowned. He was a notary on the Iron Throne's side. If the church went back on their word, he had the responsibility to protect Circe's rights. Everyone who was invited to the martial arts trial today had the responsibility to protect her. Even Dragonstone Island had to protect the rights of the victor, Circe. "All right," Circe muttered regretfully. She waved the wide sleeves of her skirt, held her head high, and prepared to leave with White Knight. Buzz, suddenly a change occurred. "Ah, the Holy Mother has appeared," Circe heard someone exclaim as she turned to leave. She even heard the voices of Uncle Kevin, Marjorie, and Mester. "Holy Mother?" Circe turned around and was stunned. Without a doubt, Big Sparrow was dead. If it was in the past, even if he was as devout as the Son of God, he would have died. Ascending to heaven was just wishful thinking. Even the 7 gods were fake. 7 pieces of wood. You want to go to heaven? Dream on. However, it was different this time. If the 7 gods were a position, then someone had already joined them. Once they joined, they had to fulfill their duties. Very suddenly, the moment Robert plucked Big Sparrow's head off, he died. His soul followed the thread of faith and entered the pool of faith. Blackie was not the only one who was at a loss. Even Dragon Queen, who claimed to have read countless novels and rich experience with the gods, was stunned. She really didn't know that such a thing could happen. However, since it had happened, she had to deal with it. How should she deal with it? Her first thought was to burn Big Sparrow's soul with divine fire and turn it into soul essence to nourish Blackie's body. This was called, bow your head and be willing to be a cow, turn into spring mud and protect the flower. It was a clean end to everything. Then she heard Circe's arrogant words and understood something. This was the great cathedral, under the witness of the 7 gods. Big Sparrow was the son of light and Robert Strong was a monster. If the 7 gods did not react at all, then when the night came, the faith of the 7 gods would flow away like a flood. She could not cast a great fireball on Circe from thousands of miles away. Even the true god Lalo could not do that. Then it could only be a miracle. Danny suddenly had a thought. Since Big Sparrow's soul was in her hands, could she revive him? If a monk could do it, why not a Taoist? If Lalo could do it, why couldn't the 7 gods? When Ghetto devoured the Crab King, Blackie gained a new divine title, Holy Mother. At first, Danny thought that Holy Mother equals mercy, which was useless. Then she found that she was wrong. Blacksmith equals hardworking, but it increased the power of forging. The Holy Mother's power was related to medicine. She gained a lot of medical knowledge out of thin air. But just like forging, all medical knowledge came from the believers of the 7 kingdoms. The medical knowledge of the 7 kingdoms was still at the stage of leeches sucking blood, and the medical doctors of the City of Knowledge were not pious to the 7 gods. Even old Yamant only had 1-0 piety. She could not even get the knowledge of a medical doctor. At most, she could only become an experienced doctor in the countryside. Except for some strange recipes, the knowledge she got was not even as good as what she learned in school in her previous life. So, she felt that the Holy Mother's divine title was useful, but it was not. Until this time, when she accidentally met Big Sparrow's soul in the pool of faith, she had a flash of inspiration. If the knowledge given by the divine title was useless, then what about the Holy Mother's power? She could use the power of the great guardian and blacksmith to drive the dragon flame, turning it into platinum holy flame and crimson glaze flame. The glaze flame could even melt steel. What if she used the Holy Mother's power to drive healing? Could Dahe use healing? No, it could not. But Danny could. After learning from Butian that there was a difference between Type A willpower and Type B active spirituality, in addition to using willpower to develop Danny's Whisper and willpower enhancement technique to supplement herself with Type A spirituality, she also created a healing technique. Last time in Tolos, Little Green's wings were torn to pieces, and its legs were bitten by the pterosaurs like chicken legs. There were holes and blood everywhere. The 6 pterosaurs were also miserable, with their wings torn and unable to fly. Didn't she deliberately use Type B spirituality to repair their bodies? A long time ago, Danny found that spirituality could heal Megalosaurus, but this time it was more targeted. In the past, in 100 units of spirituality, there were only 10 units of Type B active spirituality. If 100 units of Type B spirituality could heal injuries, then Danny had to endow the Megalosaurus with 1,000 units of total spirituality. Now she could separate out Type B spirituality on her own, which required 100 units, so she would give it 100 units. This was almost useless when facing Megalosaurus, because Megalosaurus could absorb unlimited spirituality, and she was willing to invest unlimited amounts of spirituality on her children. However much spirituality there was, it was all absorbed by the dragons, so there was no need to separate out Type B spirituality. But for the pterosaurs, Danny had to scrimp and save to raise her children. For ordinary people, your soul is already saturated and has reached the upper limit of spirituality absorption. At this time, it was necessary to have a treatment technique that was cheaper and more efficient. There was only one thing: the pure spirituality version of the healing technique was effective, but it was very slow. It did not have the effect of healing visible to the naked eye like in the game when the holy light was used. At this time, because of the death of the big sparrow, Danny had an idea. If she used the Holy Mother's power to drive the healing technique, what effect would it have? But no matter how powerful the healing technique was, it could not grow a head out of thin air. She needed to sew the big sparrow's limbs back. Coincidentally, because of the death of the big sparrow, many cultivators and nuns in the Holy Church were praying to the Holy Mother. Those whose piety was between 200 and 250 were saints. Based on this standard, the big sparrow had more than 10 saints under his command. The piety of the saints was enough to open the door of faith and actively communicate with the Holy Mother. It just depended on whether the Holy Mother Danny was free and whether she was willing to talk to them. "Child, peace be upon you. Holy Mother." Archbishop Matthew, whose piety was 211, was shocked speechless. He could not believe what he was seeing. So holy, so noble, so benevolent, so gentle, so majestic. Wasn't this the Holy Mother that he had seen a few times before? If he did not have the experience of walking the path of the sage, learning from St. Bailey's fasting and praying, how could he become an archbishop? Woo, the Holy Mother is merciful, the Holy Son. Matthew fell to the ground and cried. There were grievances, relief after fear, and also attachment and relaxation after seeing the Holy Mother. Suffering is also a part of glory. Don't be sad, don't be hesitant. Go and sew up the Holy Son's mutilated body. With a wave of her hand, the Holy Mother Danny sent Matthew's soul out of the place of faith and back to his physical body. Well, Matthew had fainted for a short while. His sudden fainting gave the surrounding archbishops a shock. It was also because he had fainted that Count Tali stopped Circe from using her power. "I saw the Holy Mother, and she asked us to sew up the Holy Son's body," Matthew said to his colleague beside him. Chapter 555. I saw the Holy Mother just now. She asked us to stitch up the Son of God's body immediately, Archbishop Matthew said to the people around him. Many people were suspicious, thinking that the old archbishop was so sad that he was hallucinating. However, it was necessary to stitch up the archbishop's body, so they did not refuse. They only asked, "What does the Holy Mother want to do?" "I don't know," Archbishop Matthew said blankly. Even Holy Mother Danny did not know what she could do, let alone him. If she treated a living person, she was confident that it would take effect in a day or two, but a dead person, It was also the first time she had the idea of using the Holy Mother's power to drive the healing spell. It was also the first time she used it in actual combat. It was the first time she healed a dead person. This, countless firsts met, and Holy Mother Dani did not know what would happen. Therefore she did not give Matthew any guarantee at all. Later, if the sparrow had saved the universe in his previous life and was luckily saved by the Holy Mother, then the Holy Mother would smile mysteriously. Of course, I want to resurrect the Son of God. If the sparrow died and the experiment failed, the Holy Mother would tell the believers with compassion, I am here to bring the Son of God back to heaven. You should be happy for him. The Son of God has completed his mission in the mortal world and is about to enter heaven, opening the next stage of the path of glory. You say goodbye to him. Then the dragon flame would burn the sparrow's soul and body, turning it into spiritual matter to raise the dragon baby. In short, Dani needed a miracle to restore the faith of the believers. The life and death of the sparrow were not important. He had tormented Circe, tormented the academician, disgusted the Iron Throne and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, and owed a debt to the Iron Treasury. He had allowed Blackie to successfully usurp the priesthood of the Seven Gods. Even if he died, he could help the Dragon Queen complete a precious experiment. He had completed his mission and could rest in peace. As more and more believers chanted the Bible, the lines of faith converged toward Archbishop Matthew, and the door of faith opened. Following this door, the Holy Mother's power descended upon the great cathedral. In the eyes of the crowd, the statue of the Holy Mother suddenly shot out a beam of holy white light, enveloping the sparrow on the ground. Circe looked back and saw such a miracle. She could not help but be shocked. The Holy Mother had appeared. What frightened her even more was that the flesh and meridians of the sparrow's wound were slowly wriggling. It was actually growing. To be honest, even Dani was surprised by the effect of the Holy Mother's divine power and healing. Although the speed at which her divine power was being consumed shocked and pained her, the big sparrow's wounds were truly healing. However, Dani also noticed an abnormality. The big sparrow had died, and the yang spirit substance in its body had transformed into the yin spirit substance. At this time, the wound had healed, but the yin spirit substance in its body had not disappeared. This was not a small problem. This was because yin spirit essence represented dead spirits. Corpses with yin spirit essence were not considered living people. Dani even had an epiphany. Madame Stoneheart and the Lightning King were most likely resurrected by retaining their yin spirituality. They had lost the vitality of a human, so they no longer needed to eat and sleep like a living person. His physical body had lost its vitality, and the most precious part of his soul had been taken by Lalo. What was this kind of resurrection? Dani was in trouble. If this continued, she would also revive a monster. This was not what she wanted. However, the yin spiritual substance was all over the big sparrow's body, so it was impossible to remove a certain part. The people of the Holy Church and the audience in front of the magic mirror were all shocked by the arrival of the Holy Mother, but the Holy Mother was in a dilemma. Should she give up on treatment and burn the big sparrow's corpse? Or should she revive a monster whose future even she was not sure about? She would not cut off part of the big sparrow's soul like Lalo. Perhaps the big sparrow could retain its original personality after being resurrected, but the changes in its body would affect its spirit sooner or later. If I can burn the corpse and rebuild the body from the flames according to the way of hatching a dragon, wouldn't it become a dragon? Dani found her own ridiculous idea funny. Flames could indeed burn yin spirit essence, but could the big sparrow withstand the flames without turning into ashes? Sigh, I'm sorry, good church member, you can go in peace. Suddenly, Dani caught a glimpse of the pool below the big sparrow's soul. Two groups of water songs entered the pool of faith and combined with the power of faith to form the divine power of water. The big sparrow was walking in the pool in a daze. In his consciousness he suddenly lost consciousness and died. Then he followed a white light and entered a world, filled with the aura of the seven gods. There was a clear ocean under his feet. The ocean was not deep, just up to his feet. The water was holy, boundless, and vast. Needless to say, he must have come to heaven and cleansed his sins in the holy water. He would be summoned by the Holy Mother later. So, the big sparrow was taking a bath. Dani was stunned. It was not because of the big sparrow's actions. Facing the divine power of water, a mortal soul was like a fish in the ocean. The key was that as the big sparrow washed his hands and face, the yin spiritual substance in his soul dissolved into the water. After a person died, the spiritual substance in the body would turn yin, and the spiritual substance in the soul would turn yang to yin. The divine power converted by the water song has such an effect? Danny was confused. Actually, this had nothing to do with the water song. The 7 gods were the absolute gods of justice. The faith pool of the 7 gods naturally had the attribute of purity and suppressing evil, repelling depravity and resisting evil. If the water song fell into the faith pool of the evil gods, the big sparrow would not expel the Yin spiritual substance when he entered the water of divine power. Instead, it would dissolve the Yin spiritual substance. Danny did not know this at the moment and did not have time to study it. She was in the middle of the Holy Mother's descent. When she found that the divine power of water had such a special effect, she immediately extracted a part of it and merged it with the Holy Mother's healing art. Then she poured it into the big sparrow's body. Buzz, the milky white holy light that enveloped the big sparrow was suddenly dyed with a trace of active gold. Everyone did not know what it meant, but they were surprised to see black blood oozing out of the big sparrow's pores. Danny was even more shocked than them. The effect of the divine power of water was unexpectedly good. After the type B active spiritual substance dissolved in the divine power of water, it automatically repaired the cells within spiritual substance. Danny thought it was cells, but it was not. If the cells died, they would break down directly. Part of them would be absorbed by other cells as nutrients, and the remaining impurities would be expelled from the body. In short, the original healing art, spiritual bestowment, type B active spiritual substance, could only heal the wound, that is, the physical missing part, and would not repair the intact part. After adding the divine power of water, it changed. For example, if a gecko lost its tail, the type B active spiritual substance could make the missing tail grow out of the wound, but it would not make the gecko's belly grow a second tail out of thin air. For example, if the hand was cut by a knife, the type B active spiritual substance could speed up the recovery of the wound. Driven by the Holy Mother's divine power, it could further speed up the recovery. The recovery could be seen with the naked eye, which could be called a miracle. But if it was poisoned, the healing art based on the type B active spiritual substance would fail, and the Holy Mother's divine power would be useless. Unless in the future Danny found another kind of spiritual substance that could deal with poison. That was off topic. Now, for the Yin spiritual substance in the big sparrow's body, after adding the divine power of water, it was neutralized by the type B active spiritual substance. In a word, the divine power transformed by the water song in the faith pool of the 7 gods was especially effective for resurrection. What's the principle behind this? Danny was very surprised and also very confused. Hiss. After coming back to her senses, Danny's heart ached so much that it was about to bleed. Originally there were 2 balls of water song, one big and one small, but now there was only one big ball left. And the divine power of faith, even if the big sparrow prayed for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. The price is too high, it's a big loss. After carefully calculating the cost, Danny wanted to regret it. But it was too late to regret now. She could only brace herself and divide a large ball of divine power of faith to wrap the soul of the big sparrow. It was like wearing armor for the soul, and through the holy mark between the big sparrow's eyebrows, it was sent back to the body that had been dead for more than half an hour. Ah! The 2 silent sisters, who were helping the archbishop clean the blood that was seeping out of his skin, suddenly opened their throats and howled hysterically. The silent sisters, as their name suggests, swore an oath of silence and could not speak. Why did the devout silent sisters scream? Ah! The monk close to the archbishop also screamed. The archbishop is alive, his fingers moved, I saw it. Lancel's eyes widened and said in disbelief. The archbishop's cold body is warm again. The silent sisters were shocked. Silence. Archbishop Matthew was also trembling with excitement, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, The Holy Mother has descended, what is your attitude? Yes, the light that fell on the big sparrow's body did not disappear, the Holy Mother was still descending. So, the monks joined the chanting army again. This time they were more devout than countless times before, and the divine power of faith poured into the divine power of faith doubled. How could they not be devout when they witnessed the arrival of a miracle in person? Not to mention the monks, the nobles and civilian representatives who participated in the martial arts competition were also shocked and looked at the statue of the Holy Mother with eyes full of awe. The Holy Mother is merciful. Stryker knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the statue of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is merciful. The devout nobles were in tears as they knelt down trembling. The Holy Mother is merciful, bringing the blessings of life, protecting every woman. Her smile ends the war, gently protects the little children. Whoosh! In the Holy Church, except for Cersei and a few others, everyone knelt on the marble floor and chanted the Holy Mother's song, with the most humble attitude, the most reverent voice and the most excited mood. Plop, plop. Even the people in front of the magic mirror lost their composure. Quentin and old Yimont slid down from their chairs and knelt on the ground. 7 gods above, the Holy Mother has appeared, the big sparrow has come to life. Tyrion's eyes widened as if he was in a dream. The centaur maids were shocked and at a loss. They looked at each other, and then looked at their leader with a pair of black almond-shaped eyes. Then they heaved a sigh of relief. Calixi was still calm and unperturbed, her eyes narrowed as if she did not care about the Holy Mother's appearance in the mirror. As expected of Calixi. Looking at Yimont, Quentin, and the others who were shouting and kowtowing, the centaur maids felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Ignorant. No matter how powerful the Holy Mother was, could she be more powerful than Calixi, who gave birth to the steed of the world? 7 gods above. The big sparrow is really moving. Cersei looked at the big sparrow in the middle of the kneeling crowd and saw him frowning and rubbing the back of his neck that Robert Strong had broken. A layer of white sweat appeared on the back of her neck, and her soul almost flew out of her body. The Holy Mother is merciful, why did she bring the big sparrow back to life? Cersei wailed, pulling Robert Strong and running towards the Holy Church's gate. After a few steps she found Luwin still standing there, his face solemn and his eyes flashing. Cersei whispered, "Why are you still standing here instead of running?" "I'm looking at the Holy Mother's quality." Luwin's voice was faint. Looking at what? Cersei was stunned. Luwin's left eye patch had been removed, revealing a black eye that shone with malice. They only looked at each other for a moment. Whoosh! It was as if a tornado had fallen, sucking in their souls and drifting them into the depths of the cloudy sky. As if countless years had passed, Cersei came to her senses and pointed at Luwin in horror. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.